Okay, I'm really liking my rock mix. Hi, everybody. Hey, Al, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're having fun. Um, oh my goodness. Hoping everybody is having a wonderful time here. And my historical fact is not what you think it is. Just putting that out there. Just putting it out there. Let's see. You doing good? That's great to hear. Oh, goodness. Haha, anybody watching on YouTube has no idea what song's playing right now. Oh, I'm gonna unmute so Boar can place me places. I don't know what he do. I'll have to double check. I don't know if it's this week that's the last of this fundraiser or if it's next week. I'll have to check up on how long I've been doing it because I wanted to do this for a full month. Oh, the song that's playing right now is Make a Move by Icon for Hire. Previous before that was System of a Down's Chop Suey. Hi! I'm rocking out because you gave me the ability to listen to copyrighted music.
I did not.
You did.
We would never do such thing, Twitch.
Never. Oh, we're just talking about System of a Down and Icon for Hire. We would never.
Exactly.
I'm a Dirty Heads kind of guy. I've never heard of that band.
Oh, Dirty Heads? Oh, fuck. I love them.
Oh, you do? Wow.
Yeah. Actually, I played them yesterday.
Did you? I'm really into Hailstrom.
Oxygen's pretty good.
Pretty Reckless is good, too. So is Grandson.
It's a vibe.
It is. It's pretty much a vibe. Oh,
Vacation. Oxygen. Ugh. Both.
God.
If I'm having a bad day, that's when I play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
Let's see. What's my playlist of my... I'm just going to cry here.
Here's my
cry list.
Fucking crying soundtrack.
Oh, Al wants to know if you're into Sloth's Revenge.
Fuck yeah. Just
Hi, Wolfie. Let's see. I got Paris Paloma, Neon, Ray Chen, Bella Porch, Floor, K-Flay, Beginners, Melina KB, yeah, and then B Miller. Those are some of the songs I got for my I'm just gonna go cry. just that. Okay, before I get into Hailstrom, we got to get into the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that thing we're here for.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We were gonna do something for my background. But then I was like, fuck it, no. Once I get my sounds up, I'll start really looking into doing some more background things. I gotta work on those. Why game when you can just chill and chat? We can't. We'll be terrible people. Oh, right, we were playing this last time, so I don't have to change the audio. Ha-ha! Just grabbing my controller. Go ahead and ask your history question, Wolfie. I'm gonna try.
Music, I forgot.
I know, it's so perky. By the way, today
get my game audio on it. That would help too.
It does. By the way, today in 1827, slavery was abolished in New York.
Up the game. Both would be preferable.
Can you place an order? Yes, you can. Okay,
oh god.
am I doing... Oh, right, we're doing private, because that one you can join, right? Because invite only is... That was the one we had trouble with, right?
I think you invited me the Steam play or stream play. Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened when I did invite. Yeah. Did taverns in medieval time... Wait. What's medieval times? But taverns did have windows. Not in the traditional sense of glass, but they they had just open, like, shutter doors. All right.
Also, narco and medicine for the people. Also good.
Ooh. Advanced. Not live split. No, I want the Twitch integration. So I have to open Chef.
Chef.
Yeah.
Chef.
Yeah, go ahead, Windows Defender. Allow it to happen. Okay, so Chef's
just
open.
let it happen.
So Chef's open. Now I invite you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Better.
I can do this.
We're all right.
Shut up, Boar. Shut up. I can do this.
I'll make it awful. I'll
Not
make
back to the game. There we go.
PlateUp experience awful. By being
let's see.
Me.
Not remote play together. Why can't we do this? Why is it being like this, Boar?
I don't know.
Was remote play together a thing or no?
No, we don't want to do that.
No, we didn't want to do that.
Otherwise, then I'm playing off your computer.
Ugh, fuck that.
Yeah, that's why I was super wonk.
Okay, maybe. Okay, it's got to be the invite only then. Ah, damn it. Okay. Go back to multiplayer. Wait, no. Invite friends. Ha 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 ha. Boop. All right. It should have just invited you.
Don't worry. Panic.
You want a combo Happy Meal with a side salad? Listen here.
You're not allowed to. We don't serve food here, all right?
I did invite you.
I know. I'm just haven't hit the
steak,
profile.
pizza, dumplings. We're doing pizza.
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 Pizza. Pizza. I already forgot how to do things.
That's okay. Yeah, you pick which one. Where do you want to go? We're gonna start.
Hi.
Yeah, we're gonna go in the city. Okay, I said that I was gonna let you.
The pizza.
Yeah, we're doing the pizza. And I'm pretty sure on Saturday, Stitchy and Tita are gonna play with us.
Oh, what? Sorry, I couldn't.
It's
okay.
okay.
For the raw, it's fucking raw.
All right.
Just stare.
Yo, what the fuck are you doing?
We gonna make pizza.
Oh,
we need the flour to make the dough. We make the dough to make the pizza, and we make the dough to make the dough.
Yeah.
This is a tiny baby one. Oh god. It's been like 2 days.
The book and desk.
Oh yeah, my book and guest. My book and guest desk.
Desk. It's a word, Boar.
No.
Okay. God, we need another counter. This is gonna be rough, but it's fine. I'll get over it.
You got the oil. Oh, that's a counter. That's the counter oil.
That's the counter oil. Wait.
Taking the garbage.
Can we move the sink over here? And then move the oil over here.
Yeah, we can do.
That's not what I want. Are we gonna end up doing New York accents and offended an entire part of a country?
Probably. probably do that.
What are you getting my attention for? What's up, Bambi?
I put people there. Also, I had to scream at them.
Yeah. What's up,
They can all
Bambi?
sit over there awkwardly. Next to each other and go.
Why are y'all throwing my attentions? What do you want? What do you want? Hi. I put my fucking dishes back. Oh, right. Right. Yeah. Do you want the dishwasher out there?
Yeah.
Okay. You take that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, when you do that, then I can move this here. Move the tomatoes.
Increase mess. Ah, fuck them.
It's yeah. Happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, Bambi. Yeah, move the sink closer towards. Yeah, that'll work. All right, we good?
It looks nicer.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, I'm good.
How I
all
thought
right,
I
welcome
disabled
to Pizza
Bark.
My Mind.
Pizza My Mind. Are you gonna rename it?
No.
All right, that's fair.
I don't think. We can rename it. Okay.
We can.
Oh. What do you want? You want pizza? We only have one type of pizza. It's called cheese with barely any cheese.
Don't you fucking insult my shit. God damn it. Fucking
insult the shit out of your shit. Look, I'm taking away your need. I'm taking away your dough. Yeah, you want to see here? We put our dough right here, you assholes. If you know it come fresh when it's floury.
Al is in the shop. Yeah. Get the fuck out of my place.
Pizza.
Will you stop? Get the fuck out of my place.
Oh, you want to order stuff? Do you want to order something? Let me guess, you want pizza? You want pizza? Yeah, we got the pizza for you right here. Pants grab.
God damn it.
Yeah, we got your pizza right here.
Could you pick up the pizza? Okay, well, yeah, when you're done, pick up the pizza for like a second, because I gotta get the tomato. I love you too.
Don't worry, I gotta get these pizza there, people.
Then you gotta get them dishes.
And then I gotta get those people out of here.
Just kicking my little feet.
God will fucking piss on us. You know, pizza on us, you know.
We gotta get some counter space, because, you know, yeah, really tough here.
Damn, we need more counter space.
Damn, we do.
Yeah, I know what you want to order. You want to order yourself
Don't worry, I'll go
pizza.
get the dishes. I'll get the dishes. Boy, get the dishes. You gotta get that dirty one out of the way, but I'll get the dishes. Don't worry, boy.
Thank you for the do. Oh yeah, I forgot we need to feed
Get the hell
people.
out.
What do you want? You want pizza?
What do you think they want? What do you think? They want a fucking salad? What's up with you, boy?
Get out of here. Remember when we got tangerines? We fucking...
I do remember when we got tangerines. It was sure fucky.
Yeah, I'm already bringing them the pizza and going, hey, what do you want to order for pizza? You want dumplings? We don't have dumplings.
We don't got no dumplings. We've never owned dumplings.
Never in our life we've ever thought about dumplings.
I want dumplings. Well, then you should have came over here when we had dumplings. We don't got no dumplings.
I did like actually making dumplings.
Dumplings were great. They were great.
It was pretty cute.
I know, but if we fail at pizza, we'll probably do dumplings.
Yeah, or dining table.
Get another fucking dining table.
Another cheese.
We don't need no fucking cheese. We need another dining table. I don't need another
cheese.
sink. Got another counter? It's a fucking
my
hob.
God.
What the fuck am I gonna do a hob?
What
the fuck am I gonna do with a hob?
This shit?
This ain't shit. You can get the research. You can't even get the research table.
Can't even research.
Can't even
I don't even
research.
want to put it on the table. I don't
Listen.
This is to get you to 350.
Oh, thank you, Bambi. I looked over just in time to see that. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the donation.
Maybe we need another sink.
What the fuck
Or
am I gonna do with
upgraded
another
sink.
sink? What the fuck am I gonna do with it? Yeah, get the soak
put
sink.
it- put-
Yeah. Put it in there to like hot. Yeah. Why is this in my kitchen? What the fuck am I doing with this, huh? Get the fuck out of my kitchen. Fine.
I'm just moving them. Oh god, I hate this.
Yeah,
Why can't you move them both?
Because it's a thing. We don't got the arm.
it's a-
What's with the shitty voices?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna get worse.
Listen, it's gonna get worse, okay? Are we good?
Don't you worry, Joey. We gotta get your sister's eyes fixed, Joey.
We are terrible people.
Oh look, it's Wolfman. He's coming in here.
Hey, Wolfie! Wolfie's so supportive.
Don't you do you?
Would you get the fuck out of my
yeah.
kitchen?
No, maybe I want to get in your kitchen, huh? Huh? You want a pizza? Good for you. We have pizza on the way. I
Boom.
don't have the visit thing.
Boom,
You have to do it
pizza.
to this. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Here your pizza. Get the fuck out and eat fast. It's only a pizza. Come on, you gotta.
Can someone burn my ears? Never.
No. You can't burn your ears. We only make pizza here. Never burning ears. All right.
Yeah, but maybe we
Completely
can
different veg
cook you something else.
Look, we even pre-plate your pizza over here.
Pushes up glasses, clicks pen, writes on note. Listen, we would never hurt you, Wolfie. You gotta get the food in there. Hey, I can wash some dishes while you go serve the pizzas. Don't worry about that. I'll clear this
Oh
up.
yeah, you already made. Okay, thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
made a
You're so
bunch of
kind.
pizza.
Thank you
By
for
the
putting
way, I
pizza as
chose
far away as
costume
possible.
change. Wait, you want me to choose my favorite costume? Wait, like the costume of the things? Like the costume choices I already have? Or like of overall? No, you can't just say
pizza.
yay. You can't just say
Get your
yes.
pizza.
No.
Don't be upset if somebody gets a pizza before y'all push you out of your goddamn chairs, you sons of bitches. Alright, you want a pizza? Congratulations, that's what we have. We've got pizza.
Bam. No.
the
You
pizza.
gotta.
We ain't got no other pizza. You touch the
Don't
pizza.
throw stuff. Don't throwing things at me.
Well, that was it. That was all.
That was it. What do you want my
I love how it's
attention
like-
for?
You can
Oh my
only
God.
order pizza and nothing. Oh no. Fucking booth, I swear to God.
Okay, hold on. I gotta change clothes. Let me see.
Change.
Okay, yeah, please don't spam the get my attention thing because that's legit like something for me, okay? That's because I have no sounds right now.
Oh yeah.
So please don't spam that. That's not a...
Oh my fucking God, there's no counter. What is this cursed run?
Okay. Okay, well, Bam, I've got like all of my... You know what? This is what you get. You get a costume change. Let me see. You can have one of my sunbird costumes, huh? How does that sound? Oh, I am...
Research table.
Yeah, that'll work. Wait, no. No. Better. There's a better one for this. No. I can find it. I'm smart. I'm not smart, Boar.
Oh, no.
Boar, why am I not smart?
I don't know.
This'll work. There we go. I'll be sunburned for you. Alright. A boop?
I want to fucking cry.
Because I don't have it fixed, okay? I'm gonna try and fix it again today, but off of me, okay? Let us spend money to bully you. Listen! But here you go, Bam Bam. Thank you so much for this. My little sunburnt costume. I hope it pleases you.
I just realized that quote, and I'm like,
Which quote?
Oh, I forgot yesterday, getting decked out with my dick.
What?
I think I was supposed to have dick out, but you know, this is fine too.
Did you...
What are we gonna do with the hob?
I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do with the hob.
We have no counter space, no bitches.
Okay, you got something in there to...
Yeah, it's a sink.
Okay, alright. Alright. We got nothing else to do. And now you just need 150 more to reach your goal. That is so true.
We're gonna die out here.
Buff
Right, let
Roland's
me
not
go
happy with your
research.
lack of blurb. I'm not happy with my lack of blurb. I miss my blurbs. I miss them so much. Even Listen!
Oh,
Boar is
why
better
this
than
like
me.
a
You should know
side-
that.
Why is that like a side insult? It's just...
I don't know. It is
Look,
kind
even
of...
Boar has it.
Oh, because you're a baby streamer. That's why.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
That is fair.
Track. I'm getting the pizza. I'm putting this over here because
Why,
I know
why
what the
would you
other person
fucking do
wants.
that? I need a space.
Don't worry. It's gonna be
I
solved
know,
real
I'm a
soon.
bad streamer. I'm sorry.
Go over here and giving them the pizza. See? Damn, we need a fucking counter space.
I know, I'm chopping here.
Chopping over here. I love how they'll sit down when you place like a dirty plate away from them.
There, got another
I was gonna
pizza.
say, yeah. So I can, you know,
Ooh, let me
you
get
should
this.
hit that booking.
I want to get this. Alright. I don't know how to book, but I'll do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah, we get money. We need that extra.
You gonna go play some Mortal Kombat 11? Good luck. I'm terrible at fighting games. I got it.
All right.
What do you want? Do you not know what you want? It's a fucking pizza place. We only have cheese pizza.
Here's your cheese pizza.
What's wrong with you?
We want.
Oh, no. You're good at
Looks at
kicking
menu,
ass?
Takes 20 minutes.
Sorry, Apples. It looks like the tits didn't disconnect. What the hell?
Everything's going.
I know.
Crazy.
I
Why? Why?
don't know. Probably something in my past life. We got a star.
Dang. Now we can get the onion.
Dang bootleg Pink Panther. I know. Get me.
Ba-dum.
Ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-ba.
A mushroom.
Mushroom. Who would want to earn less money? What the fuck?
We already make no money.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, please let there
We
be.
need to. Please counter, Chan. Please. Please.
Excuse me.
You don't need to die. Kitchen floor protector. That means nothing.
Yeah, there's no
My
oil.
fucking God. A counter.
Yes, give me
Counter!
fucking counter. Yes.
Wow. After all these years, counter.
I can have another counter.
Bros counter.
Yes.
Ooh. Wash basin. Hold on.
Wash basin. Washes
Wash
up to
up to four
4
plates?
plates?
Sink Chan, you're out of here. You out of here. We don't need you anymore. We
Upgrade another
upgraded the
sink.
Pizza man. Oh wait,
I don't want
guess I
to.
could probably. What are you doing?
Oh, right.
doing?
I'm
haven't
dumb.
purchased it
I'm
yet.
dumb. A Kirby wannabe.
we-
Damn, Apples is sassy.
Just fucking.
Yeah, I'll have that here for water. It's fine.
Yeah.
Can we also? Okay, we can only
Like
afford
so.
that. That's fine. That's fine. That's
But
good.
What do you put in here?
But
Oh, another sink. What were you gonna put in?
no. Well, I put it
Oh.
in the learn thing so we could have another wash 4 dishes sink. That's what.
Oh, or it could be a soak sink.
Yeah, something like that.
I keep going.
You gotta press Y.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Yeah.
I'm distracted. You have to understand.
I don't need to understand nothing.
You have to understand me.
You gotta understand nothing.
I can't read that. 'cause
Hey,
it's so
Wolfie!
fucking- my eyes. So we can put like fucking 4 in here? That's all I keep
I'm pretty sure they're 4 dirty dishes, Boar.
True. Look me in my bunny hat eyes and tell me you want nothing but pizza. It better be goddamn actual pizza. I forgot we have mushrooms as an option.
Yeah, I'm cutting that up too.
What do you want? You want the mushrooms.
Well, the mushrooms will be over soon.
There better be. Wolfman looks like he's about to like tear down the stove.
Yeah, Wolfie be fine. Boom!
Oh yeah, you got the pizza. Yeah. You want pizza? Oh, congratulations. We got a fresh slice of that and the other one not so fresh. Not as fresh. Not as fresh.
Ah, shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
Look, I'll even clean up the floor.
Boar, pick up a pizza! Pick up a pizza!
We just put the plates away.
I know. Thank you.
Washing.
Are you washing
I'm washing
4?
over here. Oh, you want the mushroom? Good. Oh, there. Well, congratulations. All the mushroom gum.
Excellent.
Not
We're
mushroom
doing
now.
so good. Why do we look like? I don't know. I don't know why apples. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Well, that was it. Yeah, I was gonna say do the booking. We need people here. We need customers, or else people are gonna judge us. They're gonna be going, "Wow, I can't."
Hey, what you want? What you want?
Yeah, what do you want? Come on! It's closing time. We got families to visit and harass.
And take all this.
Use your pizza.
We gotta take this pizza home with us.
Yeah, we gotta. Otherwise, they'll fucking kill us.
Will.
They being us.
Who doesn't
Look how
love a
clean
little
this
bunny
kitchen's
pizza?
Bunny pizza. Bunny.
Bunny. Bunny
Are you saying
chan.
I'm a tubby custard? I'm the bunny.
No, I'm the tubby custard, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Work boots. Yeah, that's fine. Dining table.
Counter! Boss counter.
Get me another counter.
But what is this? A power
Power
sink.
sink. Oh.
Double speed, but cannot provide.
Are you seeing if it upgrades again?
Nah, actually, can it? Yeah, I can. Huh.
Okay.
Why not?
Well, because
So
I
then
needed
can hold
this.
Yeah, we definitely need that.
Counter. I already know her.
We might need another table soon.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need another table soon.
Alright, I'm gonna start cutting the mushrooms.
Yeah, good point.
You gotta cut them up again? No, that's just it?
No,
Alright.
just one. Just one.
Oh, it's alliums. Alliums.
Aluminium.
Alumini. Oh, God.
Apples, go to your corner. Apples, why aren't you in our restaurant?
Why aren't you in a restaurant? We're booking here. Oh, I made a mistake.
What have
they
you
just
done?
want regular cheese pizza.
Well, it'll be done in a second. You gotta chop that twice. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that the person outside's gonna freeze to death.
Oh, God.
And it will be our fault. It's our liability if people are outside.
Boom, pizza. I'll start making another cheese.
Come on, get out of here. Get out of here. No, we love your business, but you gotta get the fuck out of here. We're gonna die. Oh, it's stacks. Okay, that's fucking unfair. All right.
Because I don't
Oh
feel
my
like
God,
eating in a
can't you
place
guys
where the
all sit
employees is a
together?
birdo.
I fucked up.
I'm not a birdo!
I fucked up. I fucked up.
What did you do? No, Boar!
Don't worry.
No!
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Oh,
My
God.
God. That's what I was saying. I fucked up. I had people come in, but there was people coming in.
What you want? What
my
you?
fucking God.
Yeah. Get the. I'll get him.
I'm trying to get the pizza.
Don't worry. I'll get the pizza. Get him. Boom. Take it. Get the fuck out. All right. Oh wait. I'll get the dishes. Oh, you got it. You got it. I'm gonna clean up this mess
Get the clean
then.
dish out of here. Get the
Oh
clean
shit.
dish
Get
out.
the shit. Get the shit. Go.
No. Wait. That's weird.
It is. Just go with it.
We need more mushroom pizza. No, we
No, we don't. It's all good. It's fine.
Fuck out of here. You smell like pizza.
Not
Greasy.
Birdo from our... I'm not
Pizza
Birdo! I have a little witch's hat. That's it. Excellent.
The money saved us.
Charming or exclusive?
I've never heard of a pizza.
That's exclusive pizza, yeah. I guess we're technically charming because it's a pizza place.
Yeah. Yeah. It tracks. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Alright, here we go. No,
Bookcase. Okay. Fireplace. That's fancy.
Oh, that's charming. Excuse me?
The dartboard. That's not charming.
That's threatening.
Barrel. We got a barrel over here. We're gonna push you over it.
Yeah, the dark red color is good for hiding pizza stains.
Yeah. That's our back room.
No, you put that back.
Oh yeah, what did I upgrade into? Oh, wash basin. You know what? I think we're good on sink. Get out of here. Exclusively get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck? No.
Oh,
That's
just
what I
gonna
want.
say one.
There we go.
Ugh. Oh no, that's the old one.
Oh, is it? Boo.
This is our new one.
Okay.
Look how charming it is. It looks so beautiful.
Yeah, go put some of the stuff together on it.
Yeah.
Like bookcases, fireplace. Well, yep, it was nice to have this. A barrel?
It's nice for a barrel. Yeah.
Why the fuck?
I'll put this in here because I just...
Wall light. Oh, okay.
Ooh, I kind of like don't put in the other one.
Wait,
well.
what? What do you mean?
Oh, the
The
whatever the light over here.
Okay.
Oh, the wall color. Wait, what did we put in here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a fireplace.
I
Yeah,
didn't put it
keep
in
the
there.
fireplace. Well, I thought you did.
I didn't.
I didn't.
'Twas not I.
Well, considering...
Can the barrel be upgraded to something better? Nah. Okay.
No, nothing can be better. Nothing. Well, I guess we can keep something. I guess I'll
Yeah.
keep the fireplace. There's the wash basin's out there where it belongs. Because we already got one. We don't need more.
Which we're at $350 for our donation goal. Oh, Wolfie and Elle together.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la, indeed. Oops, shit. I'm fine.
Okay.
Do they want mushrooms or do they want just regular cheese?
We'll assume it's
We'll wait.
cheese. You can make both.
They want the
Mushrooms,
mushroom.
alright. Okay.
Okay, you got it. And I'll make some cheese.
We gotta get out of here because the pizza mind is about to go pizza out of business.
I don't think I contribute anymore. Don't worry, Bam Bam. You've contributed a load. Thank you, though.
Oh, good. You also want mushroom. Good. Oh my god, people. Why are we having people show up? What the hell? Successful business? Get the fuck out of here. Better not want mushroom, I swear to god. Oh, I was about to say, you son of a bitch. You're ruining us.
Oh,
You're
God,
ruining
no.
us. Oh,
Help,
yes,
I'm
this one
miserable
pays
from
okay.
mystery bug bites. Oh, no.
No. Like, imagine, like, you're just eating here, and all of a sudden someone's, like, running off the plates immediately into your area. Ah, fuck. Fuck. I need help.
What the fuck, Boar? Get the fuck out.
I had the clean plate in there.
Why do you only have one clean plate in there?
Because I washed one clean plate.
Get him his mushrooms.
Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. We're all fine here. And the pizza mind.
Get the fuck out. Get him his pizza. Get him his pizza. Get him his pizza.
Okay, what do you want? You want a mushroom pizza? Yeah, then let's go get our pizza. Where's the pizza?
It was there. Oh, no!
Oh, did you not take it out of the oven, Mrs. I've gotta do get him the pizza. You're supposed to be cooking. What are you doing?
Oh no!
Let's
You
pray
want
to
the
God.
mushroom? Listen, we're just happy I didn't burn this down.
Oh, okay, we need more cheese.
Okay,
To,
let me
what's
get
that
it.
grate?
Nope. Boom. Mushroom.
Oh, I forgot we have a door literally here. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Cheese. Okay.
Cheers.
Cheese. Can you talk
Need
him
more
into a
cheese.
mushroom?
Hey, you guys wanna up your price? Come on. You look like you appreciate a fresh cut and baked mushroom pizza.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. We got this. We got this. Bad revision now, JK. Nobody got served fucking burnty pizza.
No one got served it. It just belonged in the trash.
It's in the trash, which I am now gonna go take out, because fuck that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna. It's so slippery out here. It's okay. We can't wash away our shame, though.
2 stars. 2 stars. 2-star pizza. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Add
Pumpkin
pumpkin
soup.
soup.
Oh no.
Victorian standards.
Oh god, why'd that hurt my chest?
Because he got consumption. Okay, okay, okay. Oh god. Okay, okay. Okay, so we either have to keep Boar out of the fucking area, or it's pumpkin soup.
Just the.
Oh,
I
don't-
shouldn't see the help.
I don't know. I don't know. What's better, Boar? What do you think? Do you think? What do we do, Boar?
But each batch will serve, so we just need.
Okay, so we just need
one
to do it.
soup.
Okay, so all right. Onions, water, boil. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. We got that. Okay. Boar, you gotta press OK.
Sorry, I'm just more disturbed by the. All right.
I like that it's like, oh, we're a cozy place, but oh, it's a comfy table. Oh
Here's
god,
a
yeah, the
pumpkin.
onions.
Onion.
Onions.
Onion.
Onion, mignon.
Filet mignon.
Go ahead.
Coming through. Just.
Flower pot.
I think we need a
Oh yeah.
coffee table. We need a coffee table.
Oh yeah,
or
yeah,
a
yeah.
dining table.
We do have another dining table.
Oh, we can get both.
Okay,
They have a
good.
way here, so they don't sit outside and die.
All right, boom. I placed one of those down for you. Boom. All right, good, good. F for
They
the
can sit in the
standards.
corner where they
Fuck off, Bam Bam. What do you
We
want? A
have the best
flower
standards.
pot?
You know what? We should do. We should get the better plates.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Get eight plates.
Prevent you from something on your menu. What the shit? Oh, because the dishes. Okay, that's why. All right, all right, all right. I was
It
like,
track.
it tracks.
So we're gonna get 5 groups. Okay, that I feel
Ow,
different for now.
ooh,
Like,
you pinched me. Anything else?
no, fireplace is nice, but let's get a fucking flower pot.
Excellent choice. And then I will immediately begin cooking the pumpkin. Once you
Okay.
A-OK us starting.
No, I'm just. Alright.
Oh no! I don't have a hob!
Why are you cooking?
Because it's the only way
you
we
make
don't
it-
have a hob.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah. Oh my god.
the one time we don't have a hob.
I know. Oh, shit. What do I do with these?
Dump
Oh,
them.
put them in the sink. That's what I'm gonna do
Yeah.
with them.
Hey, what do you want? It's like awkwardly like look at the kitchen. Better not want. Oh, they want to fucking. They want it. They want. They yearn for it.
Well, it's in there.
Soup. Here's some good soup. Only $2 for that starter. Oh, you fucking dead to me. Just.
Why are you only charging $2 for that starter? That starter is so much.
Don't worry, I'll put your food in the sink. Just. Oh yeah, one wants a mushroom.
I'm working on it.
You better be working harder.
Your
Thank goodness we
mama
have a
better be
goddamn
working
coffee
harder.
table. She should.
There you go. I guess I'm gonna throw away these because we're
God
not
we
we're
got
not
a
making
coffee
we're not
table, I
making
say,
anything
'cause
with pumpkin seeds, so.
Yeah. It'd be really nice to make toasted pumpkin seeds.
I know it would be, but yeah. I guess I'll
What do you want?
I'll clean
Alright.
some stuff. I guess.
Just as long as you don't clean the plates.
Don't clean the plates.
Because we got so many plates, we can... Until we get 4, then maybe. Hey, don't mind us, we're putting these pizzas in front of you as a taunt. So I don't have to walk that far.
You think you need a bigger kitchen?
We do.
We do.
Oh, I thought they would...
And then I will go make some cheese pizza. Wait, is that pumpkin soup no good anymore, or
I don't know if it is.
should I make another one just in case?
Yep, it's done. Fill it
Okay.
up with water.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, what I even offer.
Yeah, why did you offer?
Yeah, don't worry, it'll be fresh. I don't think you have to refill it all the way. Don't you just have to, like...
I don't
fill
fucking
it up
know!
with- Well, you should have read it.
Throw it out in the trash! Oh, I guess you can. Take it out! I got a pizza! You gotta cut the pumpkin! You gotta cut the pumpkin!
It's almost like I don't know what the thing is. Thank goodness we don't have Victorian standards.
I know, they'd be like so pissed at you right now.
They're like, I'll fucking cut them.
Boom.
Oh, okay.
And there, got another pizza. I'm gonna go take out the trash because that is definitely full.
Oh, they want more pumpkins. Those bastards.
Those pumpkin-eating bastards.
You're starting to wear on my patience. But here, have a good day.
You about to get a pizza on mine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why people come here for the pizza puns.
Pizza
No
puns.
other reason. They're about to get a pizza fists.
Yeah.
I'm really glad we don't get paid extra for actually serving them, you know, in a frequent manner. Man, I miss the tray every day.
I know.
Every day.
But we're close to getting our 3rd star. Woo! The pumpkin soup is a hell. How long do you keep looking at that, Boar? Cheese.
As long as it's quiet.
You didn't upgrade the
another
flower
kind
pot.
wouldn't be bad.
Breadsticks! Get the fucking breadsticks,
Breadsticks.
Boar.
Breadsticks.
Put them near the coffee place.
What happened to the... Never mind.
Oh no, Squid's punning. Am I? Have I been? Alright, I guess that's it.
Yo. Alright. Do you want another counter?
I don't think I have space. I think this is where I'm at.
Magic flowers. Ooh.
Ooh.
I didn't
Okay,
know.
yeah, you gotta put that in there for holding now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking...
No, it's fine.
Do I want another?
Where are you
They
putting
only have a group size of 1 and 2. So I was thinking...
Okay.
It's not like they get increased patience anyway.
That's true.
But we got breadsticks.
Or trying to, at least. I try so hard. Like, I don't have a hob, I'm just oven cooking everything.
The only time. I forgot you can do stuff while holding things. Hey, how you doing there? Don't mind us, we've got some breadsticks for you. It's pretty nice breadsticks, you might like it. It comes complimentary if you don't fucking complain about it and shut us down immediately. Oh, you want the soup? You don't worry, we got the soup for you. Right here, pants grab. Pants grab. You better not be eating a breadstick if you're eating so quick, okay? By law, you have to eat slower. Man, they really think a long time with breadsticks, huh?
They do.
I like that.
Yeah. This is not mushroom in this is not mushroom in this place. It's mushroom, okay?
Better want regular pizza, I swear to God. Yo, I was about to fucking be angry. I was gonna be the angriest person.
Who's gonna be the most angry?
I was about to commit a health code violation by throwing your body outside.
Nah, it's Wolfie. Wolfie would never be a problem.
Oh yeah, you get one mushroom.
Boom! There you go, Wolfie. You Wolfie. You. When you hear you family, it better be the good mushrooms. You know it's the good mushrooms.
Refill it.
Fuck you. I'll refill what I fucking want.
Good.
I love that we can use one onion continuously.
Yeah, the onion lasts forever. Just, man, God, they really think for a long time, huh? I like that. Breadsticks. I like that. Well, when you hear, I don't. I'll hold on to this.
I'll wash the dishes
okay.
for you. I'll wash them for you.
Damn
Get
it,
the
no,
fuck out of
don't
my
do
way,
that
boy!
again. Last time you did that, you burned a pizza. Speaking of which, looks over at pizza oven.
Nothing in the pizza oven.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was more
I just had the
concerned
door
with-
closed. I just had the door closed. That's all.
It was scary. That's a fire hazard.
Your mother's a fire hazard.
You're right. You're right.
Please let. Oh.
Here you go. Here's some breadsticks. Oh, you want some soup?
Okay.
Good soup.
Do I gotta make more soup?
Nah, we're probably good on soup.
If you'd like to come and visit, you just gotta do ! Visit.
Yeah. Not hers because I didn't actually download the. Oh yeah, you think for a long time with breadsticks in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I don't think we need more pizza.
Well, just in case.
Potentially.
Ah, no,
Yeah,
we
okay,
didn't.
thank God.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna burn
God,
the
there's
shit
so
out
much
of this.
grease. There's so much grease right there.
We're getting you the shoes. No, I didn't want pizza. I didn't want a whole pizza.
A whole pizza.
Well, it looks like look. It looks like I'm trying to bless it.
Bless the pizza. We are truly blessed on this pizza fine day. On Pizza My Mind.
Pizza. Excellent. It's a star day. Counter. Dining table. Blueprint cabinet. Clipboard stand if you're bored of researching. I'm bored of so much. Alright, Boar. Do what you want to do. Got a fucking flower pot.
Oh yeah, we can
Make them fucking happy.
a little bit.
Fucking love it. You know what? I don't need to go outside. we never need me to go outside. Right, Boar?
True.
Wait. Oh shit! No, I still. Oh! I can just move that.
Yeah,
No, I didn't either.
What is this?
I think it was a cabinet.
What is this thing?
Oh, that's a plant.
What's this in here? I believe that will actually count. It does count.
Oh, okay.
No, but that's weird, but okay. I have no idea what that means. Oh, if you're bored of research, okay. What's in here? The first time I ever picked up
Counter.
the whole thing.
I want a fancy counter.
All right.
That's an
Pray to
old-fashioned
God.
friend of majigger. That is true.
I'm researching.
Are you?
I have no idea what that means. Probably
Oh,
cutting
Bam Bam and
counter.
Wolfie.
All right, what do they want? Soup. Good soup.
Good soup. I'll be judge of the pizza joint.
Good. The better. No, just regular pizza. Okay.
The fuck out of my ovens.
Because I was worried. Okay.
I
was worried.
It's a fair assumption on
happening.
why you should be worried, but still. I'm gonna get a mushroom one started, because...
I should. I didn't pay attention to them because they're not in a convenient area for my brain. Easy soup. Only one person gets soup. We're gonna need more soup though.
Yeah, I'll work on the soup.
I work on the soupy.
Okay.
Burden.
Good. I'll make some more cheese pizza.
Oh God, no! Put it away. Put that away. Oh, so help me.
Stop praising the pizza. Go, get out of here! Get out of here!
Okay, then. Okay. You. Fuck.
It's cooking.
Why would I
It's
assume-
cooking. It is cooked.
Good. Like we got that coffee table. It's saving our ass.
It is very much saving our ass.
What you want? They actually want pizza. Okay, they're fucking weirdos.
Come to a pizza place. I want pizza. Weirdos.
They're weirdos. Why did you want pumpkin soup?
I want
doesn't go
pumpkin
here?
pizza.
Oh no. Gotta get those people out
Don't
of
worry.
here.
I'll wash. Hi. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Okay. Good mushroom. Yeah.
They got mushroom
There's
now.
so much oil.
Oh yeah, it's fucking oily. Oh yeah, it's fucking oily.
Okay, you got it. I'll clean up.
Oh,
I'll
God,
clean up.
it is
I'll clean up the oil. I didn't mean
You
to.
weren't kidding.
All right, it's clean. It's clean.
Thank God they have so much patience.
I know. It's the breadsticks here.
Yeah, the fucking breadsticks is what keeps them stayed. Like, I was thinking about leaving in a huff, but you know they got the really good breadsticks.
They got them breadsticks. I feel like the pumpkin
Want soup?
pizza is illegal in Italy for some reason. It should
fuck.
be.
Hey, you know what you want? Breadsticks.
Shit, they want pumpkin? Why?
I don't know who comes here wanting pumpkin.
Sickos, that's who. It was either that or the Victorian standards. We didn't have a win
Yeah,
there.
true, big true.
Pizza, we got pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Do we need
Thank
mushroom?
God.
Do we need mushroom? I'm gonna get a mushroom.
Yeah, just
I'm gonna make a mushroom.
you know what? They're being that sort of customer. You know, the one you want to push out the door, but you can't.
Can't
you
put
know,
no nothing
as
in
soon as
there.
As soon as the customer gets denied, we get put in prison. They keep
Boom.
putting us back in the prison. Right, you want... No, of course they wanted the mushroom, those sons of bitches.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna go take out the trash.
It's the worst pizza bar ever. They're good. You shouldn't show the customers that we have any garbage.
Well, I don't got a door!
Yeah.
3 stars. Look at this. We're kicking ass.
Surprisingly.
Surprisingly. Ads. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, we gotta do the black.
can't do
We can't do Victorian
Yeah.
standard. Take a cup from the machine and place it to. It's okay. I think Boar can
Okay,
handle
that's
that.
pretty easy. Yeah.
What is this?
Booking
No,
station,
no.
go over here. This is gonna be the coffee.
Oh
my
another
goodness.
counter. Yes, I need this.
Oh god, hob. Although we need
Do
a
we need-
hob, don't we?
Do we want a hop or do we want another counter?
Well, I mean, it depends on
No,
what you need.
we need the hop.
Oh yeah, wait.
We need
We
the hop.
have the
Get the fuck
upgraded.
away. Get the fuck out of the way.
We got the workstation,
Oh.
which is the counter,
Oof.
the better counter.
Okay, remove one of my counters and I get this hob.
No, we could put this right here.
Oh, well, okay. Can we afford both? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Hob.
But now you can chop things faster.
Excellent.
Double speed.
Excellent. I'm good. Oh, wait, we gotta check out what those other things are.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess.
All right, this is
Supply.
supplies.
Could be full of anything until you... What?
Whoa!
Oh, it's to fill up, like, your breadsticks.
Oh, that's nice. Fire
Maybe
extinguisher.
you
We've
need
never
less
had fire in
fire.
our lives. We've never had anything
Yeah,
burned
we've
down
never-
so far.
Yeah, so far.
I'm gonna put this in the...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go when you are.
My brain's just like...
Okay. I gotta be ready for my onion. Gotta make some pumpkin soup. But now Boar can make some dessert.
Oh, yeah.
I actually don't know if... Wait, no.
Although it is quicker in the other way.
Yeah.
But, you know, it does get in the way of the...
The pizza.
Yeah. It's not a pizza of our ass.
Fuck out of my way. Who the fuck do you think you are?
I'm just a man who just really appreciates watching you cook, alright?
You watch it over there. Get me all
We busted over here. We busted.
No,
for real.
never
For
say
real.
that. Badger,
We
badger,
busted.
badger, mushroom, mushroom. Exactly.
Well, we don't have any more breadsticks. We're doomed. Oh, Bam Bam's here. Thank you. Mwah.
Did you give Bam Bam a kiss?
Yeah. Oh, it was finished. I was about to make the joke. I sure hope that's finished pizza, or else they're about to get a doughy surprise. And ain't talking about my ass. Oh. Oh, we were gonna have to need more soup soon.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna put this in the oven and then I'll make some more soup. This is a really reused...
God, they track shit everywhere. Just splish
Mushroom!
splash. Oh, yeah. Man, they're really patient with us. It's really nice.
Oh, cool, I did the pumpkins. Ba-boom.
Sorry, the music just banging.
Oh god, I can do that! Oh!
What?
I can put the pumpkin in the soup.
You can just put the whole pumpkin?
In the soup.
Just the whole pumpkin?
Whole
You
pumpkin.
don't even need to cut it?
No.
The whole pumpkin?
Well, no,
Wow.
shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck. Why is it so slippery over here? I do like how my dish is being cleaned. You know,
Boom.
oh, we thank goodness.
Yeah, we got this.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Did I just get a kiss from the boar? Yes, you did.
Man.
Badger, badger,
I
badger,
appreciate
badger,
you.
mushroom, mushroom.
Nobody wants some fucking coffee in our great establishment. It's fucking ruining my
Get the fuck out of my way.
self-esteem.
I'm cleaning up this oil for
Thank
you.
Thank you, because it's fucking greasy as hell.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go make some phone calls.
Okay.
Hey, bitch, you want some pizza? I can't make the phone call, boar. The coffee is too over.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You're just too bad.
Oh, well, fuck you too.
You don't know how to just reach over a phone line, alright?
I don't know how to do a reach over. I'm sorry.
Got a basic pizza.
Not anymore.
Oh, they want the coffee. Oh yeah, you want the coffee? You gotta get you
Shit,
the
just
coffee.
shit. Put that there. A boom.
That sure is fucking easy. Here's your coffee. Mwah. I'd say it's chef kiss, but you know, when we give ourselves a good old high five to the back of your head. Oh, thank goodness, that's the last of our soup.
Good. Yeah, no more soup.
No more soup.
That done. Got regular
Alright,
cheese
let me
pizza.
clean up the mess you guys make with your mouths.
I'm gone.
What am I washing? What am I washing
I'll
over
fucking
here?
wash then. You see this? You
Here's
see
your
this?
Pizza. Here's your pizza.
Boar likes to give people smooches on the head. He's very.
Okay, we only had one person that wanted fucking coffee this whole
That's
time.
fucking.
Alright,
That was
well,
a
fuck
fucking
them.
lot of money. Look at all this mushroom pizza.
Mushroom pizza. That soup is actually really fucking, worthwhile for money.
I guess. More than the coffee. Maybe nobody knows that we have the coffee, and that's why.
Is it because it's jammed in the back?
It could be. Maybe that's why. We got another fireplace,
Wall light,
wall light, rug,
Wug.
wug, another fireplace.
Oh man, I wish we had just another money because I want
Ooh.
a fireplace in here.
No, stop. That's not what I want. I want this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. No.
It looks so much more different.
No.
What is this?
What's
Oh, is this
this?
something like? Wait.
Ooh, let's try this.
Oh, I like that.
Oh.
I like the flooring.
Do you like the quiche? Nah, we'll do the hearty.
Yeah, the hearts. Oh yeah, it's supplies.
Mhm.
That's a resupply.
You wanted supplies.
I'll keep it in here.
What the fuck? Why is there a sink in this way?
Because you moved the other sink.
Yeah, you move your mother's sink.
Good.
Highly flammable?
Well, that's if it burns.
I guess.
I may as well just buy the 2 decorations. Otherwise, we
Yeah, go ahead. Buy the
get a
decorations.
wall light. I'll buy a wall light. And though. Yeah,
Boom.
get the rug.
Put a rug.
Bada bing, bada boom.
When you're just
Put it
coming
right in
in,
the front.
boom. Yeah, wait. No, that's fine. That's good for the coffee people. They can
Why
wipe their
does this look
fucking
so
feet.
Oh, it's because of this.
Yeah, that's just the ugly green shit. Throw it outside.
Alright.
You ready to go? Oh, wait. I can't put the... Mother trucker, red helmet. Nah, I like my darkness.
Nah, yeah.
Alright. I can't stand there.
If anything, I kind of like this one more. And then maybe we can go for... Eh?
What?
For the outside.
Yeah, sure, let's give it a try. Raise their blood
It
pressure.
matches the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them. Mm-hmm. When you're here, you're fucking in hell.
But we got
Peace
the
of
increased
my mind.
patience.
Yay.
So you don't have to give as many
Patience
breadsticks away. You can just give them away when they're getting pissy. Shit.
You should be using that cutting board over there.
I should. That's why I was like, ah, shit. Oh, why aren't you putting that on the chopping board?
Just fuck you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Boar.
I'm the owner now.
Dual ownership, asshole.
Yeah, I am the owner now. Alright, what do you want? What you eating? What you buying? You want the pumpkin soup? Alright, man, I want pumpkin soup.
No, you don't.
I want the pumpkin soup.
Putting in
They
the
want the pumpkin
mushrooms.
soup. They get the pumpkin soup.
Do you want me to get another pumpkin soup started, or?
No, they want the mushroom pizza. Alright.
Okay, got that.
might need
One,
it.
I gotta
We might
clean.
need
I
it.
gotta clean this. Sorry, I gotta clean this. This is slick. I will chop up
That's
a
true.
pumpkin though.
Fair. Because I know our next customers are gonna need it. Oh, except for you guys. You can all
Yeah.
fucking sit on bricks. Oh god.
I.
They want coffee.
Oh shit! Let me go get him coffee. I'll get a coffee. I'll get a coffee.
Yeah, I think you can only do one at a time.
Oh shit! It works for both of them. All right. Oh, it
No,
didn't.
no.
Oh, get out of my way! I got
No,
the coffee.
it didn't.
I got it. Shut the fuck up!
Then
I
you
got
go
it.
to
I
one.
got it. Get the fucking coffee and get the fuck out. I'll clean this oil up. I'll clean this oil up. There's a lot of stuff already feedable.
We're gonna need that. We're gonna
Oh,
need
God.
that fucking pie. Actually, we're gonna need this right now. Wonder why? Because I believe in them.
Oh shit! Okay,
Yeah.
gotta get the pumpkin. Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. We're gonna be like that one lady in the bud thing.
The what?
I don't know. It just... They better be the most patient fuckers in the world.
You got
Alright, want
breadsticks.
some- Exactly. The most patient. Yeah, you better not want coffee, you sons of bitches. You're dead to me otherwise. You're dead to me.
You're dead to him.
Oh, well, pumpkin soup? Good. We just got fresh hot pumpkin soup instead of being made 20 minutes ago. Oh, you ever want more? Oh, my God, you fucking inconsiderate bastards. You come into my restaurant wanting food. We need more pumpkin soup.
I don't got room for pumpkin soup.
We always have room for
No,
pumpkin soup.
no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No,
Because we're gonna need
I
it.
need your trash unfilled.
Don't worry, this trash isn't what we put in your food. That's actually what you put in your mouths. So I already know what they want. Actually, I could just fucking pre-make some coffee.
Yeah, you can.
You want some pre-made coffee? It's only like 20 minutes old.
It's fine. It's no worse than when you get at the grocery store.
True. Oh shit, they didn't want it. Well, but.
Ah, shit! I made a fucking pie.
Damn it! We
I'm
don't need
so
pie.
sorry.
I'll take the trash out again.
Give them fucking breadsticks.
They have breadsticks, is why they haven't left.
Thank you, Boo Boo. There you go. There's a pumpkin.
The regular beats are good because that's all we got now.
Good. I will still try to make a mushroom though. I said try because I'm fucking incompetent.
Where they got time. They're gonna eat the pizza, pumpkin pizza, and they're gonna be like, why is this pumpkin pizza? I mean, a pie. Oh god, it's so slippery out here. Oh god. Man, imagine going to a restaurant and you see this and you're like, I don't know if I want to be here. But don't worry, when I wash the dishes, it cleans the floor. You know, sometimes. Oh, you want regular pizza? Okay, well, you inconsiderate bastards. Do you want some... I love how there's, like, fucking really terrible coffee.
I know.
Waiting for them.
Just tell them it's chilled. Just tell them it's chilled.
Yeah, it's some fresh, made yesterday. Fuck you, you fucking get out of here, you sons of bitches, and get some coffee, you sons of bitches. It's only $1.
No coffee.
Damn it. Man, I miss back when we had gelato.
I know. Fucking gelato.
A hob, it cooks things. A sink, it sinks things. Onion, we don't need more onion.
We don't need flour.
Dish rack.
Oh.
The dish rack is the sink.
Yeah. I mean, maybe try to upgrade the hob or something.
I mean, we do have the fireplace, but we're literally like, oh god.
I'm gonna go upgrade a hob.
Oh no, that's the supplies. I thought I had
Yeah.
fireplace.
No.
I don't know if I want the supplies though.
Well, then just drop them.
Yeah.
All right, you good?
That's a trick question. I'm just trying to. I'm mentally thinking. In a
That's
hurry.
fair. That's fair.
We do. Is there another counter? No, they didn't give us another counter.
No.
Damn. Alright. So I would love another counter.
Yeah, you know what I love?
Pumpkin seats.
That we haven't turned these pumpkin seeds into something.
Yeah, that would be really good. Yes. Why is there shit when I walk past here? Why is there already shit? Oh, because of the pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Fresh made pumpkin. I made it with my bare hands. Literally, these greasy hands, they touched it. They caressed it like a mother's love. Hey, bam, bam, bada bing, bada ba-boom. Here you go.
That's a fucking onion.
It's an onion.
I don't know why with all of our tasks that we don't already have like an onion pizza.
I'm really surprised. Well, I guess the mushrooms, what we got instead.
I guess.
They greasy sons of bitches. What do you want? Oh, good. Congratulations, because that's the last one. Let me clean your mouth too, Wolfman.
We'll dab it off for you, Wolfie. Don't worry about it.
You don't have to even think about it and consider you out to the working staff. I'm just gonna.
We
put
love
this
you,
in
Wolfie.
Does it stay? I lost my voice for a hot second. I think that was a blessing for many. What do you want? Oh, you want the soup? Good, because we got the soup. You psycho.
If we need to fail, we fail now. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I gotta take out the trash.
Oh, the grease.
It's fine. It's fine.
So much grease.
Your mother.
Oh, you just want a pizza? Okay, good. That's all we got for you.
Yeah, pizza.
I'm glad you took a shit on the way out. Thank you, customer.
Oh, gotta boil this first. Right.
Thank goodness I don't have to walk through that shit. Just as I look over.
I know, right?
And I wish we had a mop. Mop would be good.
A mop would be good.
What do you want? A soup? Good. Because we're probably gonna have exactly that much soup.
They also want the soup.
Good, because we only can have like 4 soup.
Good.
But
They only want the
wow,
pizza.
you fucking psychos. Wow, look over here. They're fucking getting the pizzas on. Every day I wish we got the tray.
Oh god, boo, don't hit your head.
Oh, they want the mushroom pizza and the mushroom pizza. Oh, you guys should have sat next to each other. It would make my job easier if you guys weren't so antisocial. Maybe you guys could have. It's a family business.
I don't know. Do you have to do visit each time? Because I haven't seen Wolfie or Bam Bam in a while, so I think you actually have to.
No, I think they were here.
4 stars.
This is the furthest we've ever gone.
My god, yeah.
We should be choke about this time.
Yeah.
And we got money.
Affogato.
But also more money.
Yeah.
Tipping culture.
Do you
Fill
expect
coffee
those
cup and
bitches
add
to
vanilla
tip?
Cream. Oh, Humba.
I think we could do that. That's pretty easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I could say no one orders fucking coffee.
Exactly. Exactly. We can add affogato. Plus, it sounds super fancy.
Oh, no. Bookcase.
Yeah, bookcase has got to go back outside.
Bookcase goes out here where it belongs. Become somebody. No, I don't want to. But there we go.
Rolling pin? Thank you.
What's that do?
It rolls 3 times faster.
Ooh, so you can make the pizza dough better.
I can. Yeah. It's a whole rolling station. Oh my god. What am I gonna do with this? Shit. Check out what the hob, the updated hob is.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. The danger hob.
Oh god, no, not the danger hob. Fuck that.
But it catches faster. But that's
No.
fine. That's fine. But then that means our hob is useless.
Yeah.
Catch it.
No,
cooks
Boar,
as
I will
fast.
burn everything.
10 minutes at 180 degrees.
I
30
just
seconds at
did I just
3,600.
upgrade up? Oh my god, I'm
No, you
upgrading
take
the
away
chairs.
No, those that gets rid of chairs.
Oh.
Does it upgrade?
Well, I want
It's like if we want to take away chairs.
my floor protector. Oh, just right here. Actually,
Yeah.
we need it right here because that's where the splatter is. I'm okay with it otherwise.
I'm trying to think for myself, and it hurts.
That's a bad.
Wait,
Did you
hold
want to
on, I have
change
an
the
idea.
name? Donate $5 to the donation thing right now, and we'll change the name to what you want. Right now, we're Pizza de Mine.
Pizza the mine. Pizza my mind.
Yeah. Ow. Oh, thank you for making me less shrimpy, Wolfie. No, I do not want a danger hob in my kitchen. Get it the fuck out.
No, this is the garbage.
Oh. I don't have space for it.
Yeah, no, that's I was like thinking to myself, like, could we put it somewhere? And I'm like, potentially. It's more because I'm thinking a counter might be really good if, like...
I don't think you can stack avocado.
Yeah...
Yeah, I think we're kind of stuck where
Wait,
we're at.
is it put ice cream in the...
Yes.
Hold up. 3 chairs? No. My friends, you don't need chairs. We only have groups of 2.
That's fine, alright?
It looks cursed as hell.
We'll give it a shot. What do you... Oh god, he's bringing the counter back.
Of course, that's why I moved the other one out.
So, by the way, I think you might have to try to, like, join every day. Or at least a couple times, because I haven't seen Bam Bam or Wolfie in a bit.
Maybe.
Okay. Press the Y button.
Sorry, my brain is just like...
Press the
what
Y.
if we upgrade?
Press the
It is
Y,
upgraded.
Boar!
Oh wait, I already moved it away, that's why. Okay, no button. Alright, let's press Y.
Fucking causing me an aneurysm.
Okay, that's not what I'm thinking of. Whatever.
What did you...
We'll just have a cup. I just want a cup of coffee, you know. Sit in the
Obrigado.
back. See Wolfman now, it's like...
Yeah. Oh, okay. Bam Bam.
Keeps cutting off their name every time I come.
What the...
Holmes.
What? Oh. I
Bam.
see. Okay.
Unsurprisingly, they won't. You know, with the danger hub would have done it twice as fast.
You danger hob your ass.
Fighting words. Can't be fighting in the kitchen. We gotta go fight out where the customers are. Otherwise, they won't appreciate us.
I won't appreciate.
What do you want? Oh, you want some regular pizza? Well, one day we'll have a fucking pizza. Never thank you.
Yeah, just what I fucking thought.
Better not before the other person. It'll be really crude if you Bam Bam if you like ate Wolfman's food, alright?
Mm-hmm.
Really fucking rude.
Really fucking rude.
Even though I'd be fucking chowing down so fucking fast, people would just see a blur.
Just a fucking blur.
Pizza. Pizza. Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza. Just... Sure can't wait for the one person that actually wants, like... We're gonna need that more pizza. Why is it so greasy? Who eats like a slob?
I mean, Boar.
Not me. I want my food in my mouth, not on the floor. Except when it comes to popcorn, then I fucking
Oh
that
yeah,
shit
yeah,
gets
yeah,
everywhere.
yeah. That's a popcorn is a different beast. Okay.
Like it's so much.
Did I mention there's a popcorn store near our house?
No.
We could just walk down there, get some popcorn, and some shaved ice in the summer
Ew.
with condensed milk on top.
That does sound good.
It is. It's actually very good.
We've
Whoa-bah!
been pissing and shitting inside of a fine establishment that totally isn't actually a cover.
I actually need to get this garbage out. Sorry.
Good.
Because if there's more pumpkin coming,
They want.
they want the
Whatever the fuck that is.
the affogato.
It's a yellow.
Yellow. Boom. You got it. It's
Okay.
perfect. Oh, they only give us $1?
Only $1 for it? Wow.
Wow.
Eat ass and die.
Eat ass and die.
Wow. I can't believe they would come into a fine establishment and make me have to fucking work that hard for coffee and ice cream, and it's not even extra. It's not even like $2. It's for like $1.
What do those other two want?
They want the soup.
They want the soup? Alright, we got one more soup. I think it was only
gonna
one
take out
person
the
wants soup.
Well, yeah, I'm just taking it out so you can make the
Oh,
next
okay,
soup.
okay.
I'm forward thinking.
Okay.
Somebody else would probably want the soup.
Well, you need to pre-warn me of that.
No. You gotta understand where my mind's going before I even know.
Nope, that's a no.
What kind of space? Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, thank you for coming to our fine establishment and not ordering anything else, you sons of bitches.
Wait, what did they order?
They didn't order extras. They had their pizza and they left.
That
They
was
didn't get
best.
any of the abogado or whatever the fuck that thing's called. That's
Abogado.
taking up storage. It's taking up all our storage space.
It is.
Oh, they're thinking about it. What are you thinking about? You want some coffee
You
or
want
do you
some
want
coffee?
avocado? Oh, you want coffee and
Yeah,
avocado.
there
Well,
people are like that.
congratulations.
Just give $1. Trust me, if you want to make money, don't work in a restaurant. Oh god, yeah. Just fucking end.
Wait, we got yourself some cold coffee, and we got yourself some also cold coffee, but for a different reason.
Get your fucking face. Yeah.
Oh, they want the avocado.
Yeah, avocado.
Luckily, everyone just wants it with vanilla ice cream because they're not fucking psychos.
Could you?
I'm joking.
Can you imagine coffee and strawberry?
Like,
And I don't even think that's ice cream. I think it's like helado.
Gelato. Yeah. Yeah.
Affogato.
Affogato. Again, they only pay us $1, and it's an insult.
It
It's an
is.
insult to our people.
Got
Called
the coffee
people who are
table,
wait staff.
rolling pin.
Scrubbing brush.
The
I
scrubbing
don't want
brush.
a scrubbing brush. I want to.
No, put that back.
I want a wash mop.
Yeah, no, we don't have those.
I do love that counter though.
Yee.
But yeah, I got a quick BRB. I
Oh.
got to
Do you want
BR
to
bathroom.
do you want to take a BRB?
It's like a quick bathroom. Like for
Oh,
me. Not a thing.
well, okay.
I assume.
He's left me here. My God, what am I going to do? Much stretch. I also bought some chapstick and a gloss, which I am loving this gloss, by the way. It is like, whew. I might go buy the other colors. Even when I was like, maybe I'll just get a nice little pink or red. And I was like, oh, I'll give it a shot. It's really good. Like, the scent of it is really good. It's NYX's This Is Milky gloss. It is fabulous. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
It's too damn dark. It's too damn dark. I'll tell you out here. Wait, no, go please controller. Are you sure we don't want another coffee table?
What the fuck are we gonna do another coffee table?
Make more people fucking wait for You're right. You're right. They have increased patience, thank God. 6 groups? Yeah, actually, yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah, we're fine. A boop, a boop, a boop.
Remaking coffee because they don't judge us if it's cold. It's only like $1.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted the counter. Put 1 coffee.
What? Oh, I was like...
Well, thank you for the hydrate stuff.
It's really an insult if you leave $1 as a tip. I've had coworkers get so pissed because of it. When I worked as a...
It's a hot day, so hydrate the fuck up.
Heck yeah.
That's true. It's true.
When I worked as a housekeeper, I would get so pissed at like getting change for a tip. You know? It felt kind of like worse than getting nothing, you know?
True. They want the mushroom pizza.
Well, I'm getting the mushroom pizza. Thank you, Boar.
While you wait for the mushroom pizza, here's some breadsticks. But only for the next few customers, though. Otherwise, eat ass and grass.
Sorry about that. I get to change back my costume after this day's done.
This over here, so I can make more potato.
Boo. No one cares, boo boo.
No one cares. Buddha.
Oh god, take the pizza out!
It's like, oh no. Oh.
And the garbage is full.
That's fine. It's not fine, but I'll take it.
Boom. Thank you.
Out of my way, Nooms. You're a great customer, but you know, as soon as you leave, you're not family.
I'll clean up the grease for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Is it a problem to have that pumpkin soup just sitting there?
It's only a problem for someone else. Oh look, I got some soup right here for you.
Oh no, that's too fast. Okay. I can't use a rolling pin with this. No. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Too fast.
Too fast.
We need regular pizza soon.
Well, you know, I'd like to be able to like do some stuff.
You know what? If you got time to stand, you got time to clean.
That is not the problem we're having here. We got
a lot of problems.
We need regular pizza?
Yeah.
Okay. They want some obligado.
Yeah, I just need to clear their area, otherwise they're gonna fucking piss some shit all over the place.
Order 1. Oh no!
Here's your...
I got regular cheese.
Here is your...
Oh my god. Get out of my way!
You could get out of my way. You got in the way of my customers. Oh, they want more coffee? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
I don't know. They want some fresh coffee. Hey, what do you want? You want pizzas? I'll get you some pizzas.
Yeah. Just coffee? Wow. All right, you fucking... if I had avocado as a option, I would fucking get it, you know? Oh, they want soup. Okay. Please have 2 soup left in this. Man, that is so much faster. Holy shit.
Chop it. Oh, shit. Get out of my way.
What are you doing?
Doing what you doing. Taking out the trash. That's what I'm doing. Get the fuck out of my way!
Oh, they want the avocado. I should be pre-making these coffees again because...
Yeah, I don't know why you're not.
I don't know
I don't mean to insult you, but I don't know why you're not.
Oh my god. Nobody ever orders just the regular ass coffee.
We'll be with you in a second.
I mean...
What the fuck you want? Regular pizza. Fine. There, get out. What do you want? What do you want? 2 regular pizzas. Ah, shit. I gotta get to cook a pizza.
You got to go do your job.
But I don't want to do my job. I just want to go back to our life of crime.
Thinking. Oh no, they're thinking. Coffee. What do you want? As I'm clearly not thinking ahead. Oh, you want coffee and... Again, I don't know. Why do we even have the other flavors?
Maybe they'll be more popular later.
Maybe. Here you go. Here's your nice whatever the fuck I can never say.
Affogato?
Eat your gato.
Eat your gato. Boom.
Your gato. Taquito.
God, taquitos are delicious.
Taquito gato. Oh, they thinking. They thinking. They haven't. Don't. I was about to say don't finish it so quick.
Too late.
You know what? If they're thinking about it, you better pre-making it. These people get fucking impatient as hell.
What the fuck you want? What the fuck you want?
Yeah. What they want? What they
still thinking? Okay, they're still thinking.
No, they're not thinking. They're not thinking.
Well, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck
You
you
hit the wrong
want?
button.
Ah, what do you want? 2 coffees. They want 2 coffees.
Oh, they just want regular? Oh, right. Well, fuck. Why would you even come here for 2
I don't know.
when you got ice cream as an option? You done? You finished with the coffee? Get out of here. Get out of here. We got people to serve. We just killed ourselves.
Soup.
Pumpkin soup.
All right.
Man, we make so much money off
We
pumpkin soup.
off the fucking pizza.
Fuck
Oh,
coffee,
we actually sold a lot of coffee today.
We did.
That's a lot of coffee.
We have so much money,
I know.
which is weird.
This is weird. This is weird. Sharp
Danger
cutlery?
hop.
What's going on?
Oh, that makes them eat faster. Gas
And-
override. Ale.
Okay. They get cutlery.
Okay. Oh yeah, we could put it right
There you go. Haha. We do not need a gas override, but I
We
do
do-
want to see what it looks like when we upgrade a table.
Yeah, that's true.
Here we go. Okay, I'm
We got
good.
to-
You good?
Yeah. Just gotta move this over here.
I want to see this happening, please. Fucking suffer.
Good.
Oh my
Actually,
god.
that's super cursed, but I love it. Just like a counter. What was I doing? A tiny table. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right.
Oh god,
Alright.
let's do this.
All right. The coffee in.
You put the coffee in the pot and you stir that up, and then I throw that in the sink and make him curse.
True. Oh yeah, I should research, I guess. Baba bing, bada boom. I wish I could read it, but it fucking gets so blasted.
He drinks
The
too
tomato
much.
soup's already done. All right, you want the tomato soup? I mean potato. Pumpkin. You want it, pumpkin?
Does the bitch know what he's talking about? Nope.
No. You want pumpkin? Everyone fucking loves the pumpkin. Everyone loves it. They fucking love it. They don't even come here for pizza. They're like, what the fuck's a pizza? You did the most cursed thing. You haven't even.
Nope.
We need regular. People are waiting. They're getting upset. They're
Get them some
riding.
fucking bread then.
It makes them slower later, but
I don't give a shit.
Let me just get the soup out of the way. Put it in the sink like a normal gent would. Get the pizza. Regular slice of pizza so you can eat it with your gob mouth. Oh god, you shit everywhere. Just...
That is not my problem.
What do you want? Oh, you want the coffee? Well, congratulations. Here you guys go. Here's a nice set of cold coffee for you. It's so fucking messy.
I'm cleaning it.
Oh, I can't clean it because it's so fucking hard.
I'm cleaning. Don't
What do
worry.
you guys want? Well, congratulations. We have soup.
There you go.
I put it in front of you. They were like, wow, man, this guy knew exactly
Oh my
what we
god, there's
wanted.
so much grossness.
Here you go. Here's some cutlery so you can find yourself. You know. What do you want?
I'm getting out of the way.
Pizza and regular pizza. All right. This is seriously the worst pizza place ever. Just.
But it's the most surviving.
I mean, true.
You gonna go check on those other customers or what?
No. If we make them wait, it increases their ability to appreciate.
Is that what we
hard
saying?
work. Hard work. Good. You want just one? Oh, good. These are fresh from the sink plates. Here you go. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love the way we cook. almost cursed. Someone just sits down, they see a cold pizza, you know, mushroom pizza just sitting there. Oh, fuck.
God, why are they so in love with our fucking pumpkin?
They fucking love it.
It's like pumpkin spice for coffee drinkers.
It's true.
Pumpkin spice.
You'd think it was pumpkin spice, how much they're offering to buy it. They're like...
Yeah, they're like, this is really good.
It's like, please,
What do you
no,
want to
stop.
order? You want pumpkin pie, don't you want a mushroom pizza? What do you want? You want mushroom pizza? Well, I would actually give you that slice right now, but, you know, I had to go over here. Awkwardly grab this.
There, get the fuck
Thank you
out.
for feeding them.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, shit, these people want extra. You know what I haven't been making?
Coffee.
Coffee. Oh, I know I had a pre-made coffee. Luckily, it doesn't get any worse. Oh, you guys want... Out of my way, I need... Fuck the dishes in there. We need to give them their auto coffee.
Affogato?
Whatever it's called.
It's affogato!
I forgot how to say it. Need a soup. That's some good soup.
Oh.
No, you fool. Oh, yeah. Just...
Go make some coffee. Boom. They're both
I was
there.
not gonna say don't
I'm not
too quick.
Oh no, they're both just sitting there waiting for you.
Imagine in real life having like it's right there in front of you.
She's trying to
It's like-
lean over to grab it.
and you're like, no,
No.
slap.
Oh my
Coffee
god!
with my extra breast milk.
We made 5 stars! When you complete this, you'll be able to convert 3 of your cards into a franchise. The fucking what? Oh, hold on
I
a
did
sec,
not
Boar.
know that.
Hold on, I gotta change clothes.
Hey, super awesome. How you doing? We don't have breast milk. I'm sorry, but we can find some.
I'm sorry, what? We're doing what now?
Did somebody cult?
No, somebody didn't cult. We got costume change.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No cult.
Cult.
Just costume change. Just a costume change.
Muffin, don't suck your thumb.
How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Except the light in my room is not on, so I'm just playing in the dark.
What I want is my thumb.
Oh my god, so much money on pizza. Oh my goodness. Oof.
Maybe we should be charging
Offers
more for-
coffee tables regularly.
I don't really care about floor protectors. Kind
In
of.
comparison to coffee tables, yeah. Because why would I care about coffee tables? Wait, successful to start a
But-
franchise. Oh!
Yeah, this is the-
okay,
yeah.
right. Boom. Yeah. Then this.
That's kind
Yeah.
of cool.
Okay. Ooh.
Coffee tables are good. Fireplace. I want the fireplace.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, which do you prefer? This or this?
I like the regular floor.
This one?
The wood
This one? Okay.
Yeah. It looks like Alone the Dark Boar edition. It's true.
Where are we gonna put a fucking fireplace?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, if anything...
Like a rug or like the calm painting can work.
Yeah. Let's do the calm painting.
Yeah.
Well, that one's just a bonus for the rooms.
Ooh, wait, we got new.
We got a shit ton of money.
Yeah, so
Calm
put them
painting.
rugs and
What is
shit
the-
together. Oh, this is so much more calming. I like that.
Oh, I like that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
What's
Toss.
more
rug.
calming?
It is hella calming.
Oh,
I don't think you're calm.
super
We
nice.
aren't, but you know. Another rug and a book. No.
I'm trying to put shit down and you keep...
Alright.
I'm hoping Boo will
The
wait
light.
for another day.
Yeah. This is good.
Him out for another day. It's fun. Oh. Wait, do I have a drink?
Oh, yeah.
Not
Oh,
next
yeah,
to
we
me.
got the
Probably
table fancy cloth.
Ooh,
Oh,
fuck yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, table.
Get that fucking table out of here. You gotta put it by the trash.
If you want a Red Bull, there's one down here.
Oh yeah, I can take one of those then.
Well, I gotta get home. And
Goodbye.
don't forget there's boba in the fridge too.
I know.
Fancy tablecloth.
Fancy.
They'll be right next to the kitchen.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Maybe we should, next time we get another table, we can do that again.
Yeah.
Okay, we good?
So patience decreases slower when the player is near, so that's nice. So we sit there, sniff them, and then like...
Don't sniff.
that's
No sniff.
It's a free sniff, though.
No sniff.
Free sniff. Free sniff. Anything else for the...
No,
Which one's this?
it's green. Thank you, Boo.
I kind of like it for that room. If only because, you know, if I have to.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you dare do that to me, Gabe.
All right.
Yeah. Just try to think, like, yeah. All right. Making that coffee. Nothing. Is this game
so
like
do
team
we-
cooking game? Yeah.
So do we just, like, keep going, or is it...
I probably think so. We make overtime day 1. Oh.
Oh.
Interesting. Interesting. And I'll never understand why you put it on the hob when you haven't even made the pizza.
What are you talking about?
It cooks so much faster in the oven.
Yeah, because I use the pizza for the oven.
Well, yeah, but you don't have the pizza bean. You don't have the pizza bean made even. Oh, when I'm standing by them. Oh, you smell
Stop
so delicious.
sniffing them.
Their patience goes up when I sniff them.
No, I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Traditional. It's traditional.
This is your fault, Boar. You have to eat that.
How is it my fault?
It just is.
Garbage. We're giving them a real pizza of mine. Make more of that.
That crack.
Yeah, team cooking game. Pretty fun. Oh, you didn't want coffee? Alright, well, fuck you. Want a soup? Well, congratulations, we got soup. No. Man, they took so long. I actually was like thinking they wanted coffee by this time.
I know.
You guys want a cold sitting out coffee? You'll love it. Or else. Cock's imaginary gun. Because the state won't let me have a real gun.
You know why.
Because I keep cocking in front of customers.
That might be one of the reasons.
Man, how do you guys doing?
Don't you
Big
have
sniff.
dishes to pick up?
Yeah. But I don't know why I wasn't.
If you have time to sniff, you have time to clean.
Just- No. I can put like 4 plates down. It takes a while. They're not that fussy.
Your mama ain't fussy.
Rude.
Since Boar and Squid play this game, I think Boar Stitchy... Oh, yeah. Oh, play Overcooked? What's the difference between the two?
I think it has like more gimmicky things.
Oh.
Like you have to watch out for literal pitfalls.
Oh. Well, I know Stitchy is going to try to play with us on Saturday.
Ooh. And I sure hope somebody wants the, you know...
The coffee. I'll get the dishes.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. You're so kind to me, even though you yell at me
Wait.
and say harsh words to me, like...
Get the
"You
fuck
never
out of my
speak to me
kitchen!
again." No.
Like that? Why are you...
fast
Oh,
it
I
was?
fucking hate it,
You
though.
see how fast it was?
You know how fast I'm gonna kick your ass out of my fucking kitchen?
No, don't worry, I'm helping.
Are you? Are you?
I'm helping. See, in my
The rule at
calming
my
presence
restaurant is you have to
really
time your breath to work, or it
ingratiates.
seemed that way, right?
Let me guess, you want... Oh, fuck you, you wanted the wrong pizza.
We still have one slice of mushroom.
Oh, good. I would ask your order, but I have a pizza in front of you and I fear for my life.
Someone probably wants coffee or obligado.
Hopefully not. Oh, they just want more... They want soup. They want that good soup. Oh, someone actually wants avocado. Oh, okay. That's weird. Oh, congratulations, I have this cup that I've had sitting here.
Oh shit, pizza! Pizza! Get the fuck out of my
Hey,
way!
you're not making... Why
No!
are you putting pizza? Why do you do this?
Why do you do this to me,
Why do
Boar?
you keep putting pizza in there and then walking away from it? There's so many pizzas that died this way. Here's your fine cutlery so you can stab our waitstaff as they sniff you.
Boar, you disappoint me. I say move, and you move into the kitchen. Like,
Well, you
why?
Why'd you put the pizza in the fast cooking
I'm gonna
oven?
fucking hit you with this.
Oh god, you can just walk around with
I
that, huh?
can. I'm here for you, pizza. That'll never happen to you again. Oh,
It won't
God.
happen.
Oh, shit, I gotta take the trash out. Yeah.
Squid will never just run off, do another task with pizza actively in the oven ever again.
Your ass is actively in the oven. Hey, at least I did something other than your mother.
Splish splash your pinches trash. Put dirty dish right next to them. That's how they know they're gracious. Wish I
What?
say words.
What words are you saying, Boar?
I don't know, but I'm realizing we have like a slice of pizza just sitting there. Pizza. What the fuck did you make? Oh God, help me.
What the fuck, Boar? Get the fuck out.
I have to make these people the avocado.
I don't even know if I'm saying it right now.
They love the avocado. They love it.
I hate you so
They love
much.
it. They love
No.
their avocado.
I'd rather take trash out than deal with this.
Go take the trash out.
Hey,
Oh, you came back.
hope you had a good time. Good luck and have fun. And it's
Take a pizza on the way out because we made too much.
we made way too much. We're eating pizza for life.
Thank goodness we don't have to pay for the extra.
Okay, so do we, like, what do we do now?
Keep going.
How do we?
There we have overtime.
Oh,
Just keep going.
oh, is it time to fuck
Until we
up?
crash.
I was gonna say, is it time to
Yeah.
fuck up now?
Not yet. I mean, you never know. A sink.
This knife is a safe knife.
I'm afraid. A grabber.
Automatically takes.
Why would we need a grabber though?
Ow! Why you do this to me?
Kitchen floor. It's cheap and a little
Yeah,
bit.
this will be fine because I can just go.
It's squidgy. It even has your name in it. Squidge.
How dare you?
Squidgy. Squeegee? God, I fucking feel like I'm having a stroke.
Boom.
Bada bing. Now I wish we had more table stuff because that's a really nice table thing.
It is,
So we
right?
expect 9 groups.
Uh-oh.
This is
Uh-oh.
actually when.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh.
I thought the dog disappeared.
Oh, what?
Like I thought he went to go like potty in the area.
okay.
So I was like, oh no!
Like-
I was gonna just like chuck my stuff and you just hear me being like, no, please!
I'm gonna grab this grabber and put it over here because the fuck did we put in here?
Table.
Oh, it's a dining table.
Yeah.
Did you put that in?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Okay.
Research.
That's a really sharp knife because it just shined at me.
Swing.
Oh my god, is that fast?
Yeah, the coffee can stay in there. What do you want? Oh, surprise, surprise! They want the soup. The potato soup.
It's
Called the-
not potato!
It's a potato of the heart.
You're a potato of the heart.
I am. Oh god, they're eating like monsters. Monsters. What do you want? They want the pizza.
What kind of pizza?
Surprise, surprise! They want the pizza. It's fucking weird. I don't know who would expect to come to a pizza place and want a pizza. It's fucking weird.
It is fucking weird.
Oh, and you sit right there expecting, huh? Huh? You think you think you special? Fuck you. Choo. But I was thinking to put that pizza. I swear to God.
I'm just gonna walk away for a second. It's fine, boy.
I'm just gonna walk over with this oven that cooks pizzas at like 10 times speed. I'm gonna go outside and take out the trash. Don't mind me.
Wee.
Oh yeah, you eating at the fine table. That's where really good customers go. They pay extra for that seat right next
Yo,
to
what
the
do you
kitchen.
want? What do you want? You want pumpkin? All right, get a pumpkin.
Get the pumpkin. You go make more pumpkin.
I'll make
They
more
might need
pumpkin.
that. Look at them. They're thinking so fucking hard over there.
Think it's so fucking hard.
Let me just use my little grabby hands and.
I also
touch
cook the soup because it can't fuck up in there.
Yeah. I mean, you can't fuck it up in the oven either.
Yeah, but then I have space for pizza.
True. True.
Chubba.
Twoo.
A
It's very
twoo-win.
twoo. You twoo-wind us all. You twoo-wind us all.
I wonder what happens if I do this. Oh, that was close.
The hiccups. The hiccups. They hurt. Why would God curse me so?
Because you're too cute.
Oh, wait. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Back, my aunt was calling me to wish me a happy birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday, Super Otso. How you doing? Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I'm making soup. I can't put it on the sink. What barbarians are we? You want soup?
No,
You
don't
want
want.
a pizza? They wanted a pizza. Oh, good. That's convenient, because guess what? We need to... Oh, good. Well, they wanted to... Okay, mushroom pizza. That's pretty fucking convenient of you. You guys could have just reached on over and grabbed it, but you guys are even nicer for not.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh,
Oh, you
shit.
want a pumpkin? Thank God. Bless that coffee table. Bless it. What do you want? Do you want a coffee? Oh, you want a coffee with ice cream. I don't know why we even have the other
It's an
flavors on.
affogato!
Why do we even have other flavors for this? Oh yeah, we done the potato soup. Tomato,
Oh
pumpkin.
my god,
fuck.
you're gonna give me a seizure.
Oh,
You're gonna make me walk away.
good. It's in our blood. What do you want? Oh, you want soup? Well, good. You're paying the extra for the soup, alright? You sons of bitches. Get out of here. Aggressively put silverware in front of them. Like, alright, when you're here, get the fuck out.
You here, get the fuck out. I'll go make more, just in case, because fucking knowing these people.
Yeah.
That is a
Be like,
definitely overly cooked onion.
Oh yeah. That fucking onion is like
Ran
really
its
made
fucking
rounds.
course.
It just keeps on going.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole. He doesn't even pay us.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck, man, you eat really fast with that cutlery. Holy shit. Wait. Sorry, I just realized how fucking cursed it is to have the cutlery in a fucking pizza place.
Hey, boo. You can last another second, okay?
Don't worry, I eat my pizza with a fork and knife. And it's like, get the fuck out
sometimes, you know, when you're at a fancy place. Yeah, we're not fancy. We're not. Boo boo.
of here.
Boo boo.
We have shit everywhere. Literally, huge
Boo-boo.
mess everywhere.
Boo boo.
Like, you guys get that.
Why are you barking, boo? Oh my god. Why boo?
Don't worry, I'll put you a nice hot coffee cup that I put there for like ever. You psycho. Oh my goodness.
You
I didn't know
psycho.
we could do it that way.
Teaches
Oh my
better
God, put
way.
the dirty dish out of my hand. I'm sliding everywhere. Our customers are fucking pigs. They're animals. Oh man, I love when the dishes do that.
Okay, before we do another day, I have to take a break because Boo is Boo.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's being like this because, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, the time won't go forward. I just want to see what the other stuff is.
Yeah.
Why would we ever need more mushrooms or flour?
No,
or
we're
oil?
pretty good.
Why would we want any more of these? Except
I
for
don't know. Alright,
Oh, yeah.
so I'll be back. Do you want me to just leave you unmuted so you can chat to both of our people?
Huh? I mean, I'm chatting.
Okay,
right now.
okay.
Simple cloth. Ooh. Customers shared delivering food. Ayo. All right. Well, this is fucking going outside. You guys get the romantic corner thing. I have to go and try to foreplay in it. Not so have fun. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Super. Yay. Wait. Can only one person sit on this table? Hold up. What is this? Oh, do they have to be like across from each other? Hold on. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you so much for being here. For the hydrate. Oh, they do have to sit like that. That's fucking weird. This place is cursed. This is the most cursed. Put you here. That blocks off those chairs. That's offensive. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, do my hydrate. Yeah. Good hydrate. Looks like I like cold eggs next to me. Why? I don't know why. Good. Good times. Yeah, let's keep upgrading dining tables. That sounds like a great idea. The romantic one. They'll share it. That almost seems cursed. Expected groups 11. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna fucking start losing soon. We don't have, like, any of the fucking space for it. Shit. Luckily, we only have group sizes of 2, so I can keep doing this. We're certainly going to die. 11 groups? Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. No, I don't want to put it there. There we go. No, get away. There we go. Put that there. Put this cursed shit here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't know why we can't put these next on top of each other. But, you know, here we are. How sharp is that? That is a sharp knife, holy shit. Any knife that, you know, sparkles is a bit. Just a wee bit. So we got coffee table. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna have so many people show up. So we don't have, like, any money to spend it on. And got shit. How could we arrange this to make it better? Hold up. Put you out here for a second. Oh. Why is dining table out here? Oh, because we're replacing it. Hold up. What if we made some cursed as hell? Oh, that only just... Okay, never mind. That's not as good. Alright, never mind. Then we have to have the romantic there. Isn't it romantic? Oh, this is gonna be some cursed shit. Okay. So where's this? That sink thing is making it hard to see. Ooh. Just the most cursed. We don't need this booking station. You know what? I think we're fine. I think we don't need another booking station. Yeah. We do want that counter space. Put you here. No. You here. There we go. This is a terrifying... I would fucking not want to ever live here. Or work here. This would be awful. This would be the worst place. God, I would have to stumble over customers to get places. Don't mind me, just... Wait. Increase mess. Who gives a shit about messes? Who gives a shit? Cutlery. I'd love to put it somewhere. That wasn't an inconvenience. No, it's... Do we need this rolling pin? That's my biggest ask. I'll ask her when she gets back. So maybe we kind of can reach everything here. The most cursed. This is the most cursed we can make it. But I think it will work. Increased mass. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna have like the most patient fucking people now. People will be patient or else. When you're here, you're a liability now. Yeah, yeah. I wish the sink. We didn't have a sink. No, we already have something in here. Never mind. Let's see.
I missed anything?
No, just me slowly going insane with rearranging the floor plan just a smidge.
Just a smidge.
It's a bit of a nightmare. It's a bit of a nightmare.
Okay, I went to get something to drink too.
How dare you?
Boo!
How dare you?
It rained by our place, and...
Oh yeah, it's been kind of raining here.
Oh, shit.
Let me get this sink out of the way, because I've been going insane seeing the sink upgradable, because we're standing there.
Well, but yeah, Boo, does not like to go outside when it's wet.
Yeah.
And...
Oh yeah, we got the
oil.
Adorable. They share...
Oh, it's more oil. Okay.
More oil.
So we got what now?
Oh yeah, this is the new table. It is they share a meal.
Oh.
It's a romantic table.
Oh, that's nice. Are you good?
Yeah, it should be.
Why is there trash over here by me? You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
I was just saying, I'm like, I was wondering
it's
if
fine.
Like, do you even use the flooring pin? So I was like moving stuff around. So
do I need to use the rolling pin?
Yeah.
It's helpful when this spot isn't open.
Yeah,
Same with the knife. They're helpful when this spot's not open.
Oh, okay. All right. Time for me to make the coffee that people love eating. You think I'm talking about drinking? No, they gotta be eating this shit. Aww. Bam Bam. Aww.
Bam Bam and Eins. Aw, they having a romantic meal? Oh.
Yeah.
Also, if you'd like to join...
Yeah, also our people have so much patience now. Look at this. Look how long it takes.
Oh my god.
They're just staring into each other's eyes.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh, there's something, goddamn.
Here, I got some pumpkin soup for you.
Oh, good, because they apparently want to share.
That's sweet.
Oh my god, that's why I love it.
What?
It gave them one and they ate it together. They only wanted one pizza. They only wanted one pumpkin. Mm? Oh, how you doing, Wolfman? Alone? Alright, I understand. Cry. Oh, now I know why it's gonna be cursed. Alright, get the fuck out of here, Wolfman. You wanna know why? Because I gotta wiggle past you to get the other customers.
You made that decision, Boar.
Yeah, I know.
You made
That's the worst part. I kind of sense... God damn, they share it. That's so fucking good. Oh, let me guess. You guys gonna share a coffee?
You gonna share an obligado just to make a Boar die a little inside?
Yeah. Is it gonna be a basic coffee? God, they take forever.
Yeah.
Let me just take the last pumpkin.
That's fine. I'm taking it.
We will share one coffee. Well, lucky you. I have a coffee sitting inside this that you guys apparently will split.
Ooh, just a coffee. Gotta split a coffee.
Yeah, I know. How are you doing back here that I've been neglecting you? Totally not neglecting you, I should say.
Totally not.
Yeah, you can just leave it right on the hob, huh?
Yeah. It doesn't go bad.
It doesn't.
Boop.
That's convenient.
That is.
Oh, you guys want the regular pizza? Congratulations. Congratulations. We got regular pizza.
I gotta
And
take
only
the
regular
trash out.
pizza. If you ask for any more, we will actually, like, hunt you down.
Shit, I gotta take out the trash. I'm like just making sure I'm, wait, am I unmuted? Yeah! Excuse me! Hold on. Gotta make sure I'm unmuted from stream. Good. Okay, I was just making sure.
That's good.
Right.
What do you guys want to share? Oh, you guys want the little...
I didn't want to ask you if you guys wanted anything, but I guess that's the thing I'm doing now. Sorry, you get that. Very sorry about that.
I love the romantic pizza. Don't worry, let me just put this plate here.
Get a mushroom. Get a mushroom.
There it is, right behind that guy that I put on the plate.
There you go. Enjoy. Excuse me. Yeah, me.
Alright, taking your order. You want a mushroom? Well, we ain't got mushroom around here. But,
I didn't want to ask you.
Well, stop hitting the ass button.
I'm not hitting the ask button. I'm hitting the clean button. Motherfucker.
Exactly. Look, I'm cleaning the dishes. You only put 4 in here. Put it down. Put it down. Go make a pizza. We need mushroom pizza. Man, they have so much patience with us. So much patience. I organized it slightly in the way that I was hoping that it would work that way.
Except trash
like
is
being
a
able to come over here.
hellscape.
Oh yeah, it's a hellscape trying to get to the customer all the way down there. They're like,
There's your mushroom. Get the fuck out.
yeah, no. Oh god,
Get
it is a
the-
hellscape. I'm taking out your trash for you. I'm being helpful.
Yeah!
Put it in the fucking pot.
The
You walked
pot's
past the pot.
empty!
People, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind
Just smack him in the face with trash.
me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Customers, just fucking get out of my way.
I need to clean this. I need to. It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done. It's done.
It better be. It better be. They ain't the
Here, I put it up
lovey-dovey
there. I
types
put it
like
up there.
the
I put it up there. Boar!
Oh god, why?
Because I hate you.
Fair. What do you want to share? Oh, the avocado. Well, I
okay.
got this coffee cup, and yeah, there you go.
I'm just getting that ready.
That's fair.
Dun.
Because we can pre-prep.
We can.
The game does not punish us.
No.
As opposed to this poor bastard I've been collecting down here. What do you want? Oh god, you wanted a soup. Yikes. Yikes, my dude. Yikes. I just love how you're just like, get the fuck out of my way. Oh god, it's so greasy. That so too greasy. So greasy. I can't get my ass out of here. Oh no, I don't want to pick up that. I'm sorry.
As someone should be. What do you...
Alright, let me splish splash. Splish splash. It's so fucking greasy. So goddamn greasy. When I wash the dishes, it'll be less greasy. Thank goodness they have the like omega patience. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Get the fucking dishes!
I sorry, I literally cannot.
Boar!
Oh my god. Why are you helping me?
Why are you helping me?
Sorry, there's like.
What do you want?
Thank you. Just, sorry, there's like somebody who's shit and pissed all right behind the sink, and it makes it so much worse to move.
My bad. You know I only walk outside when I need to use the
You
bathroom.
inked everywhere.
I did. The
There's
inking
ink
is everywhere.
everywhere.
Out of my way. Ugh. There you go. Yeah, he'll get you coffee in a second. I'll wash.
Oh, you didn't even put coffee in here. Oh,
You know what? Listen, I was not hired for my future thinking skills. There you go.
I mean, you did go to the military.
I did.
Where do you expect to be when you're out of here? Not enlisted.
Yeah, anywhere but enlisted. Oh,
Thank you for being here. Get
what
the fuck out of
straight
here.
hell.
We're going. I'm really surprised we haven't had a new type of pizza added to
I
our
know.
horrible list.
Maybe
the
that's
game's
it.
being
Yeah.
nice to us.
Yeah.
I think it's about as much as we get.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, I guess yeah. Overtime, we're going through the next
Well,
again.
I guess.
Onion rings. Allow it to change order. Ooh. Yeah. I
Yeah,
like
fuck
onion
them
rings.
being able to change their orders.
Chop onion, add flour, cook.
Yeah, that's no
All right,
problem.
We already have onions
Yeah.
in here, so.
Whoop. Another counter. I do not have space. Workstation.
Did I not?
I need a workstation.
This.
I need another workstation.
Yeah.
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 There we go. Ooh, and I'm gonna get rid of this because we do not need another one.
Tomato. We don't need tomato.
Dunk.
What if I
Yeah.
want another counter space?
Well, then go get it.
You know what I feel like we don't need though? We don't
What?
need cutlery.
They're not eating fast enough for you?
No, they eat fast enough already. It's pizza.
That's true. It's
pizza.
pizza. How are they gonna fuck that up?
Like it's almost overpowered.
Overpowered.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, we good?
Heck, I even forget we have breadsticks. But they have so much patience just being here. Like, look at this. Like all those sleepies.
All the
I mean, they have
sleepies.
so much patience because I put them right next
So
to
much
this.
patience. I don't know why I'm talking like that.
They're so patient with us.
All
Okay,
right,
you
we
wanna
good?
Move the garbage back. You want to move the garbage out of here? Then you could have another counter.
I guess. Excuse me. Gotta go get it.
just have to
Just gotta fucking end. Nope, this is the. No, I want this one. Thank you. I already paid for it. Whoa.
the real power
Boom.
inside us all. All right, yeah. All right, these are onions. Those are the weirdest onions I've ever seen. Os.
Nope. That's what I want. Okay, now we're good.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yes. The longer you make me sit here, the longer I'm like,
Then you fry them up. Onion rings. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get the fuck out of my space.
Get out of my personal space. Alright, time to research that new dining table. A bar table? Bar table? What do you guys want? Our famous soup.
I like it. You're like,
I
our
already
famous soup.
I'm glad you guys do it. We leave it right on the burner all day here, just for you fine people. All right, we're already out of soup. That's
Are
pretty
we fucking out of soup?
Oh, they wanted us. Thank goodness I made onion rings early.
What are you doing in my fucking kitchen? We talked about this, Boar.
You know it's called I'm helping. If I clean out your little pumpkin seed issue. Oh god, there's people coming. I ain't going back to jail. I'll cut people. I was gonna say, is the...
There, take your onions. Mushroom. I will go make some more onions.
Onion. Onion.
Onion.
Oh god. Onion.
Onion. Let's never do
Onion?
that again.
No. Alright, person,
Oh
get out of my
god,
way.
there's so much grease back here.
Don't worry. What I would love to have is a mop.
I know. Why have we never had a mop?
We never got it yet. Let me get this out of the way.
Okay. Is such an overcooked onion.
Oh, you guys will split that. Alright, good.
Ah, shit. I keep forgetting that oil thing.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk to you, but, you know, here we are.
Sorry, there is
I'm
pumpkin
not allowed
stuff
to talk
ready.
to customers. I'm not allowed.
We
by law.
didn't choose the Victorian setting. You can talk to them.
No, just me being
Fine,
extra
here.
patchy, man.
Boom. Pumpkin.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to make the coffee. I can already sense this little bastard's gonna make me have to work for my money. Okay, that's already filled. Wash, wash, wash.
Bobo.
Oh, yep, you already. Thank goodness there's only one flavor.
There's a.
They want onion rings.
There's
and,
coffee there.
The potato. Luckily, they split. I love this table so much.
I do too.
It's super cute.
Not the pumpkin, the onion.
Wow. One more of the onion wine.
Well, it's getting
It
there
takes
right now.
milliseconds. And I want a deep fry.
Boom, it's right there.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, let me just
No, boo.
put this over here.
I mean, I love you, Boar.
What do you want? You hopefully some basic pizza. Oh, you want a soup? All right. This is gonna get real awkward.
Pounced down.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Jumped up on bed, dove into my ass hard, turned around, dug claws in, and bit my ass.
I don't know what's going on, but I know something bit Tina in the ass.
You're a cat.
Oh, you can combine the plate. Okay, that tracks. All right, I'm fucking having the issues.
Are you having the issues, Boar?
I really am. I'm having the misfiring brain issues.
Oh God.
All right, now I gotta wash these dishes because they failed to the brim. Oh, you're getting that soup out to somebody?
Yeah. Boop.
Yeah.
Boop.
Oh, oh my God. I did literally the
Minnesotan hell.
Here's your onion ring, and man, I hope to God you fucking enjoy it. I would. What do you want? Oh, you want? No one wants regular ass pizza. Is it because I've been just running around with this regular ass pizza in my hand? Oh, you want the soup? Oh, right. But this is gonna get real fucking improper.
Oh, sorry, I burnt those. But I was trying to get the soup to you so you could.
That's fair.
It's okay. I can make more. I can make more. They're like literally a second.
Slipping and sliding.
There.
Yeah, that'll work.
Excellent. Do you think I'll make another mushroom pizza just in case.
Oh yeah, you still want the soup? I've been just fucking being rude to you. Luckily, you're very patient if I stand over you and just sniff you.
Stop
real fucking
sniffing.
They get real fucking patient when they're sniffing. Nobody wants regular ass pizza that I've been just carrying around this whole time. What the hell?
There's a mushroom pizza!
They want the onion rings.
Oh my
They
God.
want the onion rings.
Fine, give me a second.
I desire the onion rings.
I desire to kick your ass.
Good. Oh, yeah, the mushroom pizza. I can't reach from over here. There we go.
Oh my God.
Eh.
Onion ring. My trash!
Oh no. Those sons of bitches, they want coffee. It sits in their greedy hearts. Okay, we need a fucking slip thing over here. These fucking
Take
customers
the
are
plate, Boar!
I'm trying. There's so much grease over here. Luckily, they're so patient with us because they're like, oh man, I can't believe. Okay, this pizza has been out here for so long. Please. Please. Oh, thank God. They're like, oh, he handed it to me like twice. This is gross.
Okay. Motherfucker,
What?
I'll take it.
That's okay. I was gonna say that's some cursed shit. What happened?
It is cursed as hell.
Oh, okay. Then what more? All right. What's worse is it doesn't splash any of the water on that area.
On the grease, yeah.
Yeah. People love coming here for the atmosphere, which is the aerosol, the
God.
fucking grease. So much money though.
That is true.
Table bonuses. Nice. That's a really good table. Oh yeah, the bar table. What'd that do? What'd that bar table do?
We need a bigger place, Boar. I think we need to
do.
I think we need to...
Removes the...
Oh, we
thinking
can...
phase.
Oh, we can go back to the headquarters.
Oh, we can?
Yeah.
Let's do that. This place is
Yeah.
getting too chaotic.
This will be saved. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right.
I'm so scared of myself. Yeah, this is serving.
Okay. Okay. Return to restaurant. Never. Oh, this place is huge. Boop. We were in the city
huge?
before. We're going back to the...
Oh.
We're going to go to the forest. We're going to country.
Okay.
Go pick a big one out for country.
This one looks
Do you want to do steak, salad, or dumplings?
I do like how... Is it because we have the pizza? Oh, I think they only give us 3 options. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, Is it because we have the pizza place?
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh, wait, yeah. I don't know. Salad. Salad.
Let's go.
In this big place.
Yeah. We want a big place.
Yeah, no. I'm just like
For
looking
expansion.
We're getting bigger. Pizza in my mind.
We
This
need to
making
get
me lose
another
my mind.
franchise. Chopped lettuce. Yeah. We got this.
You do.
Emotional cabbage.
Emotional
Cabbage.
Emotional cabbage.
Oh my god. Yeah. I'm good.
All right.
All right, you good?
Got more organized than you need?
No.
Like,
Well,
no.
I guess I can move this here, because then I can just bam, 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 bam.
Exactly.
Maybe
It's kind of
move
disappointed
this.
that this didn't become like a... I guess if another counter... Actually, if we put another counter here, does that make it a 3?
Let me find out. No.
Disappointing.
Boom. All right, we good?
Oh, okay. Should be.
All right, let's get this started.
All right. Money. You eating alone, I understand. We need tomatoes. Tomaten. Dankeschön. A regular lettuce? Good. I realized
Are
the
you,
mistake
or you could just...
already.
I have space.
No. I forgot.
Why would you do this?
Because we got space. So we got space.
Do we?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. You haven't even washed that dish yet.
Just gotta stare at him sometimes.
Tomaten.
No, do not help me.
I like how we can both do it though. With tomato. I do like the salad
Boom.
place. It's pretty nice.
I love the name Emotional Cabbage.
It's amazing.
I'm just standing here,
90% the
Boar.
best part. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And I'll let you stand again.
We have completed the
There's
day.
no downside to us having it be dirty.
Yeah, that's true.
Dirty.
No dirty. Ooh, plus plates?
Research
Oh,
desk.
yeah. Get rid of this sucker.
Yeah, get that extra plot.
Yeah. 8 plates. That's nice.
Taking this thing over here.
Not the sink. Dining table. Floor buffer.
Yeah, let's put the floor buffer in there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the little swish, 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 swish.
The
Yeah.
what?
Swish, swish, swish.
I'm gonna keep this here in case of like emergencies.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put it right over here. This is emergency plates.
Yeah, in
Alright.
case, you know... God, we need a better sink.
We do. But that's
Alright.
after.
Yeah. Future thoughts. Future thoughts.
Future thoughts. Alright.
Emotional cabbage. Just fucking love it.
I do too.
Alright, one with tomato, one without tomato.
Boom. Done. Oh, we're getting so good at this.
Exactly.
Boar,
We're
could you-
working together.
Could you pick
No, we need tomato.
Could you pick it up for a second? No, no, that's not... Okay. Do they both need tomato?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. It's fine.
You know, before they get too upsetty.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently people love it out here in the country to
Eat lettuce that we have not touched.
yeah. That we've definitely not washed. I was gonna say one tomato, one not tomato.
Alright, well, give me a
What
second.
else? You gotta get that. You gotta get those dishes out of here. The person outside is gonna freeze to death.
I know.
They live out in the country.
There you go.
Yeah, good. Eat. What's up?
Eh.
One tomato sauce. Oh, got it. Okay, move that plate out of the way. Because we, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I get it.
I'll just wander this over.
Okay. Got a
I was gonna
tomato.
wander it
Boom.
over.
I got it. Nobody's outside. We got this. We got this.
Yeah, nobody's freezing to death. Not today.
Not today. Oh, shit. Yeah.
How is there grease out here? It's salad. Salad, people. We don't even put dressing on it. We just chop lettuce and throw tomato in there.
Boom. It's out there. Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good. We're doing so good.
It's calm for right now.
For now, yeah.
For now.
Counter. I could use another counter. Hosting
Hosting
stand. Oh.
Ooh. Buffer though.
Yeah, get the buffer first. Oh, we can't afford that yet. Well, then get the hosting
Yeah.
stand.
We put a hosting stand in there.
Why?
Because we can't afford it. It's 60. We only have 58.
I miss you, buffer. I guess you can get the research table.
Yeah, we should probably get the research table.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Kaboom. All right.
Hold up. I messed up.
Boom.
Here. Back. Sad.
Sad. I know.
Sorry, I'm just emotionally damaged.
It's fine.
All right.
Or would you say emotionally cabbaged?
Yeah, it's like you probably just get. Yeah, we do need another counter though.
Let me flail.
When we hear we're failing. Oh, good. They just want the regular lettuce. Good. They want the basic. And maybe a new sink.
Ah!
That isn't tomato.
Boom.
Just, I'm trying to help.
Slams controller. Emotional cabbage! That's why the name. We love it so.
We're busting over here.
No.
We're busting. Get you. They also want it. Well, fuck them. Fuck them for being here. Who comes here for a salad place and wants tomato with their sheep? Like, what the, oh, and there's people waiting. Well, they're like fucking actual psychos. They're like, if we stay out here long enough, honey, the kitchen will close forever. Well, that's up to them, not me, honey.
Yeah, fuck them then.
It's on them. It's on them, not us.
Mm-hmm.
We're here for salad.
Not to know their life story.
Yeah. Watch out for the Wendigos out there.
Listen, you can't stand out there and hope the Wendigos take you, okay? That's my dream too.
I just want the Fae to take me. Why won't they?
You know why. You know what you did.
Yeah, I ran too many times through that magic circle. They won't take me.
1 star. Did you make sure to do visit? Because this is a new, Wolfie, this is a new establishment. You'll need to do visit before you can do order 1.
Ooh, $50
Ooh,
apple salad. It's a bite off the wall.
God, sorry, I disoriented for a
Crack
second.
egg, add oil.
Combine with chopped lettuce, nuts. Okay, egg, oil, chopped apple, nuts. Okay, yeah, we can do this.
So you gotta.
It's fine. It's fine. Egg. Counter.
Oil.
What is it? Oh,
Oil.
is oil in a bag?
Oil. No, that's nuts.
Oh,
We need another counter space.
yeah.
Let's go see what the other stuff is first.
No. I need this.
Yeah. Maybe
Boom.
another tiny table.
Just dig. All right.
You know,
dish.
so they don't wait as long.
Yeah.
Or by wait as long, they don't sit outside and fucking freeze to death and the Wendigos
Yeah.
don't take them.
You hope the Wendigos take them.
God, we always do. Kind of want to throw a sink here.
Order what? Order terminal? Takeout orders? We
Oh, yeah,
can't.
we got a hosting station.
Yeah, but we can't afford that yet.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking. Queue here to be seated. You know what? Let's get the ordering terminal. That one
Yeah.
sounds interesting. But they have 30% less patience. But yeah, let's actually
Yeah.
put it in here to upgrade it. Then we
Okay.
can get it. Maybe it might be interesting.
Boop.
Some of these cards we've never seen before.
I know, we've never seen it.
I'm
Apple
buying the sink,
salad.
though.
Listen, Apple's not here. Apple can't judge us.
I'm putting the sink here so I can just wash the dish here.
Yeah, so if there's extra dishes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Are you gonna press or what?
Sorry, you do know what we have to do.
Kill
There's
apples?
gonna be so much chopping. Yeah. I like how we don't even have a fucking awning for them.
Oh, Wolfie's here.
What you ordering, Wolfie? What you ordering? You
Ah,
getting
Wolfie's
tomato?
my
Don't put the-
favorite. Always asking for tomatoes. Boom. There we go. Boar.
Look at them nuts. These nuts. All right, here you go. We have 4 sitting placements, even though no one actually shows up. Cry.
There we go.
Or is it because there's only 2 of us?
What do you mean?
I wonder.
Eat the ferret's what we must do. I know. We just don't need to tell him.
Oh, see, we gotta get an apple.
Isn't this an apple? Oh.
You gotta cut up the apple. Then oil. And then do you oil the nuts?
No.
No, we
Wait,
already
those
chopped
are-
up the nuts.
No.
Is it already done?
Hold on.
Oh God.
Okay, you're like, yeah. Huh? That's not helpful. Yeah, how do I... Recipes, there it is. Salad. Crack egg, combine with chopped lettuce, chopped apple, and nuts. We don't need to chop the nuts.
Oh, okay. Well, throw the nuts away. Throw the nuts away.
And I will.
Here's your salad, asshole. Oh, they want more. They yearn for the apples. They earn for it.
Yeah.
Just throwing this here, for your help. Make the apples, stop putting away plates.
I did chop the apples!
Oh, did you make the salad then?
Yes!
Where's the apple salad then?
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking
Where's
murder
the
him.
apple salad? Where's the apple salad?
Right
then?
there!
Thank you.
Fucking
That person was
asshole.
about to slit my throat. He explicitly said, I will cut you. Salad people are fucking intense.
They are very intense.
What do you want? Just a regular? Thank God. Bless your fucking heart. Bless your goddamn heart. Oh God, apples. They really will love those apples.
Oh god, apples, no!
Apples now.
Here we go, got one. Got one. Nuts. Apples. There we go. There.
Man, what a fucking disgusting... Oh, I guess you're making the...
The Waldorf.
Never mind. Yeah, I was just thinking, you're making the salad dressing.
I
That's
am.
fair. My brain was like going, oh god, you crack open an egg. Oh yeah, and oil. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks,
You're making a mayo. You're making a mayo. Okay, so see, we got that. We're good.
Yeah.
Other than murdering the shit out of apples, we're fine.
Yeah.
Wow, the apple salad's worth a lot.
Yeah, considering that's all they ordered.
Oh god,
Ooh,
mop.
another counter.
Ooh, a mop. No. Boar. We need to do the thing.
What's this one turned into? Specials reorder.
Ooh.
I kind of think I don't like it as much as the other one.
Then. Oh well, then get rid of it. All right.
Yeah, we push it out.
Yeah. I will. Ooh, let's
Dining
upgrade
table?
upgrade a sink.
Yeah, so we can maybe get like the wash basin.
All right, you good?
Do you want another counter? No, I don't think you need another counter. I don't think so.
No. Right.
Maybe another dining table.
I mean, we can get a mop.
Let's get them up. Put that shit out here because people are fucking animals.
Yeah. There we go. I was like, why won't you let me pick you up?
Got animals out here.
Boom.
They fucking shit and pissing everywhere.
It's just so nasty.
All right. Countertop. Upgrading the sink. Wolfman.
Wolfie!
I have sniffed the lettuce. That's how you know it's pure. I was gonna say, you really think they're not gonna want the apples? They yearn for apples, alright? We can't control them, they're insatiable for those apples. Insatiable little pricks. Those fucking, the vegans actually they're not even vegans at this point, because...
Yeah, if it's mayo, they're not vegan, they're vegetarian, though. Oh.
Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking. I get to wash a plate, and then, you know, I can move it over. Why would you ever suspect? Although you got pre-made, yeah, that's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I want an apple fucking salad. That looks so good.
Boom.
Bah.
Boom. Everyone loves apples. Okay.
Oh my god! At least get half of it in your mouth, sirs.
No. That's disrespectful.
Oh, yeah, what do you want? Apples? Of fucking course. Everybody loves apples. Swish swash, your fucking opinion's trashed.
Oh, we're doing 2 apples? Okay, hold on. Boop.
Yeah, 2
Boop,
apples.
boop, boop, boop. Let me just, Yeah, you made a mistake.
You know what? The only mistake made here was open up a salad restaurant called Emotional Cabbage.
We getting some emotional cabbage is what we doing.
True.
Yeah, I'm almost done. By the time you're done,
Yeah.
boom.
Nice nuts.
It's your mother said.
More apple. Jesus Christ, stop, people.
How many of the apples am I doing?
Second. I have to fuck up smidge. Just an inchy bit.
How many apple dishes?
For this one. But you know it's gonna be more. You know it's gonna be more.
I do.
You fucking know it's gonna be more. Oh, yeah, I can get this one plated. Oh, yeah. By our powers combined.
We can make... Put it down. And put the dressing
Oh,
on.
you put it on the plate.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, that's a
Just
plate.
sits in there,
That's just a plate.
It's just a plate. It just looks like apples. Are required.
Combined apples.
You want? Okay, you just want the basic. Alright. Well, luckily there's other people that want the basic and also the apples.
Nuts. Boom. Done. Oh god. I didn't even realize about that couple.
Don't worry. Yeah, they're also the ones that want the same. Because they saw the other people were like, I really like the apples. They're really nice. Just like,
Do they both want apples
no,
or
as
just
much
the one?
helping as I can. As much helping as I can do.
Boom. Done.
Alright, you guys better eat or else I'll fucking cut you. That's our motto. Emotional damage. Cabbage, even. They keep wanting to clean up before.
Oh, God. Wow.
God, they all order apple salad.
They really love
Nobody
that
orders a fucking tomato salad anymore. They're like,
just
fuck you.
all about the app.
Formal. I kind of like that idea.
The
But
the
at
formal?
the same time,
They
don't
have-
really care about messes, though.
Yeah, but you do, because you scream about it.
Well, I only complained because we didn't have the mop the whole time in the other place.
Okay, well then does that mean you want the charming?
Not really.
Yeah, well, okay.
Let's go formal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I want to see what formal
Formal
looks like.
salads.
Welcome to Emotional Cabbage.
Ooh.
Our brand mascot is apparently a moose. A moose. Oh yeah, what did we get for
Oh,
this thing?
yeah.
Wash basin. Yes.
Yes! Nah, come back with that. Nah. Okay, can't.
Yeah, you gotta put something else first.
I will. Oh, here, because I was trying to get one for the office. Yeah. Boom. Yes.
Nice. But
Yeah.
we got a wash basin.
Buy the wash basin. Buy it.
Dip it. We'll just throw this other sink out.
Yeah, you
Look at
do
this,
that.
is actually really nice.
Is this the one that it washes for us, or?
No, it's the one where you can put 4 plates in and wash.
Oh, nice. Okay, so apparently it really wants us to do a brand mascot.
Yeah, it was like, hey, brand mascot. No, the rest we can't afford.
What's this? Oh.
More wallpaper.
Okay. It's stupid, but give me a second. Here we go. Boom. Done.
Oh, okay, that's much nicer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice.
Any...
Look at this little guy.
Alright. I'm good to go when you are.
Here's our brand mascot. Is a Yorkie.
It's fucking amazing.
Why are we still doing the max?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, what's in this? Oh,
Ceiling light.
Can we afford that?
No, but you can put it in the holder.
Yeah, just put it in the holder. Or tidy plant. Which one's this one do? No, it's just a... Okay, I thought it was one of
It's
those
just
special
a
ones.
tidy plant.
Yeah. Alright.
And begin the chopping.
Help it.
You are helping.
I'm helping.
I've had to murder so many apples.
We know what's gonna be. You knew what it was gonna be. Well, actually, I was more surprised about the fact one was a tomato. Wolf bear, what you doing?
Wolfie! Boom.
I was scared. I walked away without it. It was really weird. Hindsight. Basin should have been on my side.
Hey, gimme. Wait. Okay.
What? That's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, I should put the basin on my side.
Well,
Just...
they both want apple?
Yeah. Who doesn't want apple? Everybody loves apple.
Everybody loves apple.
Get those apples and nuts. Nut in the apple. Here we go. Oh, cheat.
So much apple nuts.
Like I can't undo. Alright, we cleaned off a plate for you, and apparently that makes everything dirty. It's really fucking weird to me. Oh yeah, we just need a regular tomato.
Okay, give me a second.
I don't know if they have a lot of seconds. Well, this guy.
They
this
do.
one on tomato.
Here you go.
Good. A tomato and apple.
Gotcha.
I'm going back here. I'm taking an egg. It's my egg now.
What are you taking with the egg?
Can't stop me. I don't know why I took the egg.
I don't know why you took the egg either. Just put it on the counter. There you go. You got 2 orders.
No, he's salad dressing. You know they're gonna want the apples. They yearn for apples.
They do yearn for the apples.
Like goddamn. They're like, hey, they don't have just regular basic salad anymore. Oh, this one wants tomato.
Okay.
Tomatoes. Why do I do this to myself?
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
matter.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Pick up
To where I
pick
can
up the one
reach
of
around
salads. Yeah.
Yep.
Boom. We got this. We got this motherfucker.
All right, let's see what these people want. Probably apples. Apples. Yep. It's just fucking apples. All right. Understandable. Fuck you. All right. Do you like our brand mascot? It's called Eat Your Fucking Phil. Get it? His name's Phil.
It's fucking magic. I'm getting this shit done.
Don't mind me. You fucking disgusting human beings.
All right, so this time we're gonna move.
2 stars.
2-star salads. Let's go. Mukwa, why are you just sitting in the laundry basket?
Just urines.
It's
Probably don't
just-
even need to sink out here if it's a wash basin. Well, we
Wash basin's the 4, not the soaking. Oh.
cherry pie. Ooh. Although I'm almost more impressed with the. Oh God. Maximum group size increased.
So cherry pie, huh?
Cherry pie, huh?
Need flour. Yeah. Create dough. Need into pie crust. Yep. Cook crust. Add cherry. Cook again. Yeah, that's easy. We can do that.
Okay.
Listen,
done it on
after the
accident
pizza, I'm fine with it.
All right. Hey, we got a hob at least.
It sounded like you said
Oh,
a
another
hobbit.
hob. Yeah, me too. I was just thinking, the hobbits have gone to Asgard.
I don't think that's the
Chili.
line.
Shall we?
Flour. Boom. Done. Okay. I could actually use another counter if we have one.
Yeah. A coffee table. That one could be useful.
Yeah. Get a counter.
Oh, counter. Yeah. Counter.
I'll take that. Thank you. No,
Oh, yeah.
not here.
On the ceiling light. Yay!
Excellent. It's fancy. We could probably do another dining table or coffee table.
Let's go with coffee.
Okay.
So then they don't sit outside waiting.
That's a good idea.
Or, or if we just have 4 tables, you know, we only expect 5 people. As long as we don't fuck up. You know, actually, let's put the dining table in there for upgrade.
Yeah, because maybe it could be a
And then
date
coffee
date one.
Oh, I love that date one. That one was so cute.
So cute. Increased mess. It's fine. You've got the...
They don't eat here, so it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, put it over here.
Yeah,
There we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, want to switch the basins? Or...
Oh, right.
Because I think you might need water for yours.
Well, I can knead it, but
Oh, yeah.
we'll put this out here for the washing. You figure that how you want to put that.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I was going to put it.
And this is where I'll put it, because you can just knead the dough.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you
we're
go over
good.
here, knead the dough,
Cook it.
bake it, cook it, and
Cherries.
straight oven. Yeah, and then cherry it, and then cook it again.
Yep, pretty much. That's it.
All right. Research. Please be something cute. I love the one where we make people. Metal table. Yikes. I think it just makes them like
Wolfie!
mess with. How you doing? Oh, he wants the regular one. Oh, you're making a cherry pie. That's nice. That looks fucking. Are you sure you're not supposed to bake it more? Oh no, never mind. It has the burn. Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
We need the.
Oh yeah, he
tomato.
wants actual like cooking.
He
Okay.
wants actually. He doesn't want the cherry pie. They're not fucking psychos. Those ones are coming up. Ayo.
Getcha.
And you want tomato and apple? Of course you fucking do. Of course you fucking want apples. Everyone loves apples here. All right. You don't come in a mushroom cabbage and don't order an apple. If you're not ordering an apple, you're disparaging our people.
Boom, got it.
Oh, yeah. And you fucking shit in my fucking kitchen, my dining room area. You fucking did to me. More double apples.
Gotcha, doubling the apples.
Wait. Oh, I can wash them like this. Okay, I was a bit confused. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Nobody wants my cherry pie, though.
Nobody does.
Boom! You gotta take them their plates
yeah.
first, and then you can hand me plates over.
Yeah.
Thank you, Boar.
I can also just kind of... Yeah.
Yeah, let's not make this harder than it needs to be.
Alright, let's see what they got.
What they got?
Apples. It's always apples.
Biscuits.
Nobody wants our sweet cherry pie. Fucking offensive.
It
Just like
is.
this middle table. At least the apples is one's really easy to make compared to what I thought it was gonna be.
Says the guy who's not running around like a chicken
Well,
with
yeah,
their
no,
head cut
I'm
off.
saying it's easy because it's you just chop it and you might go just sandwich with.
Wait, that doesn't have nuts on it!
Whoa, you didn't nut in this?
I didn't nut in it! I said I was gonna, but I
just like the idea
didn't.
of somebody getting a handout and like, what, you didn't nut in this? Fucking, a death threat to the chef.
My disappointments to the chef.
And they just want a tomato.
Oh, okay.
Basic ass tomato. Why are you making an apple?
I don't know.
They just want a tomato. They just wanted a tomato.
Well, then take the one that's the... What are you doing?
Well, if I take out the other, they're gonna get upset that the other person has to wait so long.
Good God, get out of here.
Making an apples, you fucking
Nobody
climb
got
over
a
this
single pie!
counter. Wow, I'm really glad. I'm glad no one wanted a fucking cherry pie. Why? Why'd they even offer it then?
I don't know. Feeling really upset about it, though.
Also, oh fuck. Oh well. Cry.
Yeah.
Fire extinguisher. We'll never need it.
No. Metal table.
Yay. Metal table kind of disappointing.
Seats up to 4. Sides are optional? What sides? Oh,
Yeah,
sides. It's a circle.
Yeah. Yeah.
50% less food and patience. No. That's going outside.
Yeah. Let's go research another one.
Bebo, could I, like,
Do
perchance...
you need more counter?
Yeah, why not? To put more of these fucking pies that I'm not making.
Man, I can't wait for them to never order a pie.
Alright.
I want the romantic one. That one was my favorite because it was cute. Bar table. That one's fine. I guess. Just like, I guess. It's. All right. You want a regular tomato? Oh, you're being so nice to us.
Yeah, Wolfie, you so sweet.
Not making us have to work hard. Just. Bless your heart, but not like that
In the
southern
southern
charm
way,
of bless
yeah.
your heart. Yeah, not the
What?
Oh, pie.
They want pie? They want
want
my pie?
They do.
Oh shit, I haven't been cooking them because nobody wanted them.
You fool! We need tomatoes.
God, then cut some fucking tomatoes.
Eh.
Boom, cherry pie.
Boom, my cherry pie. It ain't about no surprise.
Ah, got that cleaned. Bringing over the cherries. Ugh. The speediest I've ever been. Boom.
God, each one of them want a whole pie to themselves. What the
Fuck.
fucking psycho?
They are. Ew.
Like,
That's so much pie, Wolfie. I don't mean to sound so judgy, but you shouldn't have that many pies.
God, I didn't think it was gonna be each person wanting a single pie to themselves.
I know.
Like, Jesus. Sheesh. Alright, they want an apple. I was gonna
Oh!
I don't know how you did that, but
A lot of pain. Boom. There you go.
I thought the cherry pie thing would be like, you know, the scenario where they want a regular just cherry. I mean, not cherry, tomato.
Okay, well, fuck me. Does the other one want something else?
They also want tomato.
God damn it!
They only
pick up a plate!
Okay. Put it down on that. Put it down on that one. Thank you.
What's wrong with me, Boar? Just take it away!
Just. God, they fucking scarf it down. Holy shit. I mean, someone wants a cherry pie.
I'll go make one.
A regular tomato, okay.
I don't think this is how cherry pies are made.
What the fuck are we doing?
I have come with you to a cherry pie. Enjoy.
Only $3 for that? Fuck you. Eat shit and die. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see your face again. $3? Like, you paid more for a salad.
And that's a handmade cherry pie.
Yeah.
Literally made to order.
Lettuce. Thank you for cutting up the lettuce.
Yeah, thank you. God, that's so infuriating.
Oh,
no, I don't need more lettuce.
A mixer? What'd that do? Can perform mixing and chopping.
Did you want a bar? That sounds fun.
It does. I mean, I'll take a bar table.
Yeah, how much is the bar table?
Yeah, this is. We are. Yeah. It's only 5.
Oh yeah, go for
that's
it.
Fucking amazing. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put it over here. Oh, I'm ready to go when you are. Maybe.
Oh, sit like this. That's fucking weird.
Maybe move in the 4 table.
Yeah, we don't need. Yeah, that's true.
Come on, they're 1 to size 2. Come on, Boar.
Oh, this is much nicer. Mm-hmm. And that one person can just sit here staring at the.
And you can get another dining table.
Yeah.
Are you gonna upgrade it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm done when you are.
So we only need. It's only 7 people, unless of course I went crazy with the calling people.
Boar.
Yeah.
Hit the yellow.
Yeah, no, I'm just, concerned. The usual concern at Emotional Cabbage.
That is fair.
Wolfman, you returned. But why?
Oh, okay.
I keep trying to grab the plates sideways. Maybe we do need another counter for you. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, so that's awesome for the
mixer was worth it.
Definitely for at least the
2 tomatoes.
Are you fucking with me? Hold on.
Oh.
Well, the dicer can make the tomatoes, so it's fine.
It can.
So this is definitely a lifesaver.
Okay, yeah. It's a counter.
Go for it. But I still hand chop the lettuce.
And more tomato. Oh, you guys want they want pie. Those 6 psychos.
Well, hey! Boar.
What?
Thank you.
Here, you can eat while looking at people like a real compatriot of the arts. Oh god, another. God, both of you want pies? What the fuck's wrong with you?
They
Like, can't you
both
share?
want pies?
Like, there's even 4 slices. They're like, no,
all the pie. Give me all the pie. I love pie.
I love pie. Thank goodness we don't have to clean the pie plate.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that one wants an apple. This one wants tomatoes. This one, I'm just gonna stare at them. By the way, watch the plates. Oh, shoot. Shoot.
Oh my god, we're doing so well. What is this?
Why am I not grabbing the plates?
I don't know. What's...
I want
Oh
pie.
shit. Alright, let me get him a pie.
Oh, fuck. You guys are absolute fucking killing me here.
Killing me, Smalls. Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh no.
It's fine, Boar. It's fine.
No, it's not. It's really not.
It's fine. Boom.
It's really not.
Take it.
Because we need more pie.
Don't worry. I have the scooper.
We need apple.
It's fine.
Just the...
It's fine, Boar.
It's really not. Oh. People are literally dying out there. It's not fun.
Oh no! Oh no, Boar!
Because we haven't cleaned out the plates.
No! Forced to close. Son of a bitch! We were doing so well.
We're doing so good,
Oh!
except for the fact that...
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
okay,
use...
that's-
Okay, we can start
that's
again.
Nice. That's nice.
Okay, so... Okay,
Crap.
that's fine. We can start again. We
But
can
The
start
dumplings.
again.
We do dumplings.
Are we doing dumplings? We're not even going to
wanna
give
do
steaks a try?
Oh, we actually, you know what? Yeah, steaks. Let's
Yeah,
do
let's do
steaks.
steaks.
Fuck salad. That's our problem.
Nope, not
We're
this
doing-
one. No,
let's-
I want the big one. You know what? But we're doing it in the country, because country...
And then you-
Oh, god damn it.
It resets when you do that. So is this a big one?
Yeah, that's the big
It's
one.
always it's always so hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah. Alright, we're ready to go. We're ready to give steaks a try.
Haha. Let's raise the stakes.
Ah! Yeah, we know how to cook.
Meet you there. Oh, I fucking want to
Oh,
die.
god damn it. That's a good one, too. They're being like, hey,
kinda
meet
like
you
this
there. Okay, here's our little extra life. Boom. Alright, we're ready.
Boom shakaladen.
Oh, wait, no. I want to put the plates over here.
What are you doing? What's that?
Trash.
Is that garbage?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, I'm good.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you? I'm
No.
gonna move this out of here.
Yeah, what is that? Oh, right.
That's the... Actually, I'm gonna... There we go.
I'm ready.
Alright.
Oh, shit.
It wasn't written.
I thought you hit the Y, so...
I did. Yeah, just pre-make the steaks. There's no downsides to it. That's the best part. I mean, I guess all the foods you didn't have to actually... Well, except for the... Like, a lot of them you need to prep. Or, God, there's so much grease back there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Forgot they need the... One wants them burnt. One's wants them turnt.
What? Never say that again.
Missing so...
Shut up! Shut
I'm
up!
just standing.
Yo, you don't
Standing there
understand.
with my arms wide open.
Oh, Wolfie's coming to our steak
My
place.
eyes open wide. My eyes open wide. Alright, what you want? Oh, they want to burn as fuck.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah. No, yeah. There's so much grease in here.
It's so greasy.
There was a reason why we went
They
to
even
the...
want more. Jesus. They yearn for it.
Oh, God. God, help me. Ugh. Yeah.
I gotta clean up this table.
Oh, God,
otherwise
gimme.
people will not-
Yeah. Gimme.
It's so
Yeah.
fucking greasy back there. Oh, I thought I grabbed a plate.
5 stars. Thanks, Wolfie.
They want a medium and a well overdone.
God, thank...
They want a congratulations.
Ugh.
Man, we need a
Ugh.
mop so fucking bad.
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
I mean,
There's so much fucking grease.
so much.
Yeah.
God, and they eat like there's so much grease around you too.
We have made a bad decision.
Alright, what do we have as options? Fuck. Kitchen floor protector? Maybe.
Yeah, I do need a
Maybe.
kitchen floor protector. If we can
Not
afford,
affected by mess.
if we can afford both a research desk and a kitchen floor protector,
We can only afford one.
research
Or we
desk.
could
then.
get a counter or another hob.
No. Just
protector.
go ahead. We'll do a research.
Okay.
Boom. Put it in.
And
Boar.
then we'll put the hob. And then you fucking blocked us off.
It's just gonna be a danger thing. You know it's gonna be a danger thing, and then you're gonna be like, "Why did you walk away from the
Well, 'cause
steak?"
just don't burn it. Just don't burn the steak.
How would you just
Forehead.
stop sucking? Someone
Well,
make
then
Squid
how are
never
people gonna get return
make
customers,
those noises.
alright?
What noise? What noise you talking about, Tofu? So aren't restaurants supposed to have a grease collector? Yeah, generally.
We are the grease collector.
Yeah. Those are, yeah, usually.
I don't know what that is, but it's not the danger one. So
Clean up
take
grease,
that as a
clean
win.
it up. You know. No, I don't.
Wolfman, what do you want? You want the cooked, the good cooked.
Oh no, not the good
Oh,
cooked.
well.
I'm sorry.
Well, Wolfman, you're gonna starve.
You literally did it less than 5 minutes ago. Listen.
Yeah, I know.
Are you sure that
rarer.
wasn't Boar? You made a gurgling squid noise. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I do those.
I mean, if you wash the dishes, then it kind of cleans up your area. Kinda. What you want? Rower? They want a rower.
They want a rower?
They want a rower.
They want a rower.
They want a rower steak. Rower. I'm gonna go and call more people. We need more money. Especially when we got rower over
It was
here.
very disturbing. Well, listen. Why would you do this to us, Boar?
That's $8 extra. And nobody's gonna be locked out there. See, look, I gamed the system. No one's showing up. I literally gamed the game. Smells like steaks back there. We'll meet you there.
I fucking hope it smells like meat back
I do like
there.
how you can put the plates on there.
I
and stuff,
know,
so
it's toasted.
cooking.
Bitch, you not old enough to make those grunts of pain and discomfort. Fuck you, Tofu!
What do you mean? Yay, we gamed the system by calling in other people and nobody showed up.
Perfect.
We just took their money.
Yay! Flower pot. We'll do
Yeah,
the
what is
dishes.
the hab? What's the hab got? It's a safety hab, eh?
Oh!
Oh, but we'll burn.
Oh, but slower.
See, this is disappointing. Oh, is that the better plates?
Yeah.
Or the worst plates, I mean, whatever.
8 additional plates.
Yeah.
Maybe
Then
try
we
to
get another
upgrade the
dining
sink.
table. Yeah, I was about to get another table. Cinco.
Yes, 5, Boar. Now, excuse me while I wake up. Good. As you should.
Put it like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can stay as far away from us as possible.
just hear screaming.
Wolfman our first customer is always Wolfman. He always wants the meat. When you hear it, you got the meats. Rawr.
Roar.
We got
Oh,
the
this is
rawr
terrible.
steak.
This is awful. By the way, today, in 1827, New York abolished slavery. I don't know
What
why
do you want? We got We got steaks for you. Oh, they want raw and one. Well done. Congratulations. Salutations.
Boom.
Is that no? I think they need the other one.
Oh, son of a dick.
It's hard to see. It's the burnt one.
It's fine.
They
I'll
want the
burn it. Ow! Don't
They
clear my
won't
shit.
accept This.
I'm
Not
sorry.
the good one. There we go.
Why are you throwing shit at me? Or clearing out my schedule of shit being thrown. Oh my god, that's so disgusting.
Oh god, yeah, right. Oh my god.
It's so
They
nasty.
have to like shit it everywhere too. Splish splash.
Tofu, spend your own points to throw shit.
Oh, we need whatever this is called. The mediums. Alright, I'm gonna game the system real quick. I kinda do like how steaks are.
Yeah.
That's because I have it. Although I wouldn't eat here.
No, god no.
I would not eat here. I don't know why. Is it because the fact that fucking there's grease everywhere?
Why when
and
this
you're
is
almost-
available? Because I hate you. What do they want, Boar?
Oh yeah. Rare. They want a rare, and I can't see the other one. I have many regret. Oh, it's a regular one.
Oh, okay.
Second one. Second cook. It's really hard to see with the orders over there.
I know.
Just,
It's all ready for you, Boar.
yeah, I was just like,
Lies.
I was just questioning my life
Yes!
choices.
You have my attention. What's up?
Lies.
Everyone loves me. That is very true. They do love you. Alright.
1 star. I can't wait for it to be
Yes.
something that will somehow break us, but nobody will order it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Philly's big steak.
It's probably big steak. Or an au jus.
It's probably maybe au jus.
Oh! Black coffee!
Yeah, black coffee.
Who the fuck would want closing time? Tell me. Do you want me to put the coffee in here with you?
Tray stand. Yes.
Oh, a tray stand. Oh god, yeah, you can save that, Boar.
Oh yeah, what do we have actually available? A wash basin.
Yes! Is that the soaking or 4 at once?
Oh fuck.
What?
We can't afford it.
Put it in the thing. We just
Yeah.
won't upgrade it.
Yeah, poor tray stand.
I know.
Oh well, we can't afford everything.
That's
we
okay.
can't afford everything
No, we can't.
for now.
Alright.
I'm gonna move this.
I
table
do
over
adore you. I do adore you, Tofu. But did you see? We're almost to our goal.
Move
I'm
the table
I'm
over.
very proud of us. I say us as in I insinuated the, starting of the donation thing, but you all do. I mean, I did get a donation thing.
I want Tway.
Stitchy and I did donate 100.
Tway.
You can't have Toy Baby. In my head, I had a whole ass
Do you
plan of
want
getting up
do you want
early.
another counter? So you could.
Oh yeah,
could
yeah,
cook
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
steaks
yeah.
and
I
then-
could do that.
And then you could just put them off to the side.
There we go.
Damn it! I'm really upset that doesn't become.
I know.
Like, nah, we can't knock over this wall. That's a supporting wall over there, over here.
Over
Making
there,
a
over
coffee.
here.
Oh, Wolfman, I first guessed to have a...
Wolfie.
How's life treating you, Wolfie? You want raw? They like it raw. Alright, you don't want fucking dessert? Alright, you can kick bricks.
We don't have to. Oh, right, coffee. Kind of forgot coffee's a dessert.
Well, take
Glad
it
I
too
didn't tell your mom that you didn't tell your mom that you were gonna be there. That's fair. I don't know what's up with the dogs.
What do you want? 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 They want a congratulations.
Gotcha.
I moved over the table so I can actually see them when they order now. Just...
Oh, that's a good idea.
And one wants a rah and a congratulations. Alright, well, fuck you for not ordering that.
Oh, yeah,
I
it
can go
does.
Right, I can just... Huh? Are you talking about the cleaning?
Yeah, the cleaning thing.
You want coffee? Alright, well, fuck you. Nobody wants coffee. Let me game the system by calling in another friend, Can I call another? Nope, it's like, alright, you've literally... Nobody's coming in.
Yeah,
Alright,
they
want
know.
that in.
They won't. Oh, they want it cooked. Gotcha.
One more. Just one more. One more time. And if you don't get a coffee, I'll
Should
cut
call
you.
them soon if you, so you can get some coffee.
No one
Yeah,
will
get some
find
coffee.
you. No one will find you. No one will find you. Shit, I wish I could leave the premises, but then
You
I'll
can't.
get yelled at. See, look at the booking. How much money we made. There's like no customers showing up.
I
out
don't
there.
know.
Jeez.
That was weird. Maybe it's because it's raining. Oh, right. You had
Oh yeah.
the wash
What is
basin.
that? Oh. Oh yeah.
Oh, do we want the wash basin? We were just gonna get the wash basin in here, right?
Yeah, we want the wash basin.
I know we get the wash basin, but where do you want it?
Well, probably your area, cause.
Okay.
Or maybe. Yeah, maybe I could get it.
Okay. I'll do that.
And then I'll research dining table. Mm-hmm. So maybe we can get the romantic one. I fucking love
Oh
that
God,
one.
yeah, the romantic one's great. All
And I
right.
can shove a bunch of them here, and then I can plate up whatever.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
throw
yeah,
over.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. I can't read it. Hopefully it's not a metal table. Wolfman! It wants a congratulations.
Yeah, it's cooking. I'm just continuously.
They want a rah. And the other one wants another congratulations. All right.
God damn it.
I just like saying that.
No, I mean it was. So, I almost pulled it off perfectly, and then I just like didn't.
Oh, Wolfman. Oh, you
Thanks,
want some
Wolfie.
coffee?
Wolfie wants some coffee.
There you go. You're a good man. You're a good man. Good wolf man. Why is it so difficult for me to take it? All right.
Do. I can't believe I'm picking this up with my bare hands.
Yeah, just don't worry. It's very clean here. Just pop.
Fluff, 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 fluff,
I want a
fluff.
row.
There you go.
We need the customers. Nobody's showing up.
Maybe because our... Oh, hi, Boo. Maybe because our table is full of fucking lard.
No, that's what people will hear. Did I just game the system again?
Because they
Nobody's showing
can't
up.
fucking run.
They're like, wait, don't close. Guess what? We have people after closing time. Fuck you.
Okay, so there's this game that I really like playing, even by myself. But I don't know if I could play it on stream.
No.
Ravenous Devils. It's essentially a Sweeney Todd game.
Ah.
I'll show it to you later. Sorry, Boo is trying
Super
to
charming.
focus on making customers happy even to get inside your restaurant. Oh, they'll wait a long time.
Which is
Fucking
good.
exclusive. Boo, lay down. I'm leaning back.
They want the
Oh!
finest.
Somebody just donated. How much longer is the fundraiser going for? I was gonna check tonight to see if it's going for another week or so. Hold on a tech.
True Goliath, the decoration. What is this? Oh, it's the fancy one.
It's the fancy.
We need it. They pay 50% more, and it combines with the
Fancy.
Jason. Wait,
50
hold up.
PNG change. All right, let me just. I gotta change
Oh,
my
okay, it
PNG.
combines in that way. Oh, just 3 and 3. Wait, hold up.
What?
Yeah, okay, never mind. That's fine. It work.
Does it work?
Yeah, because it's not 6. It's 3 and 3.
But how is that third person getting in there?
Fuck them. They have to waddle around everyone else like a normal human.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Sorry, I gotta get my squid hat on.
Squid.
Yeesh.
Let's see how terrible this looks. Meh. Why is this
Meh?
exclusive? It looks awful.
What is? Oh, that's
Oh,
terrible.
God, that's even worse.
That's awful.
This one's for the office.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta change this too, because in case I, flip back and forth. It's fine. Ta-da! Ta-da!
Oh, wug. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Alright, there we go. Yeah,
My
so we...
leg's cramping in anger. And I was like, a rug, a wug, and it's like, cramps.
Oh, shit, no,
And
I
I'm
didn't
like-
want you to see that. But no, the
What's this?
fundraiser should be going on for At least,
Ooh, I like that one. Do you want this for the kitchen
Ew.
or this?
that. That looks fancier. Not the fucking orange. No, that orange doesn't
I mean,
belong
it
anywhere.
could-
No, just leave my blue. It's
Are
at
you
least
sure you don't want the wacky, crazy one? Yeah, it goes out here where the garbage
I'm
belongs.
gonna put this in here.
Oh, I don't want to rename the restaurant.
Do not rename our restaurant. Meet You There is beautiful.
It's too beautiful.
Oh wait, this is the fancy flooring. Finish your thought. Oh, sorry. The fundraiser is either finishing at the end of this week or next week. I'm gonna check tonight, and I will post up on Discord. I believe in you. You shouldn't.
You really shouldn't.
It's really not a thing you should do. All right, we're good.
Are you making coffee? Because there's no downside.
Tight. Thank you. I'm so proud of us doing this, which makes me so excited for October. I just gotta find some more horror movies, or not horror movies, horror games to play. I know I got the DLC for Village.
Oh. You fine gentleman, you want the rara? That's expensive. And whatever the other one's called.
Medium?
Medium.
Like you fucking Riz.
You're right. You're right. Rara. Oh.
I didn't mean to do that, but okay.
Nope. I was just putting this over here.
No, 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 no! Ugh. Ugh. There's so much grease! Oh my god, Boar! I'm gonna fucking die! I'ma fucking die!
I'm putting this over here.
Did you guys get a whiff of that wildfire too? Oh god, a little bit, yeah, not a whole lot. Oh my god, there's so much Boar.
Don't worry, the customers are gonna make it infinitely worse. Of course, one wants the rara.
Ugh.
A rara and a tea. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, coffee.
It's okay. Ugh. Boom. Boom. Got him. I'm just cleaning up all this grease. Oh, there's so much grease.
I hate when I walk
There's
over
so
here
much
to
fucking
grab
grease.
something. It's like, no, you didn't grab it. And it's like, don't gaslight me.
Are we just
We're
gonna
a
throw
steak
peanut
place.
shells or some shit down? What the fuck is
Got it.
going on with this?
We really should. They need their coffee, or else they will scream at us. Oh, no.
Apparently Chicago had it worse, according to your mom. Oh, yeah, we didn't get too much out of it. Looks like a fucking circus act.
There's so much grease. So much.
Oh, two!
They exclusively love being here. Why?
They love
'Cause
it.
the grease really...
Oh, I didn't
can
start my
guess.
timer. Well, you got a free couple minutes there.
Encaustic. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, yeah. For service, please shout your order. No.
Oh, I'd rather have it cooks faster. I kind of like that.
Okay.
That's not really a downside.
I mean... Mixer.
I mean,
Oh. Can I have the mixer?
we need a mixer.
Oh, you've got a point. I just, maybe I just wanted it.
An ordering terminal.
Ordering terminal? Interact to take a table's order remotely.
Eh.
Eh.
Oh yeah, what did we get out of this?
Oh, yeah, that was a
Oh, it's
statue.
a statue. I don't care about the statue. Dining table, though.
Yeah, okay.
Could be anything.
I'm
you can
ready.
Get your mixer. You can get your mixer.
I don't know what I'm going to use it for.
Yeah, but you never know when. Like, you never know if an au jus sauce comes
That's
up,
true.
and now
One day,
we
an
have a
au
need for
jus
a
sauce.
mixer.
I didn't even notice it first because I was close to one. There were ashes in my car, and they were talking about evacuating base. Oh, God, yeah, that happened
Ooh.
when I was in California.
Actually, you know what? Upgrading. Hob.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Oh, of course now. One later, stranger. So we're gonna have. Yeah, we got enough for people. We got enough people.
Yeah, we're fine. We're good.
Yeah. Please be the dangerous one.
Oh, God.
How... Oh, it's a safety one. Fuck you. Oh, hey, Wolfman, you brought someone. Oh, you want? Oh, one wants a well done thick quick stick.
Okay.
Thin cooked, I mean.
They want it well done? Yeah, they do.
No, it's well done.
Either way, colors match.
Yep.
It wasn't as dramatic as that.
Oh my
but...
god.
Oh!
Sound. Oh god.
Oh, don't ever make that noise, Boar.
Oh god.
We're not going waspy here, okay?
Oh, we're very exclusive though.
That is true. But we don't look very exclusive.
Oh.
Oh. You
Just grabbed it.
put these fucking
Carefully put.
Yeah, do
Why
not.
is no one showing? No one's showing up.
Maybe it's because it's raining. This is sad. I'm sad.
Yeah, swarm our restaurant. Well, I'm really more sad that only one person's going to the expensive place, you know.
Mm-hmm.
One wants a regular, a Wellington done.
Oh, Wellington's something completely different, Boar.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you want actually coffee? Well, guess who hasn't prepped the coffee early?
It'd be Boar.
Oh, apparently I interrupted it, but it worked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like that one guy that everyone loves.
That's.
I don't remember. I was trying to remember from Animal Crossing. You better drink it at the prime temperature, or else I'll be angry.
He will be angry.
And then he like calls you bird slurs.
Bird slurs?
I don't know. Hey, booking desk, we got so much money. For
Yeah, we
not a lot
did,
of people
'cause we-
showing up.
Breadsticks. You want breadsticks? Candlebox? What do you want?
Ooh. But it's only for night only. That's super weird. I'd rather have that, but.
Get the breadsticks.
Oh yeah,
Get the
what's
breadsticks.
this again? Safety. Ugh, fuck that.
You gonna
Oh, it's
upgrade.
upgradable again. You know what? It's upgraded again.
Okay. I'm good to go.
Maybe it could be like good and safe. I don't know.
I don't know
So
either.
we've got 6 people expected, even though I feel like last time that nobody showed up. I think it always rains outside. No, it doesn't. Oh god, is it actually that?
What?
Wolfman!
Wolfie!
Why'd you send the expensive place? Which arbitrarily just it's raw. We got the congratulations, the raw, and the medium. Can't think of what the medium.
Yeah, we gotta think of a medium term. Boo Boo's having a real huffy because
Nobody's
they're.
just showing up. Nobody's showing up. I'm panicking. I'm booking. I'm scared. I'm scared. Make more steak.
Ow!
thin-
What do you need my
cut it in
attention
the-
for? Oh, they
Thin
want a
cut-
thinny. They want a thinny. Oh my god, give me.
Cut rower. Well done, rower.
Give me a second. Whatever you're doing, give me a second. Boom. Boom. Clean the oil. Oh my god, they're throwing things at me. Boar, why are they throwing things at me?
We need a well done rower steak. Oh god.
There's so much oil. Oh my god, they're throwing so much shit at me! Yeah. What? Why are you throwing?
Need a thin steak, medium, and 2 cafes, which is my thing.
Yeah, that's all on you.
Yeah, you guys don't sit out there for too long. What do you want? He wants a well done.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Well done thins, that's good.
No, please.
I need to wash these plates. We need them both
Ow,
well
stop
done.
hitting me!
Well done. Well
Ah,
done.
no!
Well done. Well done.
I'm screaming, well done!
Everything's well done. These are garbage. These are garbage. Get them out of here. Get some well dones in here for the love of God. We're going to lose another business.
We can't. We've got the extra life, Boar.
Yeah, no, I don't want to lose the life on this, okay?
Here, take it. There, Boar.
Yeah, we need another one of those.
I know!
They get offended when, you know, that you show up with one. Our place looks like dog shit right now. Just...
I'm so scared!
Well done!
They have breadsticks, Boar! What?
Guess what?
Why are you not giving them breadsticks?
Because I didn't remember, I didn't know they were there even.
Motherfucker!
You could have just
Okay.
not burnt them.
All I ask is for the attention. You can throw shit all you want, but please do not use the get my attention for things other than, like, actually getting my attention, like, because I don't have my sounds. That's all I ask.
I still don't know how that...
That's why they're so cheap.
That's why you have cooldown.
Yeah. Well, I should have put a cooldown.
Breadsticks? Let's get more breadsticks.
You gonna ever fucking use them?
No. But guess who? Oh, safety hub. Ugh.
Yeah, gonna upgrade
Actually,
again?
you know... Oh, yeah, let's upgrade. Yeah, I don't think I upgraded last time.
I was gonna ask why they're so cheap. It's because I don't have enough, I don't have sound. I'm gonna have to try to figure out how to fix that.
Expecting 7 people, quotation marks. You know what, yeah, we're fine. Let's just do this as is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just remember they got fucking breadsticks this time.
Yeah. Since we're expecting 7 people, I'm not bringing out those breadsticks until the first 3 customers leave. Danger.
Hey,
Bob.
Wolfie!
See, Danger is the better one. Wolfman! What's a thin cut?
I got a thin cut.
Well done. No, oh no, regular, medium, whatever the fuck it's called. Ah! Ah! Not that one.
You can't get fucking angry at me.
Just if I had a 3D.
I was just watching you dance, and that's what made me so happy.
But now we need just I was like doing this and also just.
It was just so fucking cute, so I just couldn't help
I
watching.
mean, it is a really fucking cute hat, though.
You might want to rethink that. Listen, I'm rethinking a lot of shit.
They want a regular.
Okay.
A regular. They want themselves a
I'm
good
gonna
stick.
put a limit on the get my attentions. I might make a sound alert specifically for that, so I know, and then I'm gonna try to fix the sound things again.
Again.
Well,
we
yeah.
want congratulations then. Oh, congratulations! We do have one of those. Yeah, right here.
Oh, the noise! I hate the noise so much.
Just a sniff. Just. What do you want? Burnt small. We need people. Money. Here you go, breadsticks. Breadstick. For your consideration, fucking
No, whatever you're doing, stop it! Oh my god, it's so gross.
God, it's... Oh. Okay.
What is this mess? Aw, thank you. Thank you for resubscribing for 40 months. What the shit? She's gifting. She's fucking gifting. Why are you fucking gifting? Why? I love you, Tofu, but why?
Just assaulting.
Assaulting me with love. We are at 400 of the 500.
Ooh.
That's a good thing, Boar.
Yeah, it's like, ooh.
Well, the way you said ooh was like, ooh?
Ooh.
No. 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 Because I can. I mean, she's got me there.
Yeah. Can't stop you.
Can't stop me.
You can't have them unsubscribe.
Just take that and shut your face. Damn. Okay.
Wow. Ooh, tomato soup.
Who the fuck would want to do the discounts? Who the fuck would do that?
I want to make less money.
I want to work 3 times as hard, but I want less money. Yeah, it's onion, then tomato.
Oh,
Add tomato and tomato sauce. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we can do that's no problem. We can do that.
Onion and tomato.
Yeah. Oh, they got
a danger hob.
See?
We got a danger hob.
I don't want a danger hob.
We got a danger hob.
I don't want it. I don't want a danger
but
hob.
it'll be good. It would actually be
would
good
not.
for the.
It would not.
No, it'd actually be good for the soup.
It would
'cause
not.
You can't burn soup.
Yes, you can.
No, we can't. We've never burnt the soup. We've trusted this. We've left it on the stove.
Okay, if it burns, I'm going to, like, just never-endingly
floor
screech
buffer.
at you. Ooh. Yeah, get that.
Increases
Get that,
movement
get that,
and
get that, get that, get that. And it's
Oh.
gotta go inside here, because fuck that.
Everything's better if it's shiny. Increases movement and prevents spills. Yeah, we definitely need
Yeah,
that.
put it in the kitchen, please.
No.
Thank you so much, Tofu, for all the stuff. You're so amazing. I hope you know that.
I'm trying to think, where would you want it? I get that too.
Yeah, just put it there.
Yeah, right there.
It's the only place I've got space. All right, I'm
5
ready.
people.
Are you?
Why do I feel like we're getting even less people? Who keeps not showing up?
These bastards just ain't showing up.
For real.
One day, I want to figure out how to work 5 hours a week and make 6 figures a year to do so. God, yeah. Okay, onion.
I'm gonna take out the
Thing.
breadsticks. You know.
Water.
Oh, Wolfman, you brought a friend and you're not sitting at
Wolfie.
the expensive table. What the fuck, man? Why do you come into our place and not sit in the slightly more expensive table that's right next to the one you're at? Like, what the fuck? Can you eat our breadsticks? Our rat will fuck you. Faster, was it? What the? Does the whole floor?
I don't know.
I think it does.
I don't know what it's
So
doing.
shiny. It's so shiny.
Oh.
Oh,
well,
yeah, sorry. They want soup.
Oh. Soup.
That's some good
That's
soup.
my dream. Yeah, who doesn't have that dream?
Good soup.
It's a good soup.
Actually, let's just put it right there. Yeah.
Okay.
I can get it from the corner. I can hit the corner.
Dude. I mean, okay, where it's at is apparently making everything clean and sparkly. I don't know how to make it work for here.
I think it just cleans and sparkles. You know.
Oh, it's got to sit there.
Oh, it's like a cleaning. Oh, whatever. It's fucking
Ooh.
nice and shiny. At least.
Excuse me, I gotta go use that.
And that. Thank
How did
goodness
you
they're
do
all
it?
Really. I just did a regular clean. I don't think it. I think it just buffers the floor. I don't
We'll
think it
find
actually
out.
cleans.
It do. Ugh. Okay.
Man, they think a long time for fucking wanting coffee. Oh, well, fucking want a steak.
You want to say that again there, Boar?
Yeah. I forgot I haven't even taken their order. They took so fucking long to take their order.
You got them breadsticks.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. It took them so long. And they just fucking leave me. Like everyone. My abandonment issues.
Whee!
And two rarer steaks.
Okay, 2 of those.
Rarer.
Boom, 2 rares. Yeah, you gotta finish watering it.
You know, I'm like going, I keep trying. I'm like holding the same button. Thin, not a regular, a regular tomato soup. That's some good soup.
Good soup.
Good soup. I'm glad we don't have to clean the fucking dishes for.
I know.
Oh, fuck.
It's fine.
I'm only thinking fuck because I had to make another one of these because I know they're gonna order it. And jeez, I'm being a menace.
You are.
Disrespect authority. We needed a burnt one.
Are you sure? Oh, that,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, hold on. They clean really...
The thin burnt.
They do it really fast, so...
If you took it off the danger hob, think how much faster it'd be.
How about you suck my dick?
Okay, they are really fast.
Told ya.
I say, look. Why did the other one feel like it was taking forever?
Cause your mother.
Yeah, and I don't think it. We're gonna have to read that because I don't think it actually cleans. Like I think it just buffers.
I don't know. You check it out. You check it out.
Yeah.
How much longer are you streaming, nerd? Another couple of hours. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna see if this looks any better out there.
It doesn't tell us. That's the worst part. But how much of a... that's the exact same what we got in the back room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just buffers.
Okay. Do we like the stone better or the... Which one better? I'll be back. I need to call your mom.
Like
Go
wood.
call mom.
Wood better.
All right. Well, then I'll put this in here. Boop.
Ooh, a nice plant. More patience. Ooh, my mom.
Yeah,
maybe.
do that. Ba-doop. La, 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 la.
I have an idea. This Wolfman keeps taking the same fucking table instead of. Oh, I see.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, look, we have 6 fucking people here. Game, I don't know why we're... Oh, that's why. Okay. Hold up.
Oh, it's a painting.
There we go. Makes more sense that way.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get the fancy plant. Ooh. Wait, hold up. Hold the fuck up.
We're holding.
Never mind. I was thinking, like, how close can we put these together?
Not as much as you were hoping.
Yeah, that's what I was... Could do it there. Considering we only have groups of 2, this might be fine.
Yeah, that's
But everyone
true.
has patience, apparently. Even though someone would be eating their food and, like, a blade is, like, right in their mouth.
Tutor. Okay.
Oh, you were saving a rug?
Yeah, why not?
I was just, like, going... The fucking... I just realized the noise for the door.
Oh, what's the noise for the door?
Hey, Wolfman, I'm really glad that you are explicitly avoiding the expensive table. Fuck you.
Wolfie's like, listen, I come here every fucking day.
I'm your most valued customer, sure, but you know, 50% more money is more on our plate. You're spitting my family's food face every day.
Maybe you should get the buffer.
Yeah, that's why I moved the buffer. They won't.
Bum, 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 bum. Ah, shit.
Yeah.
I thought I clicked the button to...
Wait.
Get the... Ah, Boar! Fucking fuck you!
How is it my fault for you not picking up
You were pushing me around! I couldn't fucking do it!
You can pick it up with your bare hands.
You pick up you with my bare hands.
I would like to see you try.
Fucking take the meat!
Sorry. Fucking gremlin mode out here.
Just done with his shit.
Didn't even have to tomato soup. Tomato soup. Yeah. I love that onion really fucking spreads out.
I
For
know.
real.
It's like,
Forever soup.
Yeah.
You're trying to be fancy and throw fucking...
yeah, maybe I was. What's wrong with that?
You don't even cut up the tomato. You just throw a whole tomato into it. Huh?
Yeah, it's a tomato that gets
Oh, the
squishy.
buffer goes away after a while. That's sad.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see it going
Are you
away.
gonna get these orders or what, Boar?
Well, I'm just making sure you got, like, some coffee or, like, food being made, you know? Like, you can pre-make steaks.
I don't have that much fucking space.
At least one of everyone.
How about one of your butt?
One of everyone. I can't even see that one. Looks like a medium thin for that one guy.
Boom.
Oh no.
Oh
It
yeah.
has begun. Get the fuck out of my way, I'll spit in your food again.
Again. Oh good, they're together. Oh thank God they're together.
Yeah. Oh my god, they're together. Soup. Oh yeah, we're gonna need more soup after this. Imagine like you're waiting for your food and someone's like, ooh, I would like the soup, and then you're like, oh, so I can't order until, nope, fuck you.
Danger hob.
Rawr.
Boom.
Okay, where does the... Yeah. It's like such a hard angle. I don't know why. You know what makes you guys so special? Breadsticks. Think about it. No, literally. Think about it. Think about your food.
Oh my god. Does this restaurant serve bacon? Listen, we don't need to talk about what it serves.
We don't do bacon here.
How you doing, Skull? Boom.
I don't know if I like the buffer. Can we sell the buffer?
I guess so, we could. Bacon and calamari, got it? Yeah.
Yeah.
We prefer to think of it pork belly.
Faster. I need a raw and a regular.
I thought you'd already served them.
No, I served the other two. We have more than 2 customers.
Do we?
Yeah.
Boom. Rare. I need a plate, though, Boar.
No.
Just put a plate there. Boom. You got him. You
Don't
wouldn't
worry, they
say
have
Boar's
breadsticks.
got a gut. All people have guts.
We do.
You're doing good. Built a shed over the weekend. Shit, that's pretty cool. Looks
I
like
actually
they
put a
want
clean plate in
coffee.
here. Don't worry, they'll even think twice as hard. Yo.
And Guts got a big sword. Aha, berserk.
Haha. Cafefe.
Cafefe. I thank you.
Come on, wait. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for spilling food.
Everywhere.
That's really great.
Oh,
Luckily,
God.
that's
Okay, that was pretty good. Okay.
Oh, an oven.
Oven.
Then an oven would.
Pot stack? Oh,
that's
it's a stack of
yeah,
pots. Okay.
it's the
I'm
thing
taking
we already
I'm
got.
taking this oven.
And a combiner. I don't know what that'd be good for.
Nothing right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we have.
Should I upgrade this one though?
Ooh, yeah, let's upgrade that one.
Okay.
And maybe buy rug.
Yeah, go ahead and buy a rug. There
Oh,
we go.
oh, that's actually a really nice looking rug.
Yeah.
I can't even put it right in the front door.
Yeah, you
Fuck
can.
game.
That's close enough.
No, I mean I was like trying to put it like.
I know, right in front of the
It's like-
door.
and it's like, no, I'm sorry.
Could put it in front of the
Are
coffee
you-
thing.
Ooh.
You got a pirate campaign to plan? Ooh, that's cool. You got lots of spots open since you only announced it on some D&D servers. It's pirate themed. Ooh. Pirates.
Researching.
Making soup.
I have no idea what it made. I have no idea what we have wrought. I mean, put out some breadsticks though, especially to the fancy people. The fancy people really get it. Wolfman, we got patience for you. We know you're here. You're a repeat customer, regardless of how bad we treat you.
Well, no. There will be Pirates of the Caribbean memes. I hope so. Sorry, there's so much oil over here.
Don't worry. You'll get worse. I'm really glad that apparently we just apparate like plates there.
Mm-hmm.
And they want a well done and a raw. Why don't you use the danger hub?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't trust the danger hob. Maybe it's its fucking name.
Just don't walk away from it. Just don't fucking walk away from it.
Ah, shit. Need to get more soup.
And they eat like animals. And of course, they'll want fucking coffee.
They're so
those
terrible.
assholes.
I don't know about me, but I've got too many games going on right now. And they're just getting back into...
Oh, I thought they wanted to... Okay, fuck me. Oh, this is gonna be an issue. Just-
No, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be
Be
fine.
fine.
Someone will eventually want it. Yep. Oh my god. Like, who eats soup that badly?
They do,
Oh,
apparently.
I'm sorry. Let me pick that
Nah,
up for you.
it's fair.
Don't let me pick up that coffee cup for you, you son of a bitch.
Nah, he probably did.
In a row. Oh god. Why does it sometimes cancel out on me?
Yeah, it does that. Just make a soup a mimic. God.
Soup. Oh, there'll be less soup.
Nope.
Well,
So
no, wait,
one more soup.
Got one more soup.
Got that steak for that guy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm sliding everywhere now. These fucking animals. The fucking animals out here. Oh, he wants...
Not as fluid.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's done. No, and the animals are serving the food. That is true. Oh shit, he wants...
right.
Yeah, okay.
True. True.
I mean, you don't have to say it. It's kind of mean.
Yeah. You know what you find people need? Breadsticks.
Yeah, you get them some breadsticks.
Let me go and clean up this slop that you will inevitably add to.
I got soup. Well, Squid, you got 8 arms. How can you carry one food item? Listen, it's a misconception about the 8 arms thing. I believe squids only have 6. Because octo.
Oh, and they need a well done...
Regular steak?
They need a congratulations steak.
Okay.
As I slip behind them and just give them a little kiss on the neck.
Just a... Wolfie, you've been visiting us every day.
Yeah.
Not to say that we don't want you there. I'm just saying it because that's
You've just
true.
been avoiding the expensive table.
Yeah.
Like every time though. Like every time.
Mm-hmm. But I appreciate you keep trying to visit us. You need a plate!
You fucking animals. Are you sure they need even a plate?
No.
So I get to slide over the grease
Just
stains that you see their meals.
Listen, it's like, please stop.
Like, you're somewhere you're like throwing it back like 3 tiles. Like, what the
Like
fuck?
eating it like a goose. 4! 4 stars! I didn't think we'd get so far.
Especially
Okay.
steaks. Which means we get a new
Whoa.
item, don't we?
The 2 longer tentacles. Ah, yeah.
Broccoli.
Oh! Yeah, I could do broccoli.
Oh, I love broccoli. 20% less patience.
Why?
I want to be pissed off at us.
Yeah,
Just
consistently
broccoli and
pissed.
water.
Yeah, that's it. That's
fucking-
fine.
That's fucking yeah, that's easy. Broccoli.
I'll take
Get
the
out of my way.
broccoli. Is that a prep station?
Prep table. The prep station.
Prep station? Shit. Nope. Nope.
You'll need that.
Wait, here. Put it here. Here you go.
Then you can make all the raw steaks.
A rose.
Or, yeah, raw steaks.
All the rose. Consistently pissed
Coffee
off.
machine.
New item,
Coffee
but still serving breadsticks. Fuck yeah.
Coffee
We-
machine.
We do not need a new coffee machine. We've already got a
Yeah.
coffee machine.
Yeah, it's not like anyone ever fucking.
Oh wait,
like,
the
buys it up.
upgrade. The upgrade.
Oh, we can upgrade.
No, the upgrade. We had an upgrade.
Okay, yeah. We have
A
micro-
microwave?
So that's what the oven becomes, huh?
Oh!
All right.
That feels so wrong.
Yeah, it really does.
But- Put it over by the broccoli.
since you-
Put it here. So I can, like, cook the broccoli. Yeah. Well, no, that was gonna be for... Okay.
Well, it's not like you ever use this. You know what? You know what else.
I don't... Listen, just press the Y button.
But why? Well, I want to upgrade dining table.
Yeah.
You never know when people actually want to visit us and actually use like I really want the cute one. Bottle of water,
Oh, I
get
can't.
with the water.
Oh, God!
done?
What is this?
Why?
Oh, God!
Pass it out.
Oh, God!
Oh my God.
Pat it!
I'm trying. Oh my God. You had to put water in it first. You're not boiling it in a pot. You cannot put it in. It literally says no.
Pat it!
Oh my God.
Oh, no! You know you
You
boil.
can't microwave. You cannot microwave that. Oh my God.
You know what?
All right, hey, how would you like? You want?
See,
soup?
this is why I didn't want fucking microwaving.
Don't worry, the smoke will clear.
One fucking
what
day.
cost?
Yeah.
what fucking cost?
Okay, so microwave goes away, alright? I can't fucking do it.
Just put the meat on there. Just put the meat. Don't mind those smells. That's our microwave breaking.
Chef Mikey!
Chef Mike.
He did. Clipped. No! Fee!
Puts it back in for a second ride. Alright, so we need a... Like how it says, don't put it in, you're like, and I'm putting it in. we need a thin steak, medium, you know, with your hands. There we go. Medium. Why are you not picking up with your hands?
Because I'm fucking idiot!
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Exactly. Thank goodness Wolfman is so fucking patient with us. Here's your coffee. Thank you for not leaving in spite of the sounds of hearing. Oh god, our mixer's on fire. A rawr and a tomato soup.
Making the tomato soup. There you go. I'm just waiting for the chop. Get the fuck out there!
No. This is fucked up. Don't worry, we'll get you. No. Don't worry, we'll get your rev. Whatever, I'll put it in there. It's fucking
Oh
cursed.
god! I got it! I got it! I got it! Oh god, that thing's fucking terrifying. Never again. Oh.
Oh, so they want the soup.
Why the fuck haven't you given them soup?
They're patient because they got the breadsticks. They got the bread. They're fine. They got the breadsticks. They're bleeding right now. Which is what you call when you're eating breadsticks. You're bleeding it.
Nope. Pretty sure it's not, but you know.
Alright, 2 regulars and a tomato soup still need to be done again, apparently.
I just got it, you asshole!
Just
I will set this whole fucking place on fire. That's the broccoli. It's done.
Thank goodness no one has ordered it.
I know.
Yet, as is tradition.
Like my cherry pies.
Yeah. The first day, nobody orders it. Every day.
They're just like, what's that
And they
smell?
want, thank goodness one wants this one. What are we ready to pass here?
Take that. Take that one.
Uh-huh.
Just having a
That sounds like-
fucking conniption.
I'm fucking panicking. I'm choking. Choking just like a... I was gonna... I'm sliding all over the grease.
Oh,
this one wants a
shit! I'm in
well
the
done
broccoli.
with broccoli at the end of the day. Wow. Wow, nice of them to do that. Little tiny plate.
Oh.
A little tiny little thing, and you can
Oh,
put it
yeah.
here.
Oh, it's well done. I panicked for nothing.
Don't worry.
There you go. It's adorable. Adorable and
It's adorable.
greasy. Well, that's something I didn't know. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting too. About 1827, slavery was abolished in New York.
Took them a while.
Yeah, but it was, you know.
Wait. Oh,
Before
I haven't
other-
actually ordered it. There you go.
Ugh. We made it.
Stressful. That was
We made
unnecessarily
it.
stressful.
We fucking made it. Okay, I want that fucking.
Congratulations.
I want that fucking
Well,
microwave
tomato soup.
out. I want the fucking microwave out.
Yeah, let's get the microwave out. It's just been issue.
Fire extinguisher. You know what? Fuck you.
Hey, you want a kitchen floor protector?
Yes, I do actually. Fuck this. No, no. Fuck it. Fuck it.
The microwave. Now we'll never be in Applebee's.
You know, it's fine. Don't throw shit at me.
Yeah. Ooh, fancy tablecloth. Guess who's
Ooh.
not getting their favorite food anymore.
Thank you for all the everything. You everybody.
Oh.
Oh,
This is cursed.
it is. Are we good?
Are we? Are we well and truly good? What makes
Thank you.
a good boy?
I was actually crouching a little.
I say I'm like.
Thank you for
yeah.
drink. Thank you, Tofu. Are we good?
What we got? Are we
I got
good?
shit to cook, boy.
Oh, let me just throw it at the table in here. I was trying to see what we need to upgrade. I wish we could upgrade breadsticks, but okay.
I mean,
I don't know how you could. Garlic
Yeah,
breadsticks.
I was gonna say garlic breadsticks or garlic knots. See,
All right.
I good mod.
Are you
You are.
prepared to? Are
Yes.
you prepared?
Yes.
Are you truly well and ready to not burn a fucking broccoli?
I will burn a broccoli if I fucking want to.
All right, people that only get the breadsticks are the ones that don't get the benefit from that plant, which is like two things. Hey, Wolfman, thank you for bringing a friend along and to spreading our business name, and I'm not using this as a distraction.
Never.
Nice good whiff.
Kermit? Dear God, I swear I'll buy a Wilkins coffee. I don't know what a Wilkins coffee is, so you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, I should research, I guess.
Are you questioning my good modness? Never. You are a good mod.
All right, what do you want? Probably tomato soup. Of course, Wolfman wants the famous tomato soup.
Kind that has never burned down an establishment.
Yeah. Never.
Never.
Technically, it's always been a microwave. We'll never be the Applebee's we always wanted to be. Alright, they want a thin, regular, and a regular well done. That's gonna get really fucking confusing for me.
God, why are you like this?
We're using that hob over there, that dangerous
Oh my
hob.
God.
Especially for those, like, look how fast that is. Holy shit. Like, holy shit, that was actually fast. Like, I wasn't... Oh, man, we need another one of those. And he wants a regular with the broccoli.
Okay.
He wants the broccoli. I'm just putting this off to the side because I know we need more tomato soup.
We need water in that, dumbass.
Wow, I can't believe that, right? Could you imagine?
Could you imagine getting the fuck out of my kitchen?
No. Just... I'm helping.
Are you?
Am I? Oh my god. This fucking grease out here. What do you want?
Four Muppets existed
Oh, look, a tomato
and
soup. Congratulations.
for advertisements, and they used early version of Kermit to promote Wilkins' coffin. In these early, they'd commit crimes as Geneva Convention added to the list. Well, Jesus. Don't you have coffees to get to him?
Yeah. But you know what happens?
What?
Well, they need to make more coffee.
Yeah, that's true. Huh. Visited La Boar and La Squid. I had soup. Boar seemed overly friendly with sweat trickling down. Soon my soup arrived. It was delicious. And it didn't taste microwaved at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the
Burnt
shit?
it. You burnt it.
That burnt your mother.
Good. We need a burnt one and a regular. Skulligan Wolf is here. I wish we had trays every day. Oh, we need a broccoli with that one. Luckily, they're so patient because they're nomming on our delicious, completely edible breadsticks.
Yeah, completely edible. So worth it.
They weren't left here from the last time. I forgot. Your double breadsticks, fuck you. You don't get double. Just the panic over there. They want the broccoli.
I'm getting the fucking broccoli.
The soup. The soup! Thank you.
Fucking. Why am I tasting flesh in the breadsticks? No reason.
Don't worry about it.
There you go.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Oh, fuck me.
There you go.
Here's a dirty plate for you, Scully. just hold
If you'd
that
like
for
to
me.
join us, you just gotta do !visit and you'll join us.
That cramping, why?
The
I'm
cramping?
even drinking water.
What? What's
It's like the
going
back of
on?
the knee.
Boar, what's going on over there? Are you
Oh, he's
okay?
ready for this order. No. No. Oh no, they want coffee. Those sons of bitches. Those sons of bitches want coffee.
There they go.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, now I gotta. At some point. At some point, indeed. Just doing a little jig over here.
Those sons of bitches want... Also coffee, alright. Just talked about coffee too, I see. I'm just washing dishes real conveniently behind somebody while they're waiting for their food. Here you go. Have a congratulations. Just slides. Don't
Cannibal
mind this.
restaurant! No. We serve... No. We're not serving... We're not.
Actually, yeah, none of it. Nothing
Nothing is
cooking here
pork or
related to us.
seafood.
Yeah.
Trainers. This product does not endorse running in the kitchen. Bonus
Oh.
is lost when walking through mess or water. Oh god, no.
Never mind. Gas limiter. Yeah. More prep station.
You know what? We'll just do another... Oh, wait. What did we get out of there?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, a simple cloth.
Here you go.
That's good, because that's more money.
Boom. You can get that.
I actually might get rid of some of these.
I'm gonna upgrade the hob. Alright, this is fine.
So you've been good on people being here.
Look at Squid's Discord in general. Listen, Boar is gonna share a Discord with me. And we've got...
For now.
we got it. For now. You son of a bitch.
Oh, wait, is this the... This isn't the pay more, they're just patient. Wait, hold up. I can't read it after, sorry. It's unfair. Oh, wait, no, this is the romantic one. They split. That's good.
Oh, good. You ready?
Am I? Let's get to upgrade this prep table.
Oh, I could make a lot of broccoli or something.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, you put a...
Put a hob in there.
Like you ever use hobs.
Motherfucker!
Just like you ever use hobs.
Hi, Mukwa.
And I'm glad that we have, like, we have a business that is supposed to be nicer, but we haven't gone,
Hi.
Actually, let me just move this around.
Today's the last day we're doing this fucking steakhouse.
Then we franchise.
Did we burn the place to the ground?
Exactly. Tax evasion. Meet you there in hell. Probably the prep table increase is probably the fact that... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting we got this. This will help you out.
When you get the fuck out of my way, it will.
Exactly.
Your breadsticks suck and the soup is more like jelly. Please, for low gods, I have no company. Please don't put me in the meat grinder. Crushing skull noises. Yeah. Well, that's what you fucking get.
Yeah. By law, that's what we have to do.
But yeah, like I said, there's a game called The Ravenous Devils, and
This is
I
fucking
love
pathetic.
it. It's a time management game that I love.
Oh yeah. Oh god, I can't see it. What do they want?
Tomato soup.
Oh, they want tomato soup. Okay. I thought it was like, what type of steak is that?
It's tomato soup. That's what it is.
Tomato soup. Don't mind the freshly buffed fours. Like, Don't mind me. I'm just shuffling behind you.
Trying to figure out what the hell that's a.
Well done, everything.
Okay.
I'm not well done. Congratulations, Farouk. Get up with your hands.
No!
Use the hob. Use the scary hob.
It doesn't take that long. All flame spirits.
It does once it's active.
Squid's a squid and Boar's a boar. We are.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning. I got shit to clean.
Oh, fuck, tomato. Oh, fuck, tomato, man. Oh, man, tomato soup. Tomato soup. Potato and tomato. I'm helping. I threw one tomato in. I'm the most helpful. Even though most helpful would be throwing in a meat.
You know what? You could suck my dick. There. I said it, Boar. Somebody had to.
Yeah, and I'm glad they just eat the bowl.
Something, eat your bowl.
The whole bowl. It's horrible. Alright, so
Really?
we
Really?
One small, yes.
Ugh.
We need the thin cut burnt.
Oh, okay.
Thin cut burnt. It's like clench.
It was
Fucking
kind of
diamonds
clenched
being made.
moment. I was like, oh
I
god.
was about to make a blood diamond because I was clenching so hard. Oh yeah, they share it. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, it
Aw.
was the one I was thinking of. We need a row. I love that. That's my favorite one.
You're viral?
No, the ones that share.
Yeah, that's cute.
They're like, we're a couple.
We're
we share.
adorable. I need fucking dishes.
We do. Do indeed.
Got excited. Take it.
I thought I did.
No.
I did. I thought I did.
He'd
Oh, you
do
want a
it
coffee?
for you. I can tell you, Stitchy and I are close, and we would never share a coffee. What the
Yeah.
fuck? Oh, that's tomato soup. I'm like, what the fuck does
that's
he
why
want?
I keep going like, what the fuck is that? What do you want? What do you need? What do you mean? Oh, you want a
Coffee.
How'd you throw it back this far? Jesus Christ, man. Just spits
Like
it
a
in my
fucking
face.
just eating like a fucking goose.
Oh, they wanna fucking hate that.
Oh,
chicken.
okay.
That's a congratulations and broccoli. Don't worry, your last customer. No one will find you.
Boom.
Here you go. I'll bring you a coffee in case.
Oh, you didn't want your fucking coffee.
You son of a bitch! You gave me those cough me eyes. We're a
Oh,
franchise now.
we're franchised. We can get the fuck out of here.
I'm running a pirate game. You want in? I'm actually in a lot of true. I'm actually kind of in the exact amount number as she's in. Just we are in a lot. Boar's the bottom.
What?
Offended. I'm offended.
You're not saying it's not right.
I'm
Flower
offended.
pots. Oh, yeah.
That's pretty nice.
That's nice, but we're gonna still,
But extra long lives. Yeah. We forgot to start franchise.
Oh, right. We're leaving. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, it's time to open our next one.
And we fucking slammed them out.
We are. Okay, so we got.
We're almost level 6.
Oh my god,
Or-
4. It's time. Dumplings.
Dumplings.
Okay.
What's the big one? That looks
We're
like the big
going
one.
to the Alpine.
I was gonna say choose one. You keep
I'm
switching.
fucking choosing one.
Choose one, or else we're gonna all fucking die out here.
Maybe we deserve it.
Yeah.
All
probably.
right. Let's see what adorable saying there is this time. Just double
I really
checking
hope.
these aren't anything good.
Yeah, I don't. They're all those
grabber.
grabbers. I have no idea. I don't think we've ever been at a point where we wanted those.
Oh, are you sure?
I don't know.
Yeah,
What
we'll
do
give it
they
a try.
do? I guess. Yeah. might
Worst
as
that can
well.
happen, we
It's
just
free.
throw it away.
Yeah. Worst can happen.
Worst that can happen. All right.
dumplings,
Yeah, we
but
know
do
how
they
to
have
do.
breadsticks?
We know how to do the
Perhaps.
dumpling.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, there's meat. Yeah.
Ba-doop.
God, what?
Grabber.
I hate how it-
What is this? Okay.
I forget if this was one of those ones or I guess it just automatically grabs items and just throws them on the ground.
Well, we'll find out.
I guess like if you made it like a really long line of
Oh,
them.
have
and
you
then,
seen
like, a
our
conveyor.
name?
Dumpling the shark. Ugh. I'm taking this. Sorry,
Oh, let me.
we do not have breadsticks. We don't serve breadsticks here.
Not
Sorry.
yet. Okay,
No, not
we're
at
good.
all. Are we?
Yes.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay. Are we? Are
Okay,
we?
that's weird. Okay, we don't need that.
Yeah. That's fucking cursed. Just. Oh no! Don't! You're gonna make a pie. You don't want to make a pie. Not here. Not like this. Not like this.
Oh god, get fucking grabber.
Yeah. Yeah. Just have it. Wait. What happens if you chop it up? Oh, it doesn't actually take it with.
Oh.
Okay, but it's a combine them. Okay, that's disappointing.
Okay.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Grabber is annoying. It's garbage time. Don't worry, this is our first time ever serving dumplings. Here you go. You are our first dumpling. Get dumped on.
It's this grabber thing. It literally fucked me over.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of wondering at first. I'm like, it automatically grabs things. I'm like, are we sure? Just like 2 dumplings.
I'm working on it.
It literally makes us have one less counter, essentially.
It does.
I miss every day. Balado. Oh wait, that makes pie.
Yeah, don't you dare.
They're so fucking patient with us. It was already done. I'm just...
Maybe I hoped it would just be okay with not doing things.
I mean, what I'd be doing in this sense now would be just doing that and then having the grabber grab it. At least for this second.
There we go. Let me just hit you in the face with my meat.
There we go. Just... Well, do you want dumplings? Ooh, I bet you would really like these. Ooh, I bet you want to sit down and enjoy your food.
Oh right, you'll have to redo your visits, cause Boar, I don't have any dishes. Wait,
yeah.
I have one in a sink.
Yeah, I was gonna say this should be one.
We almost lost first fucking day because you can't do dishes.
Wow.
What does that
I did
say,
do
Boar?
the dishes.
No,
I did
no,
do the
no,
dishes.
no.
I did. Fuck you.
Anyways, so that grabber's fucking gone.
Yeah, that thing's gone. It's out of here.
Goodbye. Nope. No.
Dining table, nah. Perhaps plates. Perchance plates. Just moving this over here.
Tray stand. Ooh. We can't. Okay, do the research thing, and I will put the tray stand in the wait for it. There you go.
Can it be upgraded to? No.
No.
I don't know what it would be upgraded to, but the thought is always there. Fuck you, grabber. You ruined our lives.
How could you, grabber? Okay. All right.
You remember when you almost burned the place down? Okay, I didn't almost do it. It was Squid.
Why you gotta blame me like that, huh?
It explicitly told you no, and you were like, no. We can do it. We can surpass everybody.
Hey, Skull.
We can surpass all. Just sitting there. Sips. How you doing there, Skull? Welcome to here. We got fresh made to order dumplings. We totally weren't pre-prepping them. God, why does it sound so terrifying?
I don't know. I've never heard somebody eat dumplings like that.
Crunch, crunch. I'm helping. I'm helping.
I like how he says he's helping, but you know.
I'm helping, darling. Why aren't you making more dumplings? Think about... You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I came here from a better country to a worse one. It's the same country. I can't believe you do this on the 4th of July.
I can, and I will.
I can't believe you. I just love even more just putting down a plate. What are you ordering? Smiles. What you ordering? What you buying?
Motherfucker!
Yeah. Do we need more counter space for fucking sure? I'm ordering. Yeah, I'm gaming the system by calling in somebody. You want some dumplings or dumplings? Wow, there you go, dumpling. You know, made it fresh from my bakery. Called the kitchen in the back. Where you going, huh? Gonna give me money?
You can't leave.
Tips
You can't
complimentary.
leave.
You can't. Tips complimentary. Tips complimentary. Just
Dining
complimentary
table. Another sink.
Hob. Counter. Thank God, a counter.
Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, now we can read it. Floor
Oh.
buffer.
Oh.
What you do. It just increases movement and prevents spills. Oh, you have to pre-wash it. We'll never fucking do that.
No.
Just. And yeah, tray stand. You stay there, because I won't tray stand. Because I love tray stand. All things
Okay,
shop.
let's see.
Maybe another dining table? Perhaps.
There we go.
Perhaps dining table.
Maybe.
Or, no, wait, no, the tray's in there. At first I was like, or upgrade? I'm like, no. What the fuck? For a second there I was like, and then the squid has boxed herself in, and we'll never see her again. She'll scream at me, say that I'm ruining her time.
Maybe.
Even though I have done absolutely nothing to do so.
You've done absolutely nothing. You said it right there, Boar.
Exactly. I'm here. I'm emotional support. Emotionally devastating you.
That is true. Alright, this is as good as it's gonna get. What? 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 What, Tofu? What?
What? What?
What?
Again, we have. There's only like 4 people that show up here.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Come on. Alright, Boar, let's do this.
Bar. I'm helping.
You get the
Just
fuck
throw
out of my
right back
kitchen.
Oh, look, I'm helping. See, I can chop up the vegetables, you know, if you just put them over here. I chop up the vegetables. I chop up the vegetables. See, look, I put up over here. I chop up the vegetable. Look, I'm helping. I'm helping. Look at me, I'm helping. Yeah.
Skull just runs as fast
me not
again.
Helping. Why do we even take their orders? We know what they're gonna get. My brain is like in the hole.
Oh god!
This is the fucking curse shit.
Get that off the oven! Boar!
I gotta wash the dish. Look, there's people out there that are expecting us. I don't know.
You are
I don't
not
know what they're
allowed.
expecting, honestly.
Food, mostly. Mostly.
There's gonna be people waiting outside and freezing to death instead of getting our dumplings. Why can't you guys just sit together? Come on, it's a great establishment. Helping.
You notice how he keeps saying helping?
Just, you know, if I say it enough. Look, I'm helping. I grab at a carrot. I touch the carrot. Touch the carrot. Gently.
If you keep slapping that, I'm gonna slap you.
I always love when I'm holding something. I look.
Give
at
it
the
here!
camera, just-
Oh my god. Fucking hate you. Get out. Get out. No tables? Yes, tables.
Yeah, I can't wait on tables. Just
Ah!
oh, good. We can add another stress.
God, I hope so, because fuck.
Fucking
Yeah, thanks. It's just
Yay.
dumplings.
Just dumplings. Broccoli. Aside.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Just don't put it in a microwave.
I'll put it in a fucking microwave. Did you want to get your tray?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Now I'm like, don't think that's what we need right now.
You know what I
Alright,
don't
a
need right
hosted
now?
stand.
Your negativity.
We need another fucking counter for you, clearly.
You know what we
And
need?
then we gotta upgrade a sink.
No, that goes there. That goes there.
Although we do. Yeah, we do. Maybe a sink out here. No, upgrade sink. We upgrade sink. Hope it becomes better. Hope it gets better.
You gonna get the tray stand?
Nah. That's I'm like, we need counter space more than tray stand. And we need better sink.
You gonna...
Look, I'll
No. Boop.
my god, that's cursed. There we go.
Your mom is cursed.
You know what? And I'll have this right out here. Be the most cursed.
I know, right?
You never know if I have an extra plate, we panic and you...
And we're just like screaming at each other. Yeah. I
Yeah.
get you. I get what you're saying.
Alright, time for me to call a friend. Research. I like how calming the music is, even though we definitely know it's not going to be that calm. And that sure takes a while. You want me to help out?
No.
In the most inconvenient way? Look at me helping. I'm helping. Bizarro, I'm helping.
I don't know many people who eat broccoli with
Yeah,
dumplings.
but the first day nobody ever orders it.
True.
It's a law.
You just installed DuckDuckGo browser. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, fucking speak of the devil. Someone wants a broccoli. I can't reach on over. Just
Anything
Alright,
to
well-
keep you from going inside.
just oh, it's only $1 extra for broccoli? Shit, I want extra broccoli. We got 2 people coming in, which means there's only 2 things they ever want. I cut up the carrot. I cut
Okay.
up the carrot. I help with the carrot.
Okay, yeah, we need a better sync system.
Yeah, that's how I was going. We need to upgrade. I don't know what that sink is, but it looks intense. Luckily, they're patient enough to wait. And the food can't... Oh, they want broccoli with one.
Oh, okay.
Just when you're, like, running with it.
I know, right?
Broccoli and dumpling.
Gotcha.
They want the good old broccoli dump. We're scamming someone out of $5. No one's showing up. It's close to time.
Hell yeah. Speaking of installing stuff, I have a throne now. I checked it out. Oh, cool! I keep trying to get Boar to get one.
Eh.
Boop.
I mean, I kinda do, but I already forgot. It exists. Namely because I haven't loaded up my own.
Boop.
Hob.
Sink.
Dining table. Hosting stand. Man, they really want us to get that hosting
They
stand.
really do.
Oh
Another
yeah, what's
counter.
this sink? A dishwasher.
Get the fuck out of my way! I want that.
Automatic 4-pump dishwasher. Exactly.
Can I chop on top of it?
That we haven't actually bought it yet. No, it doesn't look like it. But it can store 4 plates, so
Oh, okay. Shit, I've stuck myself. Why so far away? Why so far away, Boar?
you never know.
No, Boar. No. Why?
You want another counter?
Why the fuck not?
Well, let's go upgrade it then.
Okay.
Maybe I was just like about to. And this
This is fine.
is fine. We're only gonna get 4 people.
That's fine.
I'm helping. I may kill it. I may kill out.
You did.
Let's go look at wolf. Sniff. Sniff, sniff.
Sniff.
Don't worry, I'm just
Boar.
like any good waiter. I'm just not asking what you want. I'm just looking at your patience bar go down. Oh, you want dumplings? I see. We're the worst. Imagine in real life that was like a thing. Just put it in the dishwasher. Yeah. Automatic cleaning. Just chop, chop, chop. Hey, chop, chop, chop. Hey, you want some dumplings? Yeah, they want the dumplings. Of course they do. Who wouldn't want dumplings at Dumpling the Shark?
What a
I
terrible
put you too far
name.
away.
Dumplings and the Souls of the Damned. Listen.
They want a dumpling and broccoli. They
Okay.
want broccoli. Just a little noise. Oh god, how is there so much a mess? It's dumplings.
I mean,
We don't even
dumplings.
serve soy sauce in this one.
That's true.
That one I could understand. Oh, of course, 2 dumplings then. Why would I imagine any less? We're gonna kill what? Why does it sound like a fucking hell is approaching us?
I don't know. What are you hearing?
Okay. Oh, it was the washing machine. So I was here. I'm like, why does it sound like hell's approaching us? God, that's so fucking nice. If you let it complete it.
I don't want to.
Broccoli, $1 extra.
Why no breadsticks? Listen, my food has flavor. It's delicious.
Yeah, we're not even at the breadsticks point.
Mmm. That one's got exclusive. Got the extra money.
Yeah, extra money. Oh god, what does this look like? I can already sense it's gonna be bad. Ugh.
Here. I'll help.
Remember how we got franchised and we never even got any of the items? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, you can switch it when you're just
I guess so.
Oh, I thought you had to like
Nope.
commit. Ugh.
One. I was gonna say change
Oh
it.
yeah,
but it just-
yeah. Counter. Oh, we didn't even upgrade this. By we, I mean me. Do you need an extra counter?
No. Not right now.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So we're good.
So
we
the
can get
DuckDuckGo is reduce trackers. Yes, I remember that one.
Let's get a precious flower. No, don't get the paint. Painting only gives us 1 star. This thing gives us 2. And we can't put it away because there's a counter in there.
I'm not apologizing.
I know. Because of where we grew up. We don't apologize for our mistakes. That's why our parents never apologize for us. Oh, it's a workstation.
It's a what? Oh, it's a workstation. I thought you said a warg station, so I got really weird. Listen.
I chop it, I can't wait. Because I'm a bunny. Bunny. Bunny.
No.
Just fucking run off with it. Bunny.
Just
I'm
run
a
away.
bunny. You want some dumplings? Why, who would be surprised, but we're the best dumpling establishment this side of the Alpine.
We're in the Alpine.
Exactly.
Why the fuck do customers look like they shit themselves when they walk? Listen. There
But
is...
we look like we got a stick up our ass.
We do.
Unless, because we're at full pace, then it's like, oh wait, no, only if we got something on. God damn, they do. This place, this is like the sad corner over here. Alright, you want the dumpling and the broccoli. Broccoli. Ugh. Double. Oh, you just shit underneath my feet. I fucking love that sound. It makes me think of Don't Starve Together.
Yes.
Little musical notes. just running forward while chopping is my favorite. Alright, you guys are cute as a dumpling, but not as cute as ours, because by law we can't sell you anything that's made out of humans.
By law, you know.
Yeah, by law. What law? Oh, you know.
The law.
The law. I can get it in time, right? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I was trying to see if we could scam someone out of money. I thought we could scam one man out of money, alright? We were almost there. We were this close to essentially perfection. Hey. Oh, yeah? Meat is acquired legally. Cannibalism is legal. Yeah, that's true. They can't say. God, we need that workstation. It takes so long to chop. Look at these poor bastards waiting for me to take their order. Just... These poor bastards. They don't even understand how cruel we're about to be. This is about as most I can do to help you.
That's fair.
Probably to your benefit.
Ba-bum-bum. Geneva
Actually,
Convention
losing
stuff.
because-
Actually, if meat is acquired legally, cannibalism is legal. Depends on, like, the thing. Alright, medium
Alright.
rare boar steak. Ah, I missed it.
Hmm.
I think, actually, DuckDuckDuck saves passwords,
Oh, yeah.
actually. Yeah, I believe so.
Medium rare boar steak. Actually, I didn't know you could actually have pork chops medium rare.
Can you?
You can, apparently. Like, if you cook it well enough. You don't need to have it burnt as hell.
Oh, God. Dinner rush. No.
Yeah,
I'll
I'd
do
rather have
pies
pumpkin-
before I fucking do anything
pie.
else.
Pumpkin pie. We'll have pumpkin pie. I didn't read it.
It's fine.
Pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie. I'm trying to move it.
Got a
Pumpkin pie.
hob, some counter, some candle box, fancy
we
tablecloth.
got the workstation.
Get the fuck out of my way! Get the fuck out of my way! Give me, give me.
I was gonna buy it, but okay. We need even more.
Pumpkins take so much.
On the fancy table. Wait, did we get this one for free? We didn't have to research this one?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Wait. Do we need anything else before I buy it?
No, I think we're good. Okay.
Okay.
It's still gonna be the same amount of running around that we normally do, but you know.
I'm moving this table because it's fucking cursed. It's just... I don't know. It's just one pixel away from being perfection. Just
so
one.
sad.
Just one.
Just one. That's it.
Only 4 people expected? Well, we're never expecting anyone ever again. Choppa, 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 choppa. Choppa, 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 choppa. Oh, it's gonna get wolf. Avoiding the expensive table, I see, on purpose. I see, I understand now. I have an understanding of your proposition. That feels like it takes forever for pumpkin pie. just a little bit. Just a little bit of time. I thought you would put the workspace a little bit closer.
Yeah,
To
listen.
where your main dumpling, you know. You know where you're, dumping your stuff. Dumpling your stuff. Domo!
Domo! No, fucking open. You fucking piece of shit!
It's automatic, you can't open it. It has to go through a full cycle like real life. I don't know if it does. Alright, what do you want? Do you want dumpling? Why? That is what we make. That's dumpling the shark. Trying to fucking take one of my carrot cutting duties.
Yeah.
You daughter of a bitch.
I mean, fair.
It's like just I want to help, but I know I'm just gonna be a burden.
You're not a burden.
I'm gonna be a borden. Wait, no, a borden. There we go.
Just find out if they want. Oh god, they want broccoli! I haven't cooked any broccoli!
You haven't cooked the broccoli. I could have helped out with the broccoli.
Yeah, why didn't you help with the broccoli?
Oh my goodness!
Why didn't
don't
you?
leave us.
Please don't leave
Wolf.
us. Please don't leave us. Don't, Wolfie, please.
They legally
Wolfie,
can't leave us.
Wolfie,
to protect
legally.
their legs.
Wolfie, please. Wolfie,
You can't
please.
leave us.
Okay, go ahead.
God, the little gremlin. Sorry, every time they run in, like little gremlins, it catches me off guard. They're just like. Fucking golems. Golem looking fucks. Precious. Who else precious? What, you write on notepad? You don't you dare. You're not allowed writing utensils. They're supposed to be burned outside. I love how he can't just leave.
I know,
Speaking
right?
of you can't leave. Sure. Can I interest you in literally a pie we've made? Hoping to God that someone would make a pie. Order a pie for dessert. Please.
Pie?
Please don't leave us.
Pie? No.
Hey, pie? Sir,
Nobody wants my
sir,
pie.
just
What's
take the
wrong with
pie.
my
We won't even charge
pie?
you for the pie. You gotta finish your sundae first.
Okay. Before we do that, Boar, I gotta change shapes again.
Oh, okay. I gotta go take a quick bath.
I wish I could. Your pie sucks, that's why. Fuck off! It's amazing. Let's see. Just make it boar pie. No. I would never cook my boar. Never. Alright, what do we got? Waba. Sink. Waba. Hobbs. Waba. Gas override. That's terrible. No. Waba. Counter. Waba. Broccoli. Not any anymore. I'm not gonna let anybody eat the pig. Because this is what Boar wants. Okay. He's just a little boar. Hold on. I'm sorry, Boar. I'm sorry, Boar. Boar.
What are you doing?
I have to potty. I'll be back.
I literally just
I know, but I was finishing shifting things.
How fucking dare you?
You know what? I'm not even gonna mute. You're gonna just listen to Boar. You just put exclamation point visit Domo and you'll show up.
I don't know if you have to do it over again, but who knows? We should make a better hob. No, we don't need a better hob. It could be a microwave. You never know. We might need to microwave a pie. And then start a fucking fire again. I'm gonna move this so I don't have to see it. Gas override. Oh, it's a manual. That sounds fucking terrifying. Why would... But why? But why? I want broccoli. I do want broccoli. I'm trying to think like... Oh, applet. At first I was like, what the fuck's an applet? Oh yeah, the apple. Apple. But how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing well. And if you're not doing well, then fix it. Fix it. Just... You can reroll blueprints? Jesus, why am I doing ooh-woo? You know what, I'll do it. She's not here, she can't stop me. A dumbwaiter? That's a thing. Well, now I'm just curious. It's a dumbwaiter connects to other dumbwaiters. But if we don't have another dumbwaiter, then what point? What point, game? What's the point? Hope everyone's having a wonderful and safe American Independence Day. Yeah, do you cook your food in skulls? I don't think so. We kind of cook them half with our hands, so it's like, you know, the skulls of the hands. Stores one eye but empties itself. I guess. It's a weird. Again, just a dumbwaiter that requires us to get 2 dumbwaiters. We already have a dumbwaiter. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. It hurts, but you're right. Look, it says it's cheap and a little bit squidgy. Like squid. Just... Heck, I don't even know how I'd make this better. I think we would need better plates. No, we got 8 plates here. What do we need to even get better? Besides ourselves. Besides you. No, you silly. We said we got another one. We got another one. No, we would need another dumb waiter. Cry. Oh wait, I know that painting. Fuck, I should know that painting. I had to take a class where I had to pay money to go watch a movie.
Wait, what?
Because we had to appreciate art. Oh. God, what was the fucking... Eat, Pray, Love, that's it. I had to pay money in college to watch that movie. And it was a part of assignment, so I couldn't just fall asleep. Even though my body wanted to. It desperately just wanted
You watched
to die.
Eat, Pray, Love?
Yeah, I had to. And
That's
I had to pay money
terrible.
for it. And a class that I also had to pay money for.
That is terrible.
To watch it. I think it's the fucking worst movie I've ever seen in my life. And I kind of forget it. I even watched it before.
God.
Like I have that brief moment of, like, do I remember anything in that movie? No, it was so
I
fucking,
had to
like,
watch
bland.
I had to watch movies, but they were historical movies. Like
Yeah,
I
that
got to
one
watch.
sounds better.
You gonna hit Y?
Historical sounds better. Better than Eat, Pray, Love.
Well, like,
you
yeah, I got to
we had
watch
it in
like
theaters.
I had to watch.
Eat, poop, sleep.
Press the
That's me.
Y.
Oh, you were saying why? Okay, fuck you. You know what I'm gonna do?
What?
Just put a pumpkin. Just pumpkin.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, what are you doing?
Pumpkin. Yeah, pumpkin. You're welcome. Skulligan and Domo. That's nice. I don't like this setup because I'm like going.
There.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Stop calling people Boar. Don't you
I'm
call
not calling
people.
people. I'm researching.
Okay. I was
Oh, it's the danger. I don't want the danger one. I mean, I guess for the soup it'd be okay. But that's all I keep thinking, because you can't burn soup. I wonder what they want.
I can't move, Boar. You're ordering 1 piece of broccoli, please.
1 broccoli. Just 1 broccoli. They want pie. They want pie.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh god. Oh no, does that mean they want multiple pies?
God, please no.
Please, God, help us all. God, help us all.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Just want to move the broccoli somewhere more convenient. Just, out of the way, Just like me.
Take the pumpkin! Take the pie!
Don't worry, it's probably they both want pie to make it worse.
Oh god.
Okay, you both want something.
Okay, hold on. Put it in the
was
fucking
good.
dishwasher!
Okay, let me go run it on over to the dishwasher.
Yes!
With my bare hands, and they both want pie. Like, okay,
Don't worry,
pizza, we
pie's
split
going.
up.
Pie's going.
All I keep thinking, we split the pizza.
Here you go. Here you go. Pick up the
with the pies, though. Here, you want some killing?
Oh my god. I think we're failing this one, Boar.
Maybe. Oh my fucking god.
I am such an idiot. It was out of sight, out of mind.
Don't worry, we still need 2 dumplings and 1 with the broccoli,
You
which
got
I
that.
threw all the way in the corner.
Oh,
And
God.
It's burning!
It's fine!
Is it fine?
Get the
Is it
fucking food.
well-
Get the dumpling!
Oh my...
No! What the fuck,
You pushed me
Boar?
out into the other person. We're doomed. We're doomed. Fucking out here. They can't catch me if I'm leaving. Just...
God!
That's the fucking worst way for it to go. Like, oh, we can both put it in as soon as he turned around and bunched.
Oh, burgers!
No, fuck yeah.
And we go
fuck
to
everything else.
autumn! Ooh,
Oh, autumn. Okay, yeah, we needed that, yeah.
yeah, that's what we needed.
Yeah, we wanted that to happen.
Hold on.
We wanted,
Yeah, okay, yeah, we can still do another one.
we wanted Boga. Yeah, we can
Oh,
start another
Boga.
one. I want
Boga. Hold on.
Boga.
Autumn. Community groups increase every 3...
Oh, yeah.
Get the burger.
Okay, we get the Boga.
Get the
We
burger.
make it a Boga. And the cats are... Wait, what do we have to do for Boga?
What do we gotta do for
Probably not
burger?
this. Cook patty.
Okay, yeah, let's do this.
Oh, all right, you're right. You're right. I thought we were fucking.
We're doing
it was gonna be a lot more.
burgers! And if you don't like meat, they're tofu burgers.
Yeah. We made them right out of tofu. You cut the tiny.
Okay, and just like it here, the kitties are so cute. You gotta rejoin us.
Did you get the tiny one?
Tiny one? What?
The place. You got a tiny place.
This was the biggest place.
Was it?
Yeah.
Pretty fucking tiny. It's
pretty
licensed
fucking
to grill. And there was some burgers over here, over there. Oh god,
Okay,
this is a
okay.
fucking
Hold
nightmare.
on. I'm gonna put this, to fix this. Can I put it here? Yeah, there.
Glad you get multiple houses, but like only one counter. In the cellular
That.
area.
Yeah, and then
You know, the office. You know.
actually, I'm gonna switch this and this right there. Da.
So all it is cook
Cook bun.
patty, throw into bun.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Boar. All right, we ready to kick some ass on Burger Day?
Yeah.
This is too cute. I know. Stitchy, at least Stitchy is gonna
What the
play.
fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
I don't know, but I'm scared.
This
Okay,
is
we want 2 burgers over here.
For-
Oh, you gotta put it on a plate because people don't eat it with their hands like fucking monsters. What the fuck are those turkey people doing here? Actually, people are wearing clothing. I just noticed that. I was more concerned about the turkeys
Yeah.
than the.
Oh,
No.
shit. That's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Is it really?
No,
well and
it's
truly
not.
fine?
I'm dying inside.
Those turkey people might kill us. I'm afraid.
You should be.
Look at them.
I don't
Just
want to look
staring.
at them, Boar.
Just staring menacingly. Okay, so you can just shove a patty on there. Alright. Hey, you want a burger? We got burger over here. Oh god, there's turkey people outside. Sorry, they just started moving and it scared me.
As it fucking should.
Well, there we go. Come on inside. We're at an impasse here. I have a counter over here. Just
Take that and get the fuck out.
We got a licensed grill over here. So how you doing here, you turkey?
Pretty sure that's an insult.
I was gonna say, I'm like, can we call people that?
I don't think we're supposed
Can
to.
we call people? Oh, God, we give even the most boring burgers. Boring burgers.
Boar burgers. Boar, were you not able to
Boring
help with the
burgers.
kitchen tasks like dishes? No.
Yeah.
Does it look like Boar can help with dishes?
No, considering. Yeah, no, considering.
So if we can get Boar to come play with us on Saturday, we'll have Boar to help us play.
Yeah.
Tina has told me that she only believes that she is capable of just doing dishes. I need
That's
those
fair.
dishes, though.
I'm trying to think of how to make this better.
There really isn't a way.
I mean, gas limiter, but why? Oh, okay.
Just more dishes.
Yeah. You know, sorry, my brain's like, but could they? Why won't they? Let's just put that there. And there.
Okay.
Don't fuck up.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
It's so weird that people find the need to pop firecrackers during daylight hours. I know, right? I would totally
makes no
play,
sense.
but I am too hungover. You know what? We're screeching enough. You can...
Moto's too much. Oh. Wow. It's so windy outside. No one wants to be out there when it's windy. They just want that BOGO. They just want the BOGO. I like how people are wearing clothing now.
That is kind of weird.
It's weirding me out though at the same time, just because it wasn't a thing.
Wolfie, enjoy our
Here's a
burgers.
burger.
We
Oh,
seasoned the burgers very well, though.
Yeah. Prepackaged from Walmart.
Oh God, no.
Prepackaged Walmart meats. We got the meats.
Hey Domo, we got a burger
you
for
want a
Domo.
burger? Why are you thinking so hard? We only got one thing on the menu. There you go. Just. All right, they want a Widowmaker. They want a.
Unless the point to be disruptive, why would you be like that? Because they want to be disruptive.
Oh, I didn't clear out the plates. Because
You didn't
apparently
clear out
people
the
outside
plates.
Have a psionic ability to realize that there's actually dirty dishes on their area.
They do.
They're like, I can't go into license the grill. I see a dirty plate out there. Can you imagine that?
I
These
can.
burgers are really fucking easy, which is weird considering like 2 out of 3 of the other dishes were, extra. And though, I could grab it
Okay.
slightly. Are you done eating? All right, get the fuck out of here. Hey, you want a burger with nothing on it? Nothing with it? All right. We don't have even cheese. We don't have onions. Hey, can I eat with you? We're not allowed to eat on shift or eat.
Are you talking about people to shift?
No,
You do it.
No, I'm not. I would never say anything disparaging about our company.
Nah, of course not.
Never.
Never.
And we make like no money with burgers.
No, we don't.
How does McDonald's do this? Oh man, I can't wait. Oh god, if we have fries, I want fries.
There's a mop. This is probably something we should have.
Potentially, but at the same time, we can't afford it. I was thinking of a research desk. We can't afford
We can afford the mop, though. There, for you. For either of us.
Yeah, I was like... My brain just misfiring.
It's okay.
Alright, welcome to License Grill. Come on in and eat, or else you die.
Boo, you better not be
outside
doing a naughty.
And we got us some the only burger we got. Yeah, it's
Domo's
gross.
Domo's always here for it.
Yep. You better be making burgers. You know how hard it is to make burger. Man, burger. God, the turkey head is throwing me.
It is
Can't one of
really-
them show up with like a bunny hat like me? A bunny?
No.
Bunny. I'm a bunny. I mean, I can go in the back to help with dishes.
You're just gonna
Kinda
drop
sucks.
them off here. I do
Yeah.
love burgers. Okay, I really love burgers. All types of
me too.
burgers. You know.
I like them. I like them veggie. I like them regular. I like tofu.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I like bean burgers,
Oh, bean burgers, yeah.
salsa burgers, brat burgers.
Ooh, brat burgers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you want a burger? Well, guess what? I gotta go back there and go call some people, get some free money. Hey, you want to come in McD's? McD's nuts.
It's your meal of choice. It's a pretty good meal.
Yeah. All right, you want some room temperature hamburger?
Hey. Listen.
It wasn't even sitting underneath the heat lamp. It's just exposed to the elements, just
You're
like you.
exposed to the elements.
Only $6, huh? Well, that's fair. Just.
First star. So I guess I should
Man,
stop
I sure hope we
complaining.
get something better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, give us something
Oh.
else.
Yeah, we totally stole money from people.
Uh,
Pumpkin pot.
Roast potato,
Roast
roast potato, roast
Mm,
potato, roast potato.
Roast potato, potato. Cook on a potato.
Just cooked
that's it.
potato,
Cooked
okay.
potato.
All right.
All right.
I don't
Wait, is
like
that
how
the
like psionic
burger
we are
bun?
right now here.
Yeah.
All right, now you can get your research.
Oh, we need bigger tables now.
Research.
Ooh. Sorry, I just realized I have to make a bigger table. Right there. I was trying to think. I have to actually make them.
Yeah, we make it potatoes.
We're now having groups of 3 for once.
Oh my god, get the research desk.
Okay, fine.
And then put the and then put the dining room table in it. Thank you.
Fuck you.
Fuck your mother.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, fuck you. All right.
You know what? Respectfully, fuck you.
You know,
right.
respectfully, let's
Don't-
fucking go.
Do you even have to cook? Do you even have to cut the potatoes? It's just fucking here's potato. Oh yeah.
Well, I guess we'll find out when people ask for it.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's good. Oh, you want a burger bun? We didn't even like put apply. We just here burger. Here burger. Here burger.
Boga.
Burger. Burger. I like
Oh.
I don't like the turkey hat. It's just I don't know why. Oh god.
Oh my god.
I'm helping.
I like how you keep saying it, like, I'm helping. Like, are
If
you?
I say it enough times, it really counts, right? Man, you guys want roast potatoes? I don't know why you don't want roast potatoes. It's like it's been sitting out there all day.
And then
But
clean the
roast potato.
floors.
You know I can't clean the floors. Not since the extra. We need a dish.
We do.
Because we got 3 people. So that means we have to clear out 3 plates. I didn't pass here.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, yeah, put it in the sink. You put it in the sink. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, hold up.
You see where I'm going?
Yeah. This is cursed as hell.
It is.
Oh god.
Pick up the plate!
Yeah, you see, there's like a limitation. Oh, one wants a potato. Thank God. Can I please, game? I know I'm asking for a lot.
Boar.
Potato.
Boar! Give me
Yeah.
the plate.
Oh, it has a plate attached to it. That's
Oh my god,
interesting.
just go.
Here you go. You guys should be like more patient because it literally requires me to go over here 3 times, you sons of bitches. I was about to say we need the plates, then I'm like, no, we don't. We don't need to clear the plates. We got
What do
these
they
turkeys over here. They're throwing it back when I push them. All right. They want just potato. I mean, they just want hamburger.
Boar just really wants to
Hamburger.
talk about
Hamburger.
those.
Yeah.
He's really about hamburgers.
Do dishes, Boar? I could. Respectfully fuck you up. Oh, I forgot. I gave Jomo the power to add quotes. Jomo's my mom too now.
Well, almost, yes.
Roast potato. $1 for potato? Fuck you. Trainers. I will never use them.
No.
Oh yeah.
Probably put another...
That became a bar table.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, it's only...
It's fine.
Yeah, it costs like $5. So we could actually technically get another counter out here.
Yeah. Okay. Here you go. Why don't you move the mop out there? You said you wanted that? Boop.
Nah, I don't need as much. Trainers.
No. Because
Yeah.
if you spread the mess, it's gross.
Let's get a better hob.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then we can microwave hamburgers.
No! That's horrible! Boar.
Sorry.
I was gonna be like...
I was having a
an
mental
out-of-body
breakdown.
relation.
Oh,
Domo and
gobble,
Wolfie
gobble.
here.
Oh, danger hob. Yeah, we need that. We don't toast our buns here. All right.
I know.
We don't toast our buns here. All right. See, I could put one over here in the corner.
Boom.
Corner here. Don't worry, we have all your hamburgers. Oh, it does reset each time somebody brings something. Okay. And by each somebody, oh, you sons of bitch.
Oh my god, it's so nasty!
It's like someone slurping on a goddamn, like, God, do they have to, who licensed the grill? I'm more like, God, we need a better sink. That's it. That's what we need. That's the thing we need. I'm helping.
Boar.
Helping.
Just
Helping.
go. Thank you.
I'm helping.
You are. You are helping
I'm
immensely.
helping.
Take the burger.
Helping. I'm helping.
Go take the burgers.
I'm helping. Just. I could help with dishes, but she put them so far away from me, I'll never be able to get to them. They just want regular boga.
Excellent. Boar helping. Good job. Oh yeah. Where's the bathroom? It's outside.
Yeah, you piss
Oh.
of shit out there.
God.
We don't even go to the bathroom here. Oh god, is that why they just spill a bunch of shit everywhere? Oh, there's more than one person wanting to come in here? Oh, okay.
At least they're only group.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need a second to wash these dishes. Yeah, we definitely need a better sink.
I'll take it for the pads. Yeah, we can put the pads. Actually, in case one of them want a fucking potato. See, me think ahead. Me think.
Can I have
Me
that
using
last
my
dish?
noggin. Yeah.
I don't know why it's bothering me.
No. Nobody ate at the bar table. I guess this is a family establishment instead of like a sad person staring at a wall, as it should be.
How many roast potatoes we sell? One.
One.
One fucking potato.
God, we shouldn't even like pre-make any of those. It's just counter space.
Oh.
Affordable. Or increased patience. Huh.
It's burgers.
No, charming's the worst because I just saw that patience decrease. Oh, it decreased slower. Never mind if I'm there, which I'm generally. Yeah, let's go affordable.
Oh god.
A neon sign. Ceiling lat. Stock picture. Hey, do you want a danger hob?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Alright, well, keep in there. Ugh. Monster. Oh, this place. Ugh.
I know.
It looks so much nicer in your area. Oh, let's see how bad this is. Can I just... Can't... Oh, I forgot I can ping. Ugh. You know what? This is actually honestly fine.
Mm-hmm.
For a horrifying restaurant.
Is that a... It is. It's a gumball machine.
Gumball! Can we buy a gumball? We have to
Yes, we can.
Gumball machine.
Right.
Come and eat our gumballs.
There.
Let's be upgraded again? Let's try it. Yeah, let's upgrade Danger Hob one more time. One more time.
One more time. All right.
The group size is 2 to 3. Oh, this is useless then. Nobody ever shows up in a 1. You know, actually, it's technically a second counter. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. It's a second counter.
Second counter. Can you move sink? We can move anything. Although, yeah, okay. Oh, it's a safety hop now. Ugh. Ugh. How you doing? As I slam the fucking door.
Just flop, flop, flop.
Oh, they both want roast potatoes.
Don't worry, I can get the roasties.
They both want roast potato. Can I want to order a gumball ball. I want a gumball.
Oop.
Just the grease got on the side. Just don't mind me. Oh god. Eat like monsters. That's what they are. Monsters.
Monstrous
Yeah,
animals.
we can move everything. If anything's a problem, it's because of our result. It's our one roast potato.
Okay, I get the one roast potato.
Yeah, I'm helping.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Not that much, but helping enough. Yeah.
There you go.
We all have to eat our hamburgers together or die together. One roast potato.
Getting the roasting.
Oh shit, I forgot. Some people just don't want to fucking sit on their own. It's fucking weird.
Weirdos.
Like, who doesn't go to a... I'm upset that the bar isn't gonna actually fit.
Yeah, you'll have to get rid of it since there's not going to be a lot of people using it.
Oh, yeah.
So anyways, how you doing, Boar? Yeah, why don't you find out if they want a big old piece of potato. The turkey heads up. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for 100 bitties. Thank you so much. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. Getting the tater.
Tater.
Tater. No butter, no nothing, just tater.
No, it's not even salted. Nothing at all.
What have we done, Boar? What have we done?
What have we done?
Oh, we got 2 star. That's what we did. Soaked
No,
my
you-
funny bone in the corner. Oh, you socked your funny bone into the corner, and it was not funny at all. It's funny for everybody else. That's why it's called that.
License to grill.
Black coffee
Black
or
coffee.
chips?
Ooh, chips.
Okay.
Quick to make.
Chopped potato cook. Yep, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably could use another counter. Boar?
Sorry, I got somebody messing with the room area.
Oh, okay. Did we need to stop for the day? We spin. We spin in time. Take it outside. Nobody needs it. Or, no, right. You're keeping it as an extra counter. Boar, do a spin if you think that today we need to stop for today. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be hell getting through here. I think I bruised it. Oh, ouch. Alright. Do a spin, Boar, if you're... Not just do a spin. It's conversational spinning, Boar. Are you good to play another round?
Yeah, just, someone's futzing in the area that doesn't need to be futz right now.
Okay. You want to do one more round at least?
Sure.
Or we can stop for today, too.
No, it's just, it's literally a just go away moment for them. They're not helping the situation because I have
That's
no
true.
lights in my room.
That is true.
They can have it right there.
Yeah. They're going to be even messier.
Can they be messier?
Yes.
No.
No.
Doesn't get-
Oh, good. Then let's do
Why
it.
is this such a... God, I almost want to reverse where we cook.
I know.
It doesn't work.
No, because they'd
It's
be
like, wow,
walking
the
all the way
kitchen's so
through.
Yeah, no. Think about it. How long...
That'd be
kept-
way too
no one
good.
ever...
No.
It's just an extra counter.
It is.
Dining table. And the hob, apparently... What did you become again?
Nothing.
Just hob.
I took the old
Oh.
one out because
Oh,
it
the
was
safety
safety
hob.
hob. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather upgrade, a table.
Oh, okay. Well, then upgrade a table.
Yeah. Now I got, a fucking light bulb burnt out in my room now.
Ew.
So it's like, working. This is helping. This is helping me. This is definitely a solution to my problem.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
What else could it be?
Why did they got a star? Oh,
Got,
they got 4 people.
Domo! You've got a star,
just put this off to the
Domo.
side. More cabinet space. I'm afraid of what they're gonna order. Okay, just burger. Burger. Yeah, make sure to have some chip.
Oh! That's the most
What?
beautiful thing I've ever
That's a
seen.
beer. Oh!
Ever stop to think and forget to start again? Yes.
We got chips. By chip, oh yeah, we got a British. Okay, we got the British.
We're British.
Oh god, are there all gonna be 4 people? No one's gonna use any of these other tables? Like, oh great, great. Oh, burger and fry.
Boar, I think you're
Yeah.
panicking.
Oh, thank goodness at least 3 people sat down.
Mm-hmm.
Just awkwardly waiting for them to be
Ready to go?
done now. Yeah. Okay, I just want burger. Oh gosh, I gotta clear out this.
Yeah. Whoopa.
Otherwise, these people will stand out in the cold because they're like, we can't just like hang around. It's a burger place.
They're Canadians. What do you expect?
Oh, the rat. What do you get that 100 thing? I don't know what this is, but I hope it sends. Oh yeah. That's my 1,000 biddies.
Aw, 1,000 biddies!
Emote.
Hey.
It's Tracky from Chrono Cross.
He's so cute. I have to see what's still open so I don't dehydrate to death. Well, only if you can dehydrate to life. See you later, nerds. See ya,
Wait, they
Tofu.
waited. Okay. Oh,
They want potatoes?
I'm gonna research while I'll take I'll just move that plate out of the way.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a bar table. Gross. It doesn't wait. Just run off with a potato. Why? Maybe we need a better hob.
Maybe. I think potatoes just cook slow. There you go.
Yeah, true.
That's what I think.
Nobody wanted fucking fries, apparently. As I look over, I'm like,
But
sad.
they look glorious. There you go, Boar. You can have them.
Mine.
He goes out to eat by the trash.
Oh,
Woo!
Oh yeah,
Heck
chips.
yeah.
My brain kept like going. I kept thinking like we were actually gonna have like make potato chips.
Clipboard
Like, oh,
stand increases desk interaction. Oh, okay. Portioner. There's a it automatically performs. I don't know what that one is. Dinner
put it
table.
like this because apparently nobody we need more
Counter. Hob.
than. All right.
Okay. You two are such great siblings. I wish I was close to my sister as Boar and you are to have great sibling energy. Okay, Wolfie, I will let you know. We were horrible to each other as children. Like, puberty was not an equal divider there. It was... I was incredibly jealous of Boar growing up because he was younger and a lot of people had younger kids when they moved out where we were. So he had a lot of friends and I was very alone. So I was either play with little boys who necessarily didn't want to play with an older sister or, you know, like it was a very tough time and teenagerhood was rough. So I do appreciate you saying that, but it took patience and time. Should we get a portioner?
Do you need a counter back there, though?
No, I don't think so.
I think you need another hob, though.
Yeah, we could probably use another hob.
You know.
Boom. There.
Why does the hobs look so gross? Like, all the ones that came
'Cause they are.
standard.
You know they are.
I mean, true.
Okay, so did you want to start another day, or did you want to hold off till Saturday?
I'm good. We could do another.
Okay.
They're done messing around.
Okay, good. Boar and I
Especially
had to
last-
work very hard on being good siblings to each other. Well, more likely being good people to each other. Oh, Domo and Wolfie's here. What do they want? I'll get some French fries chopped up.
I was gonna grab the... I do like how they come like a little...
I know, I love that little thing. There we go.
We need one more hamburger.
I know, but the thing restarts after.
I'll give enough time. Oh, it's a little bit harder to get it from the corner sometimes. You gotta hit it from the back.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Oh, God. We need a better dishwasher.
We
We need a tray. That's what we need. Also, that burger burn.
Yeah, it did.
Hey, listen.
Sorry, I can't donate
Sink
more.
out here.
Yeah,
Just-
one of the two.
then at least I could pass, you know...
Clean
get the plates
dishes.
back.
Mm-hmm.
God, no. Oh, God, help us all. They're waiting outside.
Oh, God.
They want roast potatoes, though. When did they put in hats? Is that like a new thing?
I don't know, because I
we're
was
at a certain level.
literally...
Because they were all just like gremlins earlier.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Hey, you know what? Don't assume yet. Potato, go back in. Half-cooked potato. Yeah.
There you go.
Another hamburger.
I know. Boar, take those things out.
Yeah, no. But it's a lot shorter waiting time in between this and, you know, other. Oh, God. God help us all. Alright, get ready for dirty plates. There we go.
Oh, my God.
It's so much more panicky when
I know.
There's 4 people. And yeah, I miss Trey. Every day I miss Trey. Yeah.
Okay, that burnt. That's fine. Life is over.
Don't worry.
It's
Don't
fine.
worry.
It's fine.
Don't worry.
It's fine.
You burnt all 3.
It's fine.
It's okay.
No!
It's okay.
No!
Don't worry. I'll empty garbage. I'm glad you burnt every one of them because one burnt.
Yeah, well, it's nice that you acknowledge that. What the fuck?
Oh my God! It just. Oh my God! Please, Why? Why? You know people are dying out there. They're starving to death.
I can't touch anything.
Just put it down. We're gonna fail. Thank you for putting a burger.
You can't run from this, Boar.
I can't. You didn't put a patty on that burger. You just threw it onto a plate.
It probably helps.
Sink.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Oh. Okay. No, I think that's okay to stop today.
It's good now. It's good now.
Oh. It's okay though. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was very fun.
Like I feel like that was like chaotic.
It
Was
was because there were so many.
I think it was because we did that franchise where they kept adding more people, essentially.
Ooh, God, that's right.
And we had such a small establishment. Shit's not working. No! It just didn't work at the end. How dare.
Oh no.
Experience grant. Hey,
Oh.
What that? I didn't. Remote work.
Ooh.
Did you gain experience?
Mm.
Oh, 'cause Oh, because I was playing with you, and now I got all the experience. Okay.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's give me the whole. Here we go.
Here we doing a thing. What you doing? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna say goodbye on either side of ours. Yeah, cause I know who I'm rating. So.
I know. I can switch to me.
That's true. That's okay. I'll raid people out. Thank you. Bye. I will. I'll take good care of them. I will. Come here. Mwah. There you go. So, thank you so much for everybody coming over here and hanging out with us and all that jazz. It's just been great. We should be doing some new fun games tomorrow, having some good times. And I hope to see more of you. Thank you all so much. God damn it, somebody donated and I didn't fucking know. Oh my goodness. Hush, Moomo. No, Mooma. No, Mooma. Why you gotta be like this, Mooma? Okay. We're gonna have to... Wait, no. We still got it. We're good. Alright. We're gonna go. Thank you all so much. Stick around for the raid. I will see you tomorrow. Be good to yourself and others. Much love. Bye.